Well, good morning. Good morning, my minions. Good morning. Let's pray for a verdict now, shall we? Let me get the screen up real quick. Hold on a second. Hold on. Okay. We're going to move in a second, so hold on. Let me just get this up for you guys real quick. I don't think the judge has come in yet. If they have, they already went out and I'm late, but it's verdict watch time, y'all. It is verdict watch time. I have it on mute just in case we get the dumb commercials, because we don't want those. Good morning, Kathy. Sending my invites out now. I'm sorry, Bree, I'm on it. I'm sorry, Kathy, I'm on it. I'm slow motion today. I do feel better. Thank God for that. Yesterday was freaking brutal. Extremely brutal. Okay. Now that I did that, let's get this out of here. Let's get this out of here. All right, hold on. We're moving computer. Hold on. All right, sorry. Had to move my computer so I'm not waking anybody else in the house up, since we're on summer vacation for the kids, y'all. I can't do it in my usual spot, which is why I'm not on camera sometimes in the morning, because everyone's sleeping except me. So there's that. All right. Oh, God. So we're going to pray we get a verdict and we get one quickly. They had 3 hours yesterday to deliberate. 3 beautiful hours. And we didn't get a verdict yesterday, which wasn't likely, but could have happened. So I'm hoping that we get one today. Oh, wait a second. Something's happening. Hold on.
Since we left the courtroom yesterday, everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here yesterday? Everyone said no or shook their heads. All right, with that, we'll send you back out to deliberate. Thank you.
Good, all right, jury up for your call. Make seated.
All right, so counsel, I don't want the jury to have to wait for us for anything today. So you're to stay in the building until 10. I need you back here for the afternoon, no later than 3:30. And you'll be free to leave during the day as long as you can definitely be in here, in your seats, ready to go on 5 minutes notice, okay? So we'll see you then.
All rise for the court, please.
Absolutely. Okay. There's Fanny. Judge does not want.
You are muted.
All right. Let's mute that as well before this guy comes on and starts talking. All right. What Missy said. Your justice is coming. Just hold on. Just hold on. Right. So the judge wants everyone to be able to be back there in just a few minutes in case the verdict comes. So she wants them close by, basically. Like, AKA, you're not going to go home and come back because you won't be able to. Is there nobody else streaming right now? I just have to ask this question because the numbers I'm seeing on my screen are going up and up and up and up. So I'm just wondering if, like, no one else is doing a verdict watch but me. Also, right off the bat, we have a $10 donation from Cash App from Anonymous, and it says, Cage Karen. Thank you, Anonymous. I love your face. And just for that, I'm going to play you this sidebar because you love it. And because you can't unsee this, y'all. Sorry.
I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat.
I had to. I'm sorry. I had to. I'm sorry. Oh, hi, Richard. No, nobody else? Really? Wow. That's shocking. I don't know. Well, that doesn't say much. That's good for him. Good for him. That's fantastical. Also, I had asked that you give a like and a subscribe if you haven't. My channel runs on donations from my viewers. I'm a very small channel. So if you can, please think about donating to the channel. All the information scrolls at the bottom of the screen, and sometimes we pop it up. Hello, Jules. Yeah, welcome to the shit show is right. I pop it up on the screen so it's bigger because people complain it's too small at the bottom. I'm sorry, it doesn't get any bigger. So I apologize. 800 people outside the court. I find that hard to believe, considering the biggest crowd they got was like 200 or something yesterday. And mostly it's usually about 50 people, 50, 60. It's not usually more than that. But even if there is 800 people outside of the court, that would be all people who showed up on the last day to see if there's a verdict. So good for them. Fantastic. Yeah, exactly. Hopefully we get guilty. So again, anybody who's been watching me long enough knows that for me, I think that for me, at least the manslaughter, she'll be guilty on, like, oh man. I'm sorry, you guys. I saw a very scary picture. My friend just sent me a very scary picture. Yeah, see, I didn't think so. That's just usually what they say. Amazing. So, yeah, my guess is that we get one today. And I think it's guilty on at least the manslaughter. Did she? Well, I'd be afraid too if I were her. 9. Ooh, I love you, Jules. I love you. I may or may not be in the area. I thought about it, but then I wouldn't be here with you guys, and I like you guys more. So I like you guys more. Well, you can't really listen to anything that Tom says because he's also the person who tried to tell people that a CPU is the tower when in fact it is not the tower. It is the chip inside the tower. So the guy can't even literally tell you what his name is. We're also talking about the guy who claimed that he could tap your phone and steal your data, which isn't a fucking thing. So also the same person who told you that I went to Jen McCabe's Christmas party and I've never talked to Jen McCabe. So that's not even possible. But, go ahead, people. You want to listen to that guy. Be my guest, That sounds like just a great freaking idea, if you ask me. It's so reliable, okay? The shit he was saying the other day was just amazingly 100% false. I forget. I have it I have it in a text message of somebody telling me what was said, and I'm like, all of that is a bold-faced lie. Well, they all turned their phones in the day after it happened, which is a bold-faced lie. Jen McCabe voluntarily handed her phone over. Let's just remember that, number one. Number two, Higgins and Brian Albert held on to theirs for over a year in case they needed to give it to the court. And one order was denied, so he got a new phone. And the other person waited over a year and nothing happened, and there was no orders for it at that point, so he got a new phone. So, yeah. Like, no. Like, yeah, you guys didn't know. Like, it was me, apparently Lindsay, Kate, and Leah. And we all, even though Leah lives a million miles away, yeah, we all went to Jen McCabe's Christmas party. Like, apparently we had a blast. I mean, I'd like to know where I was for that. Considering I was there, I have no memory of it. Apparently it was a good fucking time. Yeah, maybe Leah picked me up in a helicopter. You know, maybe we stole a helicopter, you know, and we also dressed up as elves. That's what we did. That happened, you know, like if we're just making shit up, I might as well make up a good one. I mean, shit, make up something that sounds like it was fun. God damn it. I'm just saying, like, if we're going with making shit up, you know, oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, you were left out. My bad. You guys can all come to the imaginary Christmas party I didn't attend. You know? Oh, no, you don't have to wait long because there will be. Mark my words. You heard it here first. There will be lawsuits. Will be. Not just for Karen Reed, but the sewer turtle will see plenty. Plenty. Hello, House of Beaver. Yeah, again, usually it's like 50 or so. Like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, you know, it's just, yeah. Listen, I'm right, okay? You have to believe. Believe, y'all. All 407, 6, 7 of you right now watching me, just believe, okay? Say a little prayer for the O'Keefes, the Alberts and the McCabe's, that they've dealt with this terror for long enough. All right? We're getting a verdict today, and we're getting a guilty. Have to just believe it. You gotta, you know, wish it into realization. I think people don't realize that murder 2 does not require intent in Massachusetts, not the part she's charged with. So it doesn't need to be. It doesn't have to be any intent on the part of her. And even attorneys from other states have tweeted out like, oh, well, there's no intent, and I have to correct them. Like, you don't have to have intent for the part she's charged with here in Mass. That's just our law here in Massachusetts. There's no intent required. But they also gave lesser charges of vehicular manslaughter, which carries like 2.5 to 15, I think. And then the other one is 5 to 20. So no matter what, I say she's found guilty on one of those. And I say she's doing some time. So, you know, no matter what kind of time, it's time. And it's time that she needs to do for all the lives that she has helped destroy, innocent lives that she's helped destroy. It's an atrocity, an absolute atrocity. Yeah, I agree with you, Jules. Yeah, you know what? Maybe that's what it was. The helicopter was broken, so we took a luxury jet. Yep. That's what we did. That's how we got to the Christmas party. You know, if we're going to make up shit, we might as well make us some good shit. Damn. Yeah, I'm thinking, you know, guilty. You know, I don't know if the jury will go, if they understand murder 2. That's the problem, is the way that the judge was explaining it wasn't the great way. I mean, they are allowed to ask questions, you guys. They're allowed to ask, like, hey, is intent required? Hey, do we have to find this for this to be this? Okay. So remember that they're allowed to ask. I just think the way the judge explained murder 2 is very complicated. Vehicular manslaughter, on the other hand, I think they would have no problem agreeing to the fact she is guilty on at least that. Voluntary or involuntary, I think we have both. So, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I can try to post it on Twitter. It'll happen fast though. So yeah, I mean, I can. I'll post it on Twitter as fast as I possibly can. An alternate was crying. Again, we don't know. We hear this, you know, bullshit from the cesspool of Twitter. I can't you know, I can confirm certain things and other things I can't, but I cannot confirm anything about a juror crying. I have no idea. But again, if it was something that was serious enough, I would have known about it. So I don't know, you know? Oh yeah, I have no doubt that Canoni will throw the book at her. 100%. Yeah, Christina Rex. I don't, yeah, see, I don't know. I don't trust her as far as I can throw her, but I mean, I don't find her to be uncredible. So maybe that's the case. Again, I don't trust her, but she's not uncredible yet, in my opinion. Yeah. I agree, Jules. I think that Canoni will throw the book at her. If she's found guilty, I think Canoni will absolutely give her a decent amount of time, especially for all of the innocent people who had to deal with this cockamamie bullshit. And again, that doesn't just extend to the Alberts and the McCabe's. Like, this extended out to so many people. Lindsay, and then anybody else who was willing to speak up and tell the truth or say what shitty people they both are when you found out that she wasn't so innocent, including myself. There's so many people whose lives have been affected by this, and it isn't okay. It's not. It's just not okay. I'm sorry. Like, something should have been done a long time ago to protect these people. And I'm saddened that it didn't. Like, I mean, this behavior, if you're a grown adult and this is the behavior, you think it's okay to show up at people's houses and scream in their faces and call them murderers when they're not charged with any crime. And the FBI has cleared them, FYI, in case nobody got the memo. There's 468 of you in here, so let me clear up a few things real quick. Number one, let me clear up the fact that the Alberts and McCabe's, in fact, did go to John O'Keefe's funeral. Okay? They did. They went to John O'Keefe's funeral. So that lie, let's squash that one right now. That BS lie that some of you have heard, that they didn't go to the funeral. They absolutely went to the funeral. Just so we're clear here. Someone on Twitter claimed that they went to the funeral and they weren't there. Well, that's how I know you're a bold-faced liar, because I have the evidence to prove they were there. So you really would go that far to lie just to be right? Like, what is wrong with you? Brian Albert and Nicole Albert were at the funeral. They were at the funeral. They were there. They went to John's funeral. So there's that, number one. Number two, let's clear up this rumor real quick, okay? That the Alberts and McCabe's have done something shady or wrong. No. Okay, you're told that by the same person that told you taillight was on top of the snow. The same person that told you that none of the witnesses were like taken to be interviewed by themselves, except all of them were, except two. All of them were taken to separate rooms to be interviewed. All of them. You're talking about the same person that claimed that Proctor had the clothes for weeks in his car, which people are still repeating. That's a bold-faced lie. They went from Proctor and they went in Yuri's car and they went straight to the station. Proctor was never alone with them, nor was he ever alone with anything. So, right? You picked me up in the chopper, don't you know? Me and you, man. Like, you came all the way from the Carolinas and you took me in the chopper to the Christmas party. So, like, yeah, man. Like, that happened, right? Like, if we're making shit up, might as well make some good shit. What is happening? Uh-oh, hold on. Hold the phone here. Hold on.
We're back in session. You may be seated.
Judge, we're back on the record on 22-117. I believe we have a question from the jury.
Yes, it's simply, good morning. The jury is kindly requesting to conclude deliberations in time to board the bus at 4 p.m. A juror has a long existing scheduling conflict. So I'm just going to simply say yes and send it back.
Yes.
No objection.
That's fine. Your Honor.
Okay.
That was it? God damn it. I was excited we might have a verdict. Damn it.
All right, can we mark this, please?
Triple P for identification.
Thank you. Do you want the envelope?
Where's Jess lying Chato in her big ass?
All
The
right,
Titanic
thank
might
you.
not have
We'll
sank if
send
it
it
saw that
back in
thing.
with you, Officer Delano.
God damn it.
Thank you. All right, all
Verdict.
set?
All rise, please.
There's a sewer turtle, y'all. Not paying attention per usual. Doesn't know how to. All right. So, well, they just want to make sure they can get out by 4 o'clock if they're not done. That's all. That's all. By the way, Leah, I love your face. I know I just told you that via text message, but I'm just gonna tell you again. I love your face. Yeah, that too. The whole basement floor. It was a part of the basement floor, and it was done by a company and insurance, and there's receipts for it. But like, so yeah, that's the same idiot that told you guys all that. You know what I'm saying? Like, she destroyed many lives and affected many others. With the bullshit. Nothing yet. Nothing happened with Lying Chato and Grant. He's waiting for a court date. He filed a motion. This is the same person who claimed that first of all, we slowed it all the way down. And she moved her body into him, number one. Number two, she went all the way. She didn't cross the street and say she was afraid and cross the street and go try to get a restraining order right where she was with the courthouse across the street. She got in her car and went all the way down to Fall River, where she's from, to try to get one. All right. So if that doesn't tell you everything you fucking need to know, I don't know what does. Yeah, the same idiots that claim those were the McCabe children in the photos, when in fact it was Michael Proctor's cousins. So yeah, that we're talking about the same idiotic people that said that shit. Like, same idiotic morons that claimed all this cockamamie nonsense for you guys to believe in this giant conspiracy for all this time. No verdict yet. I wish. Just question from the jury about being out by 4. Somebody had a long-standing thing they have to go to, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, the chopper, private jet. Sounds more like a better idea to me if we're just going to make shit up, right? Let's hope that we have one by the end of the day. I think we will. Yeah, fast verdicts are usually guilty verdicts. We know that. That's usually how it works. They always say fast verdicts are a prosecution's verdict. So, yeah. Yeah, Pepto-Bismol pink. Yes, same idiots who claim that like she's drinking water out of shot glasses. Oh, and there's so many more. There are so many more. That's just the tip of the iceberg, y'all. That's just the tip of the iceberg. Yeah, I know, Kathy. It's ridiculous. But I just want all 500 of you currently to know that there were so many lies and then so many more. And they're still being said. People are still saying these exact same lies on Twitter all day, all freaking day. They're literally saying the exact same thing all day. Like, it's kind of gross. Like, I can't. I literally cannot. Like, time to wake the hell up, y'all. If you've been lied to so many times about the same thing over and over, maybe it's time that you go, wait a second. Oh, yeah, I'm sure she is. Melanie Little should lay low. Oh, I have a $20 donation from Missy. Thank you, Missy, so much. She says, thank you. I appreciate you. I appreciate you guys. This has been a long year covering this case. A lot of time, a lot of energy, a lot of money. Everybody thinks, well, at least apparently I'm told there are people who actually, get on here, press the button and go. I find that to be crazy. They don't do any work beforehand. You don't pull any information, FOIAs. You don't talk to any witnesses. You don't talk to any sources. You don't pay for any. Well, if you're streaming, you're definitely paying for a streaming subscription at least. And you got to make thumbnails and stuff. So either you're using free stuff, which makes crap, or you're paying for something like Canva, like I do. So there are costs associated with it. Like, you got to cover those before you even make anything. And small channels don't usually make much because we're small, right? Like, I find it disgusting now. You're watching these people throw hundreds of thousands of dollars at Karen Reed and the sewer turtle. And once they realize that the sewer turtle has been lying through his teeth this entire time to them, I think they're going to be very, very upset at what they find in his trial. I mean, it's bad, guys. It's real bad. Like, I feel for them because I'm like, damn, like, once they realize that they have been lied to, like a lot, like basically everything, like, I'd be angry. I'm giving you money. I'm donating to your channel because I believe in you, and you're going to lie? Like, if you weren't knowingly lying, it's one thing. But I can tell you, he knowingly has lied to your faces over and over and over and over. And it's sad. I hope that anybody with a conscience and a brain, when they do see what happens with his trial, and they do see the evidence that comes out at his trial about all the lies and how much he knew, and the way he tried to cover up his own dirt by blaming other people and making other people look like bad people when they're the complete opposite and have done nothing wrong. I hope that some people with a conscience give apologies to the people who are owed them. Lindsay's owed quite a few thousand apologies. I'm certainly owed some, for sure. And there are many other people who are owed apologies. Kevin being one. There are a lot of people who are owed apologies over this nonsense. Lies that have been told about them, slander, defamation. It's constant. And you can defame them, you can slander them, but you're not going to shut them up. You're not going to shut me up. I think I've more than proved that I have this thing called integrity when it comes to at least knowing when I'm talking about a case, that if I find something that doesn't jive with the popular opinion, that sorry, not sorry, dude. Sorry, not sorry. If it does not jive with the popular opinion, then it just doesn't. Like, am I going to lose viewers? Probably. Am I going to lose money? Definitely. But right is right and wrong is wrong. It is what it is. You got to make that choice for yourselves. And clearly Melanie Little and ADB and all these other people with like 30,000 people in their chat, they clearly don't care. You know, like, for them, 1,000 people leaving is, who cares? 1,000 more will come, right? Like, so they don't care. They're just going to say what's popular because that's what brings in the views and the money and the clicks. And I'd prefer to go with the truth. Listen, I would have loved nothing more than for her to have been innocent. I'm not a huge fan of the cops, although if I see them in public, I will, especially when I'm at my coffee place, I will buy them a coffee because I appreciate the work that they do. Not a huge fan of them because I've seen a lot of corruption, but that doesn't mean I don't respect them. I do. I would have loved nothing more than a good conspiracy. I love a good conspiracy. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case here. Was not the case. I hate injustices. It's probably one of my biggest pet peeves, right? And I thought she might be innocent at first. I thought she definitely was innocent at first. And then I got sick in November with pneumonia for like 6 to 8 weeks. It was pretty bad. And then I got a load of evidence that you guys didn't see until trial. And I was like, oh, shit. Shit. Clearly she is not fucking innocent, and shit, I was wrong. There were other people that saw that same evidence that decided, you know what, I'm going to just fade off into the background. I'm not going to talk about this anymore. I'm done. I'm just not going to do it. And they didn't. And I understand their reasons for doing that. For me, I had to make a choice. Would I come back and tell people what I knew? Well, I can't because some of it's not public. So I decided I would wait for trial. And I would be able to tell you guys some of the things that were happening, that were coming for trial around that time. Because before that, I can't just spill non-public information until it's not going to be public anymore. So that's what I did. I waited and I waited and I waited and I talked to Heels, and Heels was like, Elise, you got to get back out there. Like, you're doing the right thing. Like, let's do this together. And we started covering it together. And then a few days into trial, while we were streaming, me, Heels, and Voices had an accident that she ultimately passed away from that night. And I continue this not just for myself, but for Heels to finish this out. And for every person who's been slandered and defamed and lied about. And I know that she'd be happy that we got to the end here. You know, a lot of us miss her very much. She didn't sugarcoat shit. And I loved that about her. I'm not a sugarcoating type person. So I loved that about her. And I loved the way she pushed me. She's like, you're smart. You're funny. You need to get back up there. People keep messaging you and asking you if you're going to go back on your show. You need to do it. Like, I'll do it with you. We'll do this together. And we did. And I have to think she's still doing it together with me right now. You know? No, yeah, Heels, not Voices. Voices was on with me and Heels at the time that happened. I do. I feel much better today. Thank you. Much, much better. I felt better at like 3 yesterday, worse again at like 5. Laid down basically for the rest of the night. Had a little fever. I went down, tried to eat a little tiny bit, and then I went back to sleep. Woke up this morning, and I was 10 times better. Thank God. So, and I even want a coffee this morning, which tells you that I definitely feel better. Because if there's a morning that I don't want a coffee, then you can definitely tell I am sick. Like, yeah, I mean, the lies have to stop, dude. Like so many people are owed apologies. Leah's owed 1,000 apologies as well. Like, so many frigging people. Like, the lies that they told about her, like, are disgusting. Like, absolutely disgusting. She's a beautiful person, and she's funny, and she's kind, and she's generous. And it's your loss if you don't get to know her as a person. I am proud to call her my friend, because I wouldn't want a friend that was any other way other than the way that she is. So they tortured her for years. We're talking years, dude. Years, dude. Made fake accounts of her. He put her pictures out there. Like, you know, now that, you know, it's illegal to use the revenge porn. One tool has been taken from him. You know, but he has many others that he uses to lie, mostly his mob. But these people deserve apologies. You know, Leah, Lindsay, all the McCabe's, the Alberts, all of these people, even me, deserve apologies. Deserve to be vindicated. We deserve justice for someone who does nothing merely than cover his own dirt with lies about other people. I've never met somebody who projected so much in my fucking life. You can bet almost 99% certainty that if he's accusing somebody of doing something, he's doing it at that very moment, or he's doing it that very day. That's how he operates. I've never seen anything like it. His brain should be in a fucking study. I kid you not. The funny part about this is most of the people he attacks are probably some of the most amazing, kind, lovable, awesome. Kim being one that he attacked so many times. Kim is owed many apologies. All of these people, they're amazing people. They're great friends. Like, I don't think he has ever known or will ever know what an actual friend is like. He's just such an angry and paranoid person. But I guess you would live in paranoia if you're constantly lying and having to cover up a lie, and that you can't tell the truth about whether you peed 5 minutes ago or not. I guess you'd probably live in that state of paranoia. I wouldn't want to live like that. But apparently he loves it. You know, I don't know. He can't even keep his lie straight anymore. I'm sorry, Ellen, that you feel sick. You should definitely get some rest. You don't have to be here. I got this. I got this. I can hold this down. Totally take some rest if you need to. We don't need you any sicker. It's going around, dude. I'm telling you, it took almost 48 hours for me, and it only took my little one not even 24 hours to get better. So, but I have no immune system, so it's probably why. So I just got an alert. I know this is not really related to the case, but I just got an alert. The Justice Department wants the Supreme Court to decide if felons can be barred from having a gun. Now, they wanted some clarification on the testing of the constitutionality of gun restriction, because there's nothing in the Constitution that says you can restrict anybody's gun use or rights. even if you are a felon. Well, because again, some felons, they're non-violent drug offenses, like weed. You know what I mean? And some states where it's not legal. And that shouldn't be a reason why someone's not allowed to have a gun because you got caught with weed when you're like 18. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I don't know. The Justice Department wants the High Court to decide if people convicted of both violent and non-violent felonies can be barred from having a firearm. Government told the High Court this week their intervention is needed because a disagreement among lower courts has had widespread and disruptive effects that are threatening public safety. The Justice Department made the argument in a filing days after the Supreme Court upheld a law banning domestic abusers from having guns, and a decision that only partially addressed many of the issues that have arisen after the court in 2022 set a historical test for deciding if gun regulations are permissible under the Second Amendment. Writing for the 8-1 majority, Justice John Roberts said courts have misunderstood the methodology behind that decision. My brain. Methodology, sorry. But the court's 3 liberal justices, while welcoming the clarification, said there is still not a clear test to assess the constitutionality of gun restrictions. Today's opinion inches that ball forward. Justice Brown Jackson wrote in a concurring opinion, but it's becoming increasingly obvious that there are miles to go. The Justice Department said the court needs to decide if someone convicted of a crime punishable by more than a year in prison can be barred from having a gun. The cases the government wants the Supreme Court to take up next term involve very different circumstances. An Iowa man with a long criminal record that includes convictions for theft, assault, and intimidation with a dangerous weapon is appealing his conviction of possessing a firearm as a felon. A Minnesota man who has served time for a non-violent drug crime, selling coke, said he should not have been charged for having a gun after serving his sentence. The Pennsylvania man argues his decades-old conviction for falsifying his income on an application for food stamps should not prevent him from having a firearm. A Utah woman likewise said bad checks she wrote 17 years ago are not enough to block her right to a gun. Although I agree with her, I don't think that's I don't think that'd be a reason to not allow her a gun. She has that right under the Constitution. I mean, that'll be interesting. You know? That'll be interesting. Interesting. Well, they're going to decide in the coming days if they're going to take up those cases or not. So I guess we'll find out, right? So, interesting. Well, while I'm waiting for my coffee to get here, let's, yeah, financial offenses, some of them. I think, I'm hoping, at least, that we get, the judge did say she wanted them back at 10. So that's only 12 minutes or so from now. And then again at 3:30. And any time in between, she wants them to be able to be there at a minute's notice. So I'm hoping that we see, hold on, a verdict before lunch, because that's when about I think they would have one. But again, could go on another day. I don't know. I'm hoping before lunch. I guess we'll find out. But verdict watch is verdict watch. The jury's deliberating. So, I mean, let's just hope that they can come to a decision without too much of pushback from anyone over there. I think there's a lot of evidence for them to have to go over. I think that they have definitely had at least the 3 hours yesterday to at least go over it and say, okay, here's all the evidence. What do we vote and how do we get to an unanimous verdict? So I think you'll find that at least the vehicular homicide will be guilty. I don't foresee everything being in a not guilty verdict at all. I think that's a dream for the Free Karen Reid crowd. She was undoubtedly drunk, undoubtedly driving that car. Undoubtedly, there's pieces of taillight in John's clothing. Undoubtedly, the taillight was not on top of the snow. And these ridiculous theories of, oh, Proctor broke the taillight, with who? Because somebody else would have to be in on that. We're going to say Yuri's in on it now? Is that what we're doing? Remember, Yannetti and Jackson took Colin out of the conspiracy in their closing. He's not in it anymore. So remember, you've been told for over a year that Colin was in the house, right? We know he wasn't. He was not in the house. He was not even there when John and Karen arrived out front. And Karen doesn't dispute that she was out front, yet she didn't even remember, right? She tells people she left him at the waterfall. So the jury's got to look at all that, her own statements. Like, those are probably what's going to sink her in all of this, is her own statements. I have no doubt in my mind. If I'm a jury member, I can't just ignore all of her statements and be like, oh, well, she said these things, but she's not guilty. No, that's not usually how it works. If I'm a jury and I am looking at all of this, and the defense is giving me some ridiculous theory of, is it this person, this person, this person, this person? So they have all these different people that they suggest it could be, but there's not a single bit of evidence to prove any of that. Nothing. The only evidence they have proves exactly what the Commonwealth says, which is she hit him with her car. Where he hit his head, I don't think we'll ever know what John hit his head on. But Jackson speaking to a bunch of jurors from New England as if they don't know that the ground freezes. If one of those people on that jury do anything like what my husband does for a living, I will tell you right now, it's donezo for her. If any of them do construction and know around what time that ground freezes, even when it's not snowing, what time that ground freezes, it's over. That ground freezes. It's that simple. It freezes. It's not an if, and, or but. He's not reading the room. Mr. California, you should, absolutely. Trisha, absolutely. You should probably know your audience, and your jury is people from New England, Mr. Jackson. I don't know what was going on with his hair yesterday. It looks like he had some horns. Maybe it was a devil squirrel in his hair. I'm not sure. It could be a devil squirrel. Devil squirrel. Wouldn't that be funny? Also, if you have messaged me on X and I have not gotten back to you this morning, I apologize. Again, I was sick last night, so I was just laying there, and I tried to answer a few people before I went back to sleep. But if it was between last night and this morning, I apologize if I have not answered you yet. I have not had a chance to check those messages yet. I have been sick. It was awful. I don't wish anybody would be sick like I was. That was terrible. Somebody, I'd like to ask you guys to just say a little prayer for a friend of mine, a friend of ours, of some of us watching. He may even be watching, who was hit by a car the other day. Wants to know if he should be an expert now since he was hit by a car. Does the jury have the closing arguments to watch? No, because the closing arguments are not evidence. They are not evidence. Closing arguments are not evidence. So no, they would not have the closings to watch or view again because they're not evidence. They just have to remember what was said, Also, I'd like to know why the sewer turtle decided to hold a sign saying Jill Daniels touched me. Like, you're a perv and a weirdo. And she batted the phone out of your hand, and you're lucky it wasn't me, because if you came to harass my family at my family business, you would get knocked out. I wouldn't just bat your phone out. Hold on a second, guys. Give me 1 second, guys. I gotta run outside and grab my coffee. So just, talk amongst yourselves in the chat for about 2 minutes. I'll be right back. That's how you know I feel better. I have coffee. Okay. So, yeah, I'll praise the fan. Fanny the fan. That's what we call her over here on my show. It's Fanny. Call her Fanny the fan. What else were we going to name her? I mean, come on. Fanny was good enough for me. I don't think any of us could forget this fan. Fan has been the bane of my existence. Every time they go on a break or something ridiculous, we have to see the fan. But you know what I'm not going to miss? And I'm going to have someone. So the person, also quick little story for you guys. My poor friend who wanted to have the thing edited to say a sidebar chat, paid someone to do that. That person not only didn't do it, but is refusing to refund my friend her $50 as a down payment to do this very easy work. Shame on you. You're in the YouTube community. Shame on you. That's not cool, bro. Like, give her money back. You didn't do the work. Give her money back. And I'm going to play it because you can't unsee it. So if you want to close your eyes, you might want to do it now.
I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat.
Sorry, you can't unsee that. Ever. You just lost 12 seconds of your life. You can never get back. Just want you all to know that. To be fair, you guys lose hours of your life that you can never get back sitting here with me, but I appreciate y'all and I like y'all. So you can never unsee that. I'm sorry. All 589 of you can never, ever unsee it. Like, ever. I'm sorry. I apologize. I don't apologize. I'm not sorry. It's funny and I am not sorry for all the hurt these people have brought to other people's lives. What offer do I get? Ooh, what's the offer? Praising the fan. Is that my offer? Okay. Hold on. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it for a second and see if I can get it on the screen. Okay, so did you guys know? Did anybody watch the select board meeting yesterday? Like, because I didn't, because I was sick. And I got a bunch of clips and pictures of some really unhinged people. One of those people being Meredith holding a sign at the select board meeting saying, "I'm not pregnant," which is effing weird. Okay, number one, that's weird. Nobody cares whether you are or aren't. That's your effing problem. But that's effing weird. I don't know why anybody would do that. It's strange. I don't understand why State Street thinks that that's somebody that they would want to represent them. Someone who runs an account called Cheeky Reddington that spreads just volatile bullshit lies about people. Gross. Like, oh, what do you mean? Dina quit like on a whole stream. She had a whole thing. She quit because I don't know. This is what I'm told. I don't watch. I'm told because Sammy was trying to get her a Dunkin' Donuts card and say, "We appreciate you," basically. And she got all mad and had a meltdown saying, "I never wanted any money. I didn't ask for any money, blah, 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 whatever." It was a Dunkin' Donuts card. They were trying to do a nice thing. And then you called someone out for doing a nice thing and tried to have people like first of all, if you had an issue with that, you take it up privately like a normal human being. You don't take it up with 2,000 people on a live stream watching so that those people can then go attack that person on your behalf. Especially know your audience. Like that, it's the mob. Their Kool-Aid's been expired for quite some time. They didn't check that expiration date, and they drank that Kool-Aid quite a bit. So yeah, no. So that's the issue over there. Although I do think Dina is a good-hearted person, I have no issue with Dina. I think that she took it too far. I think if she had an issue with them trying to get her a Dunkin' Donuts card to say thank you for all she does, that maybe she should have taken that up privately with them. They were just trying to do a nice thing, and I think it was overkill. So clearly other things must have been going on behind the scenes, because I just don't see a person freaking out about a Dunkin' Donuts card, even though that's what was claimed. I don't know. Weird. It's weird, okay? It's friggin' strange. Like, I've never heard anything like it. Also, though, I have never heard someone get on a thing and state that the CPU is the tower when it's in fact not the tower. It's in fact the chip inside the tower. And if you knew anything about tech, you would know that. I also have never seen someone get on a live stream and just say bold-faced lies, like literal bold-faced ones. Like, what? Like, looking for unmarked Fed vehicles and shit still. Like, what, dude? I can't. Like, I literally can't. So, what was it the other day? Let's see. It was... let me look at it. Hold on. Oh, apparently they believed that the jury was going to come back in an hour with not guilty. They think that 63 of the 66 witnesses lied. That is fucking laughable. They think the jury believes that. Oh, wow. These people are out of touch with reality. Oh, man. Oh, and because they think that, oh, this is because Stuart Turtle's been telling them for quite some time that if she's found not guilty, that his charges will just like magically evaporate. That's not true. That's not how the justice system works. He committed the crimes while they are witnesses. Even if Karen Reed was found not innocent, you know, not guilty, or right this very second, if she was found not guilty right this very minute, his charges aren't going anywhere. They're not magically going to be dropped because she was found not guilty. That's not the way the justice system works. You still intimidated witnesses in a case. Whether she's found guilty or not guilty is completely and utterly irrelevant and has no bearing whatsoever on anything. So anyone that believes that, go read a book, okay? Read a fucking book. Uh-oh. Hold on. Back at 10 a.m. Let's see what's happening.
Yeah, out here.
Your Honor, I just saw the verdict forms, and as we discussed yesterday, the amendments the court indicated it would make them.
Oh, no. Okay, I did not say I'd make it. I said I'd think about it. I said I was tired and I needed to think about it.
What you said before you were tired and you needed to think about it was you agreed that there needs to be not guilty options for subordinate charges under count 2.
I said that it made sense to me, but no, I did not change it upon looking at it, because the verdict slip, this verdict slip as submitted to the jury, is exactly how it always is in Massachusetts.
I ask you a question. I don't really care how it always is in Massachusetts. I care about whether or not it's appropriate.
It's appropriate.
Different things.
It's appropriate.
Let me make my argument, if you wouldn't mind, Judge, why it's not appropriate.
Well, too bad.
For a superior charge,
It's appropriate.
they have to decide that she is not guilty of the superior charge. And that is the starting point of whether or not she is guilty or not guilty of any subordinate charge, often called a lesser included. Once they decide that she's not guilty of the superior charge, now there's two additional charges that they've been instructed they must decide whether she's guilty or not guilty of. How do they decide that she's not guilty of the first subordinate charge, involuntary manslaughter?
Okay. Anything else you want to say, Mr. Jackson?
I'd like an answer from the court.
They decide because they're a jury, that's how.
She's not guilty of involuntary manslaughter on that verdict.
That's their decision to make.
And how do they make it if they don't have an option to check a box that says not guilty?
They don't check the box that says guilty, do they? And then when they go to the next block, they don't check the block that says guilty. And on the top, you're left with not guilty. Okay?
So it's the absence of the check mark that the court determines.
That's how it is in Massachusetts. Suck it up, Buttercup.
Yes, that's what the verdict slip reads. It reads not guilty. If they don't check, guilty. Okay? That's how it is, Mr. Jackson.
Well, apparently that's how it's going to be because of the court's order. That is not how it should be, and it's over our strong objection. They need to see that there is a not guilty option for the subordinate charges. If they come back guilty on, for instance, involuntary manslaughter, that's immediately appealable. They didn't have an option on the verdict form to find her not guilty. It's almost like the court is directing a verdict of the subordinate charges.
Okay. I disagree with you. Mr. Yannetti, you've seen verdict slips exactly like this. Okay?
I actually have it.
Have you had no lesser includeds?
No, we've always had lesser included, but I have not seen a verdict slip there where not guilty is not an option for the judge.
Okay, I disagree with you. All right,
I don't see the
excuse me. This is funny, Ms. Reed. All right, we're done.
All rise for the court, please.
Oh my God, that didn't just happen. She just laughed with the judge there. Oh my God, if she gets found guilty, she's getting the book thrown at her. It's that simple. Is she an idiot? Is she an idiot? This just proves exactly what we all know about her, okay? The verdict slips in Norfolk County are the same, always. There's nothing different about them, and Yannetti would be lying if he said he never saw a verdict slip like that. They're all they always look like that here, always. May not be in other states like where Mr. Jackson is from, but they're like that here. And Karen just got called out for laughing. We're going to go back and watch that little part again, because she's been doing this the entire trial, and I know the judge probably wanted to call her out for it, but couldn't. So we're going to go back and watch that little shenanigan again. You think this is funny, Miss Reed? We're done. Oh, wow. Wow. Judge can only put her foot down. She is not playing fuck with you, Jackson. Sorry that you feel the need to argue about something that's literally always on a Massachusetts slip. Here we go.
What is back to session and may be seated.
22-117.
All right, so why are we out here?
Now watch Karen, because she's laughing the entire time almost.
Forms, and as we discussed yesterday, the amendments the court indicated it would make them.
Oh, no. Okay, I did not say I'd make it. I said I'd think about it. I said I was tired and I needed to think about it.
What you said before you were tired and you needed to think about it was you agree that there needs to be not guilty options for subordinate charges under count.
So there she was, turned around,
I
laughing
said
to her
that
family.
it made sense to me, but no, I did not change it upon looking at it, because the verdict slip, this verdict slip as submitted to the jury, is exactly how it always is in Massachusetts.
I ask you a question. I don't really care how it always is in Massachusetts. I care about whether or not it's appropriate.
It's appropriate.
Different things.
It's appropriate.
Let me make my argument, if you don't mind, Judge, why it's not appropriate. For a superior charge, they have to decide that she is not guilty of the superior charge, and that is the starting point of whether or not she is guilty or not guilty of any subordinate charge, often called a lesser included. Once they decide that she's not guilty of the superior charge, now there's two additional charges that they've been instructed they must decide whether she's guilty or not guilty of. How do they decide that she's not guilty of the first subordinate charge, involuntary manslaughter?
Okay. Anything else you want to say, Mr. Jackson?
I'd like an answer from the court. How do they decide that she's not guilty of involuntary manslaughter on that verdict?
That's their decision to make.
And how do they make it if they don't have an option to check a box that says not guilty?
They don't check the box that says guilty, do they? And then when they go to the next block, they don't check the block that says guilty. And on the top, you're left with not guilty. Okay?
So it's the absence of the check mark that the court determines is the not guilty finding by the jury.
Yes, that's what the verdict slip reads. It reads not guilty. If they don't check block 2, 3, or 4, the verdict slip reads not guilty. Okay? That's how it is, Mr. Jackson.
Well, apparently that's how it's going to be because of the court's order. That is not how it should be, and it's over our strong objection. They need to see that there is a not guilty option for the subordinate charges. If they come back guilty on, for instance, involuntary manslaughter, that's immediately appealable. They didn't have an option on the verdict form to find her not guilty. It's almost like the court.
It's not
is
immediately
directing a verdict of the subordinate
impeached.
charges.
No, it's not.
Okay.
Not in Mass. Sorry.
I disagree with you. Mr. Yannetti, you've seen verdict slips exactly like this. Okay?
I actually haven't run.
Have you had no lesser includeds?
No, we've always had lesser included, but I have not seen a verdict slip there where not guilty is not an option for the judge.
Okay. I disagree with you. All right.
I don't see the
Excuse me. This is funny, Ms. Reed. All right, we're done.
All rise for the court, please.
Who the hell laughs at the judge who's going to sentence them? I mean, that's ridiculous. He's arguing state law with a district judge. What's she supposed to do? Rewrite the Constitution? I don't get it.
That's how it always is in Norfolk Superior. A crazy person laughs at the judge who's going to, sentence them. Now the judge is definitely throwing the book at her. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. I think she's so smug that she thinks she'll be found not guilty. I don't think she realizes like that's not going to happen. Like, number one. Number two, judge is going to throw the absolute fucking book at her. Number three, you never laugh at a judge. And you're on trial for murder, sweetheart. Like, ever. Okay? It's not a funny thing. Nothing about it is fucking funny. Secondly, Mr. Yannetti would be lying because he's done trials in that exact court. And that's how they look in Superior in Norfolk. That's literally how they look. There's nothing different about what it looks like now than anybody else who's ever had a trial there. They always look that way. Always.
I was expecting her to say, have you never gotten all the way to a verdict, Mr. Yannetti?
Well, she said, have you
Like-
never had lesser included, Mr. Yannetti? Oh, no,
Yeah.
I have, Your Honor, but there's never been an option to have. No, that's a lie because you've done trials in that exact courtroom. I know he has for a fact. So he absolutely has seen verdict slips just like that. He might not remember that he did, but he absolutely has because that is how they always are in Norfolk Superior Court. Always. Oh, fucking ways.
And I mean, he's the practicing Massachusetts attorney. So he's hanging his Massachusetts bar license on
On an
the
idiot.
completely incorrect interpretation of the law by a jury or by a lawyer from the other side of the country.
From California. Not only that is it's not appealable. It's not appealable, not by a long shot. It's not appealable. So he can try if he wants. We all know they're going to try no matter what, right? But Massachusetts courts will shoot that down very quickly because that's how it always has been. So he thinks that like, oh, it's an immediate appealable. You can appeal whatever you want, sir, while your client's in prison. You go right ahead and do that. But this is Massachusetts, and the way we do things are different than the way California does things, sir. And it has always been that way at Norfolk Superior. Delete says, I just did a quick search, found the jury verdict form from 2013, and it is the same. It has always been that way for as long as I can remember. I grew up in Norfolk County, okay? Oh, yeah. They will. Oh, she laughed. So she's just laughing because it's a joke. This is such a joke. She shouldn't be on trial. That's what they'll say.
And
Well, I
then
hope
for him
all-
to say, I don't care if that's how it's done in Massachusetts, it's not right. You don't get to dictate Massachusetts state law.
Right. You sure don't. You sure don't. You can go back to California and try that shit and see how well that goes over. But no. Oh, yeah. We're talking about Mr. DeCastro here. Delete got 6 months on a police obstruction charge because he called the court officers pigs and laughed about how he hates all piggies. He learned that day what not to do in court. Yeah, exactly. And yeah, Yannetti does need to stop lying for Karen because that right there is going to get him an ethics violation because he's done trials in that very court with that very slip. And that is a bold-faced lie. Okay. No, he's not going to look credible. He's going to look an idiot to his colleagues as well. All the other people who he's practiced with, who have practiced in that courthouse and have had that exact same slip.
Well, who's
Yeah,
he
go back to
practiced with?
California.
Liza Little? I mean, she obviously doesn't give a crap either.
No, she's California. She's Jackson's. She works.
Oh, she's Jackson's. Okay.
That's why she doesn't know shit about shit and why she keeps forgetting to show the prosecutor, which I'm pretty sure you still have to do in California. So, hello, Valerie, my dear. I hope all 620 of you watching at the moment just realized what not to do in court. What you don't do is laugh at the judge who may sentence you in the next few hours. It's probably not a fucking good look. And I don't think that she would give Karen now the right to stay out while she's sentenced now. If you wanted that courtesy, I highly doubt you get it now. They only asked if they could be out of deliberations by 4 because one of the jury members had a prior thing that they have scheduled. So that's it. That's
She
the
has
only
the
question
right
they
to not be present for sentencing?
No, she does. She has to be present for sentencing. What I'm saying is
okay.
sometimes they'll let the defendant, because she's out on bail, stay out until sentencing. I highly
Oh,
doubt
until,
she
okay.
doesn't remand her at this point. Once a guilty verdict is read, I hope she goes directly into cuffs.
Like I said, the last time we saw, I mean, we saw Alec Murdoch one day in his prison garb clothes, or in his prison suit for the trial, and the next day he showed up in orange and
Yep.
slides. So
Exactly. Usually when you're found guilty, they like to remand you, you know, hold you. And I don't see Canoni allowing her to just stay out for any longer when she's been doing the snickering and the laughing and the whole thing during the entire trial. And remember, most times she waits for the jury to come out. There are many times she didn't wait for the jury to come out, and she was still doing this. And yeah, if that doesn't show you what to this person, who she is, I really don't fucking know what does at that point. Like
McGilvery,
yes,
Valerie,
Val.
the question was, can we go home at 4? And Alan Jackson objected.
Well, he didn't have a choice. They're allowed. The judge said she's sending it back and saying yes, they're allowed to go at 4. It's the end of the day. They don't have to stay any longer. I hope so. I hope they take her immediately. I hope so. They are allowing the jury to leave at 4. The judge said yes. They're allowing the jury to leave at 4. They're done with, at 4 to be done with deliberations if they're not finished. So I'm hoping we get something before lunch here, because I want a fucking verdict. I want this over. And I think for the sanity of everyone else, we all want it over. It's been a long year on this case, and I would love nothing more than this to be fucking over for everyone. On to the next case that isn't as crazy and fucking insanity everywhere. Like,
maybe with lawyers who understand the law in the state they're practicing and don't, blatantly insult it every time they open their mouth.
Yeah, or maybe ones that actually tell their client, like, hey, shut the fuck up, and maybe don't laugh at the judge, and, like, maybe don't do those things. Like, yeah, I also thought about that as well. I thought about that. She's very clearly not okay in the head. So you never know, which case. There's a couple, which Stephanie case. There's a lot of different cases.
Although I'm sure her performance won her multiple additional fans out front.
Fanny the Fan, y'all. You guys, all 636 of you heard it here first. This is Fanny the Fan, okay? Breaking news, Fanny the Fan. That's what we've called her here. No, not that I know of. There isn't a date for that trial yet, as far as I know, for the Gilgo Beach stuff. I am covering the Walsh case. I am covering the Idaho 4 case. I am 100% doing that trial. And I promise you that I will be in person for that sentencing. Oh, Sandra Birchmore, you mean? That's Sandra Birchmore. I've covered her case twice. And her family hired an Emmy, and that Emmy says she died of strangulation and it's a homicide. So now they're saying it's an open case. Before, when I FOIA'd it last year in the wintertime, they gave me not even a half of a case file. And I said, well, you guys say this is closed, so where's the rest of the case file? Well, this is all we can give you. No, you said it's a closed case, so where is the rest of the file? And I knew that they were stalling on something. For some reason, it was very strange the way they wouldn't give me certain things. Now they're saying it's an open, active investigation and it needs to be looked into. Well, it needed to be looked into a long time ago. And why did you let the Farwells move out of state? Sorry, those officers are scumbags and should not have moved out of state. That man, in my opinion, murdered her and got away with it this whole time. We don't know. We don't have a date for the Idaho trial yet either, which is really obnoxious. Probably not until next year, which is another, I don't know why it would take so effing long. It's just stupid. Those families deserve justice as well. And I think, Kaylee, we went over this probably like 2 weeks ago. I did it, the Idaho 4 case one night. Kaylee's dad is a rock star. Her family are very outspoken for her and Maddie. And Maddie was like another daughter to them. So
one thing I will say, I saw multiple comments along these lines on Twitter this morning. If you have latched on to Karen Reed in the hopes that Richard Allen or Brian Kohberger are going to bring the same scrutiny to bear congratulations, you openly want murderers released. So
Yeah.
shut up about being for law and order.
No, okay. So let me make something very clear here. The Canton PD are the ones who went to her house because she lived in Canton. So Canton investigated, and then it was handed over to the state police because that's what happens is if it's an unattended death, the state police take jurisdiction. But Canton is the one who went to her house. The officers involved in this are Stoughton officers. Stoughton police, they're town over. The ones that were basically violated her when she was 13 and she was in the exploratory program. She wanted to be an officer. So, oh, we going to the hot springs? Oh, girl, listen, my back could use that so badly right now. I so really do wish that I could just like bippity boppity myself to you voices because I would do that right now.
I am totally hopping in the back of her truck right now. Let's go.
Right. Like, yeah, I don't think the jurors are going to find him credible on certain things because of the disrespect. I just want to point out jurors don't appreciate if you're not fair to witnesses on both sides. They don't appreciate it. They don't like it. They don't appreciate it. They don't find it credible. Why would you have to come after people so hard if you're just questioning them? You're not, you know what I mean? Like this isn't, you're not going to beat them up. Like, so they don't appreciate when you're that rude and ignorant. They just don't. They find it to be distasteful. So I don't think that's going to go over well with the jury for Jackson at all. I know you do have a pool in your backyard.
And if you truly, sincerely believe that the evil goat rack deer-headed Satanists in Delphi killed those girls instead of Richard Allen, you need help. You just need help.
I'll play it again, RP. That literally just happened 10 minutes ago. It's not point in the trial. It literally just happened 10 minutes ago. We've played it twice. I'll play it again because there's 646 of you in here and people who just came over. But no, so the officers that are investigating were state police. Lank and them are Canton PD officers. They're the ones who went to the house to check on her when they found her. But it was handed over to the state police. Again, these people have nothing to do with anything. The Canton officers that went there as their job to check on her, like have nothing to do with Sandra's death in any way, shape, or form. The state police took over after that because it's an unattended death. Yeah, the Farwell brothers, they were Stoughton officers. Stoughton. And one of them was an Abington officer. It was 2 Stoughton and 1 Abington. She laughed. I'll show you guys. I'll show you.
Now remember, voices, I can't swim, so if I go to the hot springs with you, your job is to make sure I don't drown.
I can swim, Mom. I will make sure. While
Okay,
I'm
thank you.
backing this up, well, for you guys, make sure you give, because there's more of you in here now than there usually is. There's 647 of you. So if you could give a like and a share, I would really appreciate it. A sub if you have not subscribed to the channel. And please think about donating to the channel because that's the way that my channel survives, is I survive on donations from amazing viewers like you guys. So there's a Cash App and a Venmo and a PayPal at the bottom. It scrolls at the bottom all the time. I just popped up the bigger one for you guys because people complain that the one at the bottom that scrolls is too small and they can't see it, but I can't make it bigger. So if you would think about donating to the channel, I'm not somebody who's like, oh, you donated $1. That's not enough. I'm not a sewer turtle. It doesn't matter if it's 50 cents or $1. Anything helps. I have, have to cover costs before I make anything. Okay. I didn't know it was this far back. Okay. 20 minutes ago already? Jesus. You guys are gonna, love this argument. Now, let me just give you a little bit before we watch it again about what Alan Jackson is arguing here. He is arguing
1-7.
All right.
I'm just pausing it for a second to tell you guys. He is arguing. He's arguing the slip, slip for guilty or not guilty for the verdict. Okay. What case? This case, the one right now we're watching. Which case? I went over a lot of cases. Hey, it's only 4 foot deep, Bree. You wouldn't drown. All right.
That's good. I am more than 4 feet tall. I can stand up.
Right. Okay. Goodness, yeah. Yeah, they did resign, Black Rose. I've gone over this case, yes, because in the beginning I thought she was innocent. I very much thought she was innocent. And then I was wrong. It's that simple. But I've been doing this case for like a year. I've done other cases as well, obviously. Okay, so what he's arguing here is he's arguing that it doesn't say not guilty. Oh, for Sandra Birchmore, I've done her case twice on my channel. They say it's a suicide. I disagree. So that's that. I disagree that it was a suicide. My father committed suicide by hanging. My stepdad, who adopted me when I was 5, and that's how he died when I was 21. And I just don't agree that that's what happened to Sandra Birchmore at all. Okay, so he's arguing here that the verdict slip, because it doesn't read not guilty on it, is not right. Hold on a second. Hold on. I got a call coming in a weird number. Hold on.
Well, it ain't me. I'm a weird number.
Well, you know, when you get those weird numbers and they call, and then the first thing you hear is that little boop thing before someone talks, then you know it's either like a scammer or a bill collector or like, so I immediately am like, yeah, click, goodbye. Yes, I am covering the Delphi case. Covering a lot of cases. Okay.
I love during business hours when I answer with my company name, it's like dead silent on the other end and then they hang up.
Because they don't realize that it's you. That's why they're like, ooh, wrong number. Click. Good. Yeah. Just keep thinking that. Appreciate it. All right. So he's arguing that the verdict slip isn't the way he wants it, basically. So in Massachusetts, in this county, in Norfolk County, where I grew up, in the Superior Court where they are, the verdict slips read a certain way, where it'll say, you can check this for guilty, check this for guilty, and then the lesser includeds are below them, and you can check them for guilty. You don't check them if you think it's not guilty. So there's a check mark if it's guilty. You don't write anything on it if it's a not guilty. And at the top, you'll read not guilty. Okay? So that is how it has always been. There's been nothing that has ever been different about it. Okay? So Alan Jackson argues that he doesn't want it that way, and he wants it to say, wants a not guilty put in it, so that they can choose guilty or not guilty. It's the way it always has been here. Mr. Yannetti has argued cases in this exact same court with the exact same slip, because that's the way it has been since as long as I can fucking remember. Ted Daniels apparently posted the verdict slip on Twitter, says delete. It's literally the same as it had always been. I've seen it a billion fucking times. Okay. So I find it funny that Yannetti actually puts his ass on the line here and says, no, I've never seen anything like that, Your Honor. And of course, that's why the judge is like, I don't agree with you, because she knows that he's been in that exact courthouse and has had that exact verdict slip, which again, that's going to go to an ethics complaint, because that's just a bold-faced lie. I mean, you're just trying to look good. And when I first turn this on, if you guys watch, Karen laughs, smiles, turns around, laughs at her family, and then looks back. And then she's blocked by Jackson the rest of the time, but apparently she's laughing at the judge. And at the very end, the judge ends it because she's laughing and says, you think this is funny, Miss Reed? And just ends it. So I don't know where Salty's been. I haven't seen him either. I don't know. He's not in the Discord either. I don't know. I don't know where he went.
He disappeared like in the middle of the day Tuesday, and we haven't seen him since.
Know. No, I have no idea. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. I don't know. No idea what happened.
I hope he's okay.
I don't know. I tried emailing him. I don't know. I could only find one email for him. I don't know if it's even one that he uses. I have no idea. I don't know if like he got accidentally. I tried to check to see if he was like accidentally blocked from the chat or something, and I didn't see anything like that. I have no idea what happened.
The thing that gets me is that he just stood there and said, if the jury goes out of their way to intentionally mark guilty and then come in and deliver the guilty verdict and agree that they all agreed it was guilty, it's an immediate appeal. What?
Yeah. He was like, it's an immediate appealable offense because they didn't have an option to put not guilty. Yeah, they do. They just don't check the box. So the absence of it saying not guilty, it says not guilty at the top. You don't check the box. And if they have instructions that tell them what they're supposed to or not supposed to do. So they know that if it's not guilty, they just don't check it. They're not, you know what I mean? They don't just go in there blind with the slip and go, oh, we have to decide guilty. Obviously, they know that's not the case. So, and then he just tried to say like, oh, it's an immediate appealable offense. No, sir, it's not. You can have fun appealing it if you want. That's totally fine. You could totally do that, but it's not an appealable offense, not by a long shot. So sorry.
Like, it's no. So the thing is, well, yeah, but move any privileges. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it is. It's a little weird. All right, let me play this. Hold on.
All right, so why are we out here?
Your Honor, I just saw the verdict forms, and as we discussed yesterday, the amendments the court indicated it would make.
I just put
no,
words
no.
in the judge's mouth too.
Okay, I did not say I'd make it. I said I'd think about it. I said I was tired and I needed to think about it.
What you said before you were tired and you needed to think about it was you agreed that there needs to be not guilty options for subordinate charges
No.
under count 2.
I said that it made sense to me, but no, I did not change it upon looking at it because the verdict slip, this verdict slip as submitted to the jury is exactly how it always is in Massachusetts.
I ask you a question. I don't really care how it always is in Massachusetts. I care about whether or not it's appropriate.
It's appropriate.
Different things.
It's appropriate.
Let me make my argument, if you wouldn't mind, Judge, why it's not appropriate. For a superior charge, they have to decide that she is not guilty of the superior charge. And that is the starting point of whether or not she is guilty or not guilty of any subordinate charge, often called a lesser included. Once they decide that she's not guilty of the superior charge, now there's two additional charges that they've been instructed they must decide whether she's guilty or not guilty of. How do they decide that she's not guilty of the first subordinate charge, involuntary manslaughter?
Okay. Anything else you want to say, Mr. Jackson?
I'd like an answer from the court. How do they decide that she's not guilty of involuntary manslaughter on that verdict?
That's their decision to make.
And how do they make it if they don't have an option to check a box that says not guilty?
They don't check the box that says guilty, do they? And then when they go to the next block, they don't check the block that says guilty. And on the top, you're left with not guilty. Okay?
So it's the absence of the check mark that the court determines is the not guilty finding by the jury.
Yes, that's what the verdict slip reads. It reads
And
not
them
guilty.
saying
If
it.
they don't check block 2, 3, or 4, the verdict slip reads not guilty. Okay? That's how it is, Mr. Jackson.
Well, apparently that's how it's going to be because of the court's order. That is not how it should be, and it's over our strong objection. They need to see that there is a not guilty option for the subordinate charges. If they come back guilty on, for instance, involuntary manslaughter, that's immediately appealable. They didn't have an option on the verdict form to find her not guilty. It's almost like the court is directing a verdict of the subordinate charges.
Okay. I disagree with you. Ms. Giannetti, you've seen verdict slips exactly like this. Okay?
I actually haven't run.
Have you had no lesser includeds?
No, we've always had lesser included, but I have not seen a verdict slip there where not guilty is not an option.
Okay. I disagree with you. All right.
I don't see the
Excuse me. This is funny, Ms. Reed. All right. We're done.
All rise to the court, please.
This is 100% desperation. This is, they are feeling in her gut that it's going to come back guilty, and they are looking for a way to blame the court by acting like the jury is too stupid to realize that if they don't think she's guilty, they don't mark guilty, and they don't come out and say, yes, we all agree she's guilty.
I disagree with you, Bobby, because it's the same verdict slip that Norfolk Superior Court has used since forever. There's nothing different about it. And if they changed it for her, that would be a bias. Okay. It's literally the same slip that they always use. It is not different in any way, shape, or form from the slip that anyone else who's ever been in that courthouse has used. We're in Massachusetts, not California. Jackson and Liza are from California. Okay. They're not from Massachusetts. So maybe they don't seem to understand that that is the slip that is used, that it's always been used that way in Norfolk Superior. The judge is not wrong because the judge has used that exact slip in all of her trials. It's always that way. There's nothing different about the fact that it is always that way. What would be wrong is if she magically changed it just for Karen Reed. That would be bias. That would be wrong. It is the same slip. All they have to do is not check the box. It's that simple. It's set and let me point out the instructions are at the top. They literally tell them how to find her not guilty or how to find her guilty on the sheet. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. It's not appealable in any way because the jury instructions are on there.
And let's apply a little bit of logic. Who is more likely to be correct about the overall state law in the state of Massachusetts? A judge who's been ruling on said law for multiple years, or a fly-by-night attorney from the West Coast who doesn't even understand what frozen ground is. Answer? It doesn't even make any sense.
Fuck, I hit unmute and of course it like remuted. The judge can't just change it for Karen Reed, dude. That's not the way it works. This is always how the slip has been. Always in Norfolk Superior. She can't just change it for Karen Reed because Alan Jackson from California doesn't like it. I'm sorry, but that's not the way that a justice system works. And if she just magically changed it for Karen Reed, all of the other cases would say, well, why wasn't it changed for us? She's getting the same as everyone else who's gone through that courtroom has ever gotten. There's nothing different about it. It is
And
the
yes, Jennifer, I agree. This is the start of their excuse for the mob, and then when they try to appeal on that grounds, and the appeals court looks at it and goes, "The hell, no."
no. First of all,
they'll blame the
Massachusetts
appeals court.
system. The appeals court would slap that down in about 7 seconds, bro. The Massachusetts appeals court would laugh that out of the courtroom. So let's just be clear about that. The court rules that the defense is a silly goose. Court adjourned. Imagine. Yeah, the judge can't be wrong. It's the same format they've always fucking used. Literally.
What the hell does Larry know? He's from Virginia.
He's an ambulance chaser. The fuck would Larry know? His last case ended very badly for his client, so I really don't, yeah. You know? He noticed, and he said, he asked the judge yesterday, to his credit, but the judge said, I will take a look at it. I am tired. I have to look at it. And he took that as if, oh, it needs to be changed. She never said she would change it. She said she was tired and she wanted to look at it, that it might make sense. Then she went back, looked at it, and realized this is the same one we always use. I'm not going to change it. It's the same thing we've always used. I can't just change it for her. That wouldn't make sense. So she said, no, I'm leaving it the way it is. It's always been this way. And then he had a fit about it. She has been very careful, extremely careful. She has given them a lot of leeway that I don't think a normal judge would have given them at all. You know?
Larry is 100% from Virginia. That's why he was able to camp out at the courthouse for the Depp trial.
Not only that, but he can call Bev a liar all he wants. How would he know? He's from Virginia. I grew up in this county. I've sat in on trials in that very court. So I call him a liar. That would be a lie, Larry. How are you going to call the judge a liar? It's the same slip that's always been used. So they're literally the same slip. Stay in Virginia, wherever the fuck you're from. Stay there, okay? Because you're an idiot. Also, I wouldn't hire you to represent my cat, okay? First of all, this is the same man that told my good friend Lindsay she should crawl in a hole and die on a live stream. And then got mad the next day when Twitter wouldn't take down something someone said about him being Jewish. I'm sorry, what? You are such a fucking hypocrite. I can't even. You're whining and complaining that Twitter won't take down something mean about you, but you just told a woman you've never met and that you don't know that she should go crawl in a hole and die. I'm sorry. I have no respect for that man. He's a disgusting, vile waste of space. He's breathing the air that good people like Leah and Lindsay and the McCabe's and the Alberts and the O'Keefe's breathe every day. And he's wasting the air. So, yeah. And then Yannetti lies street. That's not going to help him. It's going to be an ethics violation. He has had trials in that very court with that very same slip. And it's easily provable. I know for 100% fact he has. So that's what, I mean, he's all this stuff's going to come back to bite him, all just to back up Jackson, who's from California, and Liza, they're from California. They're not from Massachusetts. And they're practicing under his license because in order for them to be here to practice, they don't have a bar. They're not barred here in Mass, which means they have to practice under a Massachusetts attorney. No, I don't think anybody did. It's a good idea though. They should.
when you say that someone should crawl. And then when someone pointed out, I said it's a figure of speech. It's not a figure of speech to say that she should go crawl in a hole and die. That's definitely not a figure of speech. You know what's a figure of speech? Go fuck yourself. That's a figure of speech. And you know what it means? It means go fuck yourself. It means here you go, and you can have a big fat plate of fuck off and a side order of fuck yourself. How about that, Larry? Wherever he's from, it ain't Massachusetts. Whatever. Kentucky, Louisiana, Virginia, I don't give a shit. Wherever the fuck he's from. Don't tell people they should crawl in a hole and die that you've never met a day in your life. Also, you're listening to a sewer turtle, which makes me very concerned for your mental well-being. Like, just saying. Just saying. And I hope all 692 of you go back and tell him that too. That I fucking said it. So, there's that. I can't see the photo you sent me. You know who I'm talking to. God damn it. Hold on. You know, I'm telling you, if the Titanic had been able to see Jess Machado, maybe it would not have crashed into a fucking iceberg. Maybe don't be a vile piece of crap and lie about people and call yourself a journalist. Maybe don't do that. You know, at least all of you get a good... you should write down what not to do as a human being. You should not do anything that these people do. Like, yeah.
There was a reporter outside this morning that Tom walked up to. And he was like, "So, what do you think about this case?" And the reporter was like, "No, it was a young black man."
Okay.
And I think it was NBC 10. And
yeah, Sue's channel, NBC 10.
Well, and he, well, I just the microphone, but so I don't know for sure.
Yeah,
but he asked him, you know,
was.
what do you think? Blah blah blah, and he was like, "I can't tell you that.
Yeah,
like,
what the hell?
That's not what reporters do, dude.
Yeah,
reporters don't make themselves the story. It's the number one rule. One of my degrees is in journalism. Number one rule: you are not the story. You are following."
Does somebody want to tell Ted Daniels that?
It wouldn't work, but obviously his professors couldn't get it through his skull either.
I think he's very egotistical. Maybe that's why. Also, maybe that's why he talks to the sewer turtle. I lost respect for Ted. I had some respect for Ted. I lost it. Talked to Ted a few times, like while I was down there last year. Don't become part of the story, because it's not you. It's not about you. Like, common sense here, people. It's really sad. It's really sad. So many of us have been part of the story that we don't want to be. Nobody asked to be slandered and defamed and, you know, all that bullshit. Like, yeah, exactly. He lost me when he did that as well. You're a reporter, just report, bro. The minute you got involved personally was the minute I lost the respect for you as a journalist. Now, if I'm covering a story as a journalist, I have to be unbiased, dude. And hence why I can't cover this story as a journalist. Because I can't be unbiased. I can't. With all the information I know, it's not possible. Especially the text message that she sent to her attorney that is not admissible in court. Since we have such a big audience today, I'm going to tell all 691 of you, who probably have all heard it, 696 of you now, on a little secret. Karen texted her attorneys. She texted David Yannetti, and she told David Yannetti that she thought she clipped John, but she didn't think she hit him that hard. Now, that's not admissible in court because it's attorney-client privilege. But during the phone extraction, they still saw it. So they knew she was guilty. I would have known she was guilty. Probably why Proctor hates her so much. He didn't hate her before because he didn't know her. But when you get that phone extraction and you see that message, oh boy. I thought I clipped him. I didn't think I hit him that hard. Oh, okay. So you knew you hit him. Got it. Everything after that, in my brain, was an elaborate cover-up. You want a conspiracy? You want a cover-up? Sure. But it's Karen. It's Karen the entire time. So while you people are out there with pink pom-poms running around like idiots, she's texting her attorney that she, didn't think she hit him that hard. Nope. She said, nope, it was to her attorney. And it was not admissible because it was to her attorney and it was privileged. If she had texted that to one of them, it would have been in evidence because it wouldn't have been privileged information anymore. If she had, say she had screenshotted it and sent it to someone else, it's no longer privileged because you gave it out to the public. I don't know. They've deliberated for 3 hours yesterday, another almost 2 hours today. So no, she did not. She texted it to her attorney. So, and that's why it's privileged information. And that's why it wasn't, we're verdict watching. Apparently nobody else is because there's more people than normal in here. Yeah, Fanny, she's just fanning. But I figured other people would be, verdict watching, dude. I thought I wouldn't be the only one, dude. But it tells me that I'm one of few right now since there's, over 700 people here. But no, it wasn't him or Natalie. It was, she said to our attorney. It's privileged information. So it didn't make it into the trial because you can't, it's attorney-client privilege. Yeah, exactly. He said, and I quote, there was no criminal intent. They do, but they come back. And I don't know if you were watching somewhere else or you just popped in now, but you missed the part where Karen got yelled at by the judge for laughing. The judge was like, oh, you think this is funny, Miss Reed? We are done now. So that just happened. Yep, that just happened. Finally, you know how long the judge has probably been waiting to call her out on laughing? Oh my God, she's probably been waiting this entire trial, knowing the jury's there. She's not going to, right? Because it would bias the jury. But do you know how long she's probably been waiting for that? That was a fucking moment. And if she is found guilty, that judge is going to throw the book at her. And she's an idiot for doing what she just did. But it just shows you how unhinged, how emotionally and mentally unstable that woman is. Okay, I'll give you the little bit of it. I'm not going to play the whole thing again, but I'll go back to the part where she laughs. Just for you, Toto, because I love you. Wow, it was already 40 minutes ago? Over 40 minutes? Okay, let's see. All right, here's the end part of the argument. Or the middle, whatever. Where she, oops. Wait a second. Let me...
Of the superior charge, and that is the starting point of whether or not she is guilty or not guilty of any subordinate charge, often called a lesser included. Once they decide that she's not guilty of the superior charge, now there's two additional charges that they've been instructed they must decide whether she's guilty or not guilty of. How do they decide that she's not guilty of the first subordinate charge, involuntary manslaughter?
Okay. Anything else you want to say, Mr. Jackson?
I'd like an answer from the court. How do they decide that she's not guilty of involuntary manslaughter on that verdict?
That's their decision to make.
And how do they make it if they don't have an option to check a box that says not guilty?
They don't check the box that says guilty, do they? And then when they go to the next block, they don't check the block that says guilty. And on the top, you're left with not guilty. Okay?
So it's the absence of the check mark that the court determines is the not guilty finding by the jury.
Yes, that's what the verdict slip reads. It reads not guilty. If they don't check block 2, 3, or 4, the verdict slip reads not guilty. Okay? That's how it is, Mr. Jackson.
Well, apparently that's how it's going to be because of the court's order. That is not how it should be, and it's over our strong objection. they need to see that there is a not guilty option for the subordinate charges. If they come back guilty on, for instance, involuntary manslaughter, that's immediately appealable. They didn't have an option on the verdict form to find her not guilty. It's almost like the court is directing a verdict of the subordinate charges.
Okay. I disagree with you. Ms. Giannetti, you've seen verdict slips exactly like this. Okay.
I actually haven't really.
Have you had no lesser includeds?
No, we've always had lesser included, but I have not seen a verdict slip there where not guilty is not an option for the rest.
Okay. I disagree with you. All right.
I don't see the
Excuse me. This is funny, Ms. Reed. All right. We're done.
All rise to the court, please.
If you look, Paul looks right at her too. Like this time around, this is like third or fourth time we've watched that. Paul looks over at her to see that she's laughing since the judge yelled at her, and then the rest of the family looks over and it's like, "Are you fucking kidding me? Like this is funny to you? Like all of this would be funny to you? Like I'm sorry, you're on trial for murder."
I still can't believe the absolute hubris of everyone at that back table.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Everyone.
Amazing, isn't it? Like, yeah, definitely trying to strong arm the judge, but you're not going to get there. And now the judge is going to throw the fucking book at her if she's found guilty on any charge. At any charge. Any of them, she's getting the book thrown at her. So, like, that was not very fucking smart. Not by a long shot. Not by a fucking long shot. Not a fucking thing. Like, ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. I just can't even believe that she was that bold to laugh. You're laughing, bro. You're on trial for murder. They're deliberating your fate right now. And you think this is funny? Wow, bro. I'm sorry. Okay, so let's for a second go to an alternate universe where possibly she could have been innocent, which is not a reality here. But say we live in Pluto, and like, even if I am innocent and I am sitting in a trial for a murder, I'm not laughing, whether I'm innocent or not, because nothing about it is funny. My life is on the line and in the hands of 12 people. So whether I'm innocent or guilty, in my mind, nothing is funny. Nothing is funny. Nothing at all. Like, so whether she believes in her head because she's so drunk that she's not responsible, sorry, you're responsible. Also, everything you did after was a cover up. And also we know about the text message to your attorney. Sorry, not sorry. You can't not share things with people, but you did. And then it got out. So sorry. But that's the way the jury slip has always been here in Norfolk Superior. Always, 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 always. I'm sorry, Mr. Jackson, you're from California and maybe it's not like that there. But here in Norfolk County and Norfolk Superior, it has always been that way. Always. Sorry, not sorry. Like, yes, that's exactly how it is, Kodo. Exactly the way it is. Exactly the way it is. Wait, do you live in Mass or no? It's just insanity to me. Absolute effing insanity that she thought anything would be funny. Listen, I don't give a shit if I am 100% innocent and I am sitting in a trial for something, even if it wasn't something like murder. Say I'm in a trial for like B&E, right? A break-in and entering that I didn't commit. I'm innocent of this B&E and I'm sitting in on a trial for a B&E. And something like that happens. I'm not laughing, bro. I'm not laughing because if they do find me guilty, these 12 people, like, then I'm risking the judge giving me more fucking time, number one. Number two, if I'm found innocent, I still look like a fucking asshole. And I'm risking getting more time if I am found guilty. Nothing about that whole situation is funny at all. And so the excuses that I guarantee are going to come up on Twitter are, well, she thinks it's funny because she's innocent. So she thinks this whole thing is a sham and funny. Well, I'm sorry, but 12 people might not agree with you. So nothing about it would be funny. Nothing. Okay, so not just Massachusetts does this, apparently. Okay. Yeah, Karen's not from Mansfield. She just owns a house there. Yeah, no. She's actually from Taunton. She just owns a house in Mansfield.
I just can't believe
probably end up having to give up to lawsuits.
The absolute arrogance to get up there and say that California law should be state law nationwide. No.
Not even that it's specifically like a law. It's just like he's like, I don't care how Massachusetts does it. Well, this is the way we do it, sir. It's the way it's always been done here in Norfolk County Superior. So I don't know what the fuck to tell you. Like, yes, go for it. Where is Beach? Oh, he's probably working, I'm guessing.
What do you think the next time? What do you think is going to happen the next time he applies for a rider to practice in Massachusetts?
Probably, I don't know if anybody would let him, to be honest. After this, I wouldn't. I don't care how much of a hotshot attorney you think you are in California. You didn't read the room here in Massachusetts, my dude. Oh, damn. Poor Pete Tim. Yeah, I mean, I've been live for an hour and 49 minutes and 8 seconds. And they didn't start deliberating until after I got live. So I get, almost 2 hours today, almost 3 hours yesterday. We're talking 5 hours. It's not a ton of time for a deliberation, not a ton of time. Sometimes it takes days. I literally can't imagine it, right? Can any of you imagine laughing at a judge that has your fate in their hands when they sentence you? Because I certainly cannot. Not by a fucking long shot. The audacity of anyone to laugh at a judge. Like, you have to be absolutely insane. Like, okay, hold on. Hold on.
Yeah, I'm checking Twitter, Cope.
I gotta scroll up on something. On those comments for something. Oh, man. Wait, where's the video? I can't. Hold on. Okay, hold on. I gotta do something. Hi, Maureen. Yeah, I as well. While I'm scrolling up looking for something real quick, if you haven't given the channel a like, please do. If you haven't shared it on your social media, I would really appreciate it if you did. I'm a small channel trying to grow, trying to grow. I love my community. I love my viewers, and some of them I am proud to call friends and even family. So I would appreciate anybody hit the like button for me. If anybody can sub, if you haven't already, if you share it on your social media channels, and if you would think about donating to the channel. We're a small channel. We only run on donations. So if I'm not reading them out, then that means I'm not getting them. So I appreciate any and all support. This is how you can do it. It's Cash App, Venmo, and PayPal. All the information scrolls at the bottom of the screen. I know it's really small, so sometimes I'll be able to pull this big one up because people yell at me that it's small, but I can't make it any bigger. I apologize. I wish I could, but there's no way to make this ticker bigger. I've tried. I don't know why they do it that way. It's kind of obnoxious, but it does scroll at the bottom of the screen all the time. So I do read them out loud. So if you want to be anonymous, you just write A or AN or ANON in the tagline of either Venmo or Cash App or PayPal, and I'll read it as anonymous. Some people are just always anonymous, and they'll just tell me they're always anonymous. So I'll always read it as anonymous. But I love you guys' questions, comments, words of encouragement, funny little sayings. Like, I love to read them. I think it's awesome. And I like to thank my supporters. I appreciate any support from any of you. And I love our little community. You guys are, even on my shittiest of days, I would say yesterday was a pretty shitty day. I was really sick, like really. If you guys could have seen what I looked like yesterday, oh my God, you guys would have been like, I don't even know how you're even live, Elise. Like, how are you even, what are you doing? Like, but two things came to my mind when I decided I was going to, no matter how sick I was. And one was heels and finishing this out for her. And with her, even if she's just here in spirit, because we started covering the trial part of it
I've been covering the case for a year, but covering the trial part of it together. And she pushed me to not deal with the people who want to slander and defame and sort of just ignore them. And, you know, she pushed me to be better and to do better and to give people, my show, which people appreciated. So hold on. Hold on, guys. We're moving into the living room. Hold on.
So Twitter cope is highly entertaining. A lot of people declaring that the verdict form doesn't match any Massachusetts verdict forms, even though we know it does, and people claiming that Judge Cannoni declared her guilty before the first witness. No, she didn't. It's very simple. The jury doesn't just put a check mark in a box. They then have to come out, and the foreman presents the verdict out loud or hands the form to the judge. Either way, if she says they found her guilty and they didn't, they will say, no, we found her not guilty when polled. But if they do find her guilty, they're going to say they found her guilty when they're polled. So the stupid piece of paper they write it down on isn't going to matter. They're not 6. And they know that if she's not guilty, they don't mark guilty. It's very obvious.
Right. That's right. Okay, sorry. I was moving everything into the living room. Everybody's awake now, so I can go back to my usual spot ski where it's nice and cool. It's getting hot out. All right. So, yeah. I mean, these people are going to cope the way they cope on Twitter 24/7, which is by making up fucking nonsense. But I wanted to finish this out for two reasons. A, because the amount of harassment, the amount of slander, defamation, ongoing harassment that I have dealt with since I changed my opinion when evidence was brought to me about this case has been disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. No human should ever have to deal with the things that people have had to deal with when it comes to this case. Nobody should have to be, nobody should be lied about, slandered, defamed, any of those things, bullied, sent threatening messages, like you name it and they do it. Okay. It's disgusting behavior. And as an adult, if that's the behavior that you're doing, you might want to take a good look in the mirror and think if that's what you're wanting to leave your children and grandchildren is the behavior like that for them to then copy. Because I'm going to tell you right now, if you're taking the time out of your real life to harass someone else because you don't agree with them or you don't quote like them or because you heard something from someone else, there's something wrong with you, not them, you. Okay. So there's one. 2, I knew that when I was going to come back and tell people that I had seen things that clearly showed that the conspiracy couldn't have been a thing, I knew what was going to happen. I knew I was going to lose viewers. I knew I was basically going to lose any income that I had coming in, the very small amount that I was getting to put food on my table. I knew that was going to go away. And I had to be okay with that because it's one of 2 things. I could have sat there and said, free Karen Reed and grifted like other people until the cows came home. And my numbers would have kept going up. My views would have kept going up. The money would have kept going up. But then I have to look at myself in a mirror every fucking day. Every fucking day. And I have been doing non-paid advocacy work for 18 fucking years. And I'm sorry, but that's not who I am, nor will it ever be who I am. And I knew the hit I was going to take. Okay. I knew the hit that I was going to take and I had to be okay with it because to me, the integrity and my values are more important than clicks and views and money. And where, yes, obviously I need the money just like anybody else who's low income, just like anyone else who's trying to put food on their table. I need it, but
I'm not willing to lie to get it. Like a lot of these people, including the 13th juror, Brandy, have already told people in private that A, she thinks the sewer turtle is an idiot and he ruins everything. And B, that she's not going to tell the world what she really thinks about this case because she's too afraid. And the funny part about that is she writes on basically everything you can find on Twitter about how Karen is innocent, but yet in private tells people that she won't tell people how she really feels about the case. Now that right there, I'm sorry, but that right there is called compromising your integrity. Fear only lasts seconds or minutes. Okay, you want to sell your soul to the devil for a sewer turtle? Be my effing guest. I don't need clout with a loser who can lie out of his mouth. When I realized that he could sit there and lie about me as boldly as he did with no problem, with a straight face, then I realized what else could he be lying about? Then when I got what else he was lying about and found out the other thing, this is the same man who tried to set someone up with pictures of his own children, okay? Tried to set up another YouTuber with pictures of his own children, plotted the entire thing on Facebook Messenger with other people. The evidence is there, guys. Like, if you've never heard that before, then you need to go look into it because it's not the first time he's done something like that. So I'm sorry, but if you're going to use your own children in a plot to literally cover, like a conspiracy, it's what it is. It's a conspiracy against someone else because you just don't like them, or to get back at them because they said something about you that was true. There's something wrong with you. There's something wrong. There's something wrong with that man's head. Okay. There's something very, very wrong with it. He's not okay. He's mentally, clearly unwell, and he can't tell the truth if you paid him to. So, like, no, I'm sorry. But for me, I had to do, I wouldn't sell my soul. I'm not going to sell my soul. So I don't care. Some days I'm on here for 8 hours and I make $10. Some days I'm on here for 8 hours and I make nothing. Some days I'm on here for 8 hours and I make $50 or $60. For me, like, obviously I need it. Everyone needs it, but I'm not willing to lie to make those numbers go up. I'm not going to do it. I don't give a fuck. Sorry, not sorry. The day that I got that message from basically Karen, or her sending someone to my channel to say, Karen doesn't want you talking about the Buchanan and Proctor DNA. Well, I don't give a fuck what she wants me talking about. It's my fucking channel. I didn't know Karen Reed ran my channel. And I still have those messages to this day. Okay? Still have it. Still have them both, because then I blocked that person on one of my accounts. They went to my other account and tried to then insult me. Like, oh, you're pathetic. You don't know anything about the Karen Reed case, which even they know is a bold-faced lie, as they said in previous messages to that, which I still have to this day. But the second that I realized that you're going to try to come to my channel and tell me what I can and can't talk about, and that Karen Reed thought that she could control a very small creator's YouTube channel, I was like, wait a second, hold the fuck up. And that was right before I got sick, maybe days, not even days, maybe day or two before I got sick. I started digging harder. Like, wait a second, something is not fucking right here, because I'm sorry, I don't give a fuck what kind of defendant you are. I have never seen a murder defendant try to control what people talk about on YouTube when it comes to their case. I've never seen a murder defendant try to control anything that's talked about when it comes to their case at all. And that, to me, set off really large red flags of narcissism and control issues, because I was with a narcissist and an abuser for a long time. My oldest daughter's father. Like, been there, done that. Those red flags came right out immediately. And I said, oh my God, something's not right. Something is not fucking right. I'm sorry, but a murder defendant, whether I think she's innocent or not, is not going to tell me what I can and can't talk about when it comes to the case. If something is coming out, I'm fucking talking about it. Whether it makes them look good or not is irrelevant. It's a case. It is what it is. The information is the information. Which all that did was clarify to me that she knew about the information and she just didn't want to talk about. Well, oh well. You had no problem leaking the things that you thought would help you to destroy innocent people's lives, but you don't want to talk about the stuff that actually is happening in real life that's real. Get the fuck out of here. Get the hell out of here. No, absolutely not. Yeah, she thought she could get you to give her information. That happened about 50 minutes ago. I've played it like 3 times since then, though. Probably a little
On the topic of bullying, I will say, anti-Semitism is real. If people out there are sending anti-Semitic messages to Larry, knock it off. But
it wasn't an anti.
If all he's doing is griping that people said he has a big nose, in this case, with the things that have been said about the witnesses, that's it. Like, I didn't know you were Jewish, and I've known who you are for 2 years, Larry.
Right. So literally what it was a tweet that someone said like something about something, you're Jewish though. And then he took offense to it. And the person was like, Larry, like, and then they showed Larry all of his tweets where he talks about being Jewish. He's like, if you don't like somebody saying you're Jewish, then maybe stop talking about how you're Jewish. Just saying. Like, but it's like you got mad at that little comment that they made about you being Jewish, but you had no problem telling someone to crawl in a hole and die that you have never met based on a sewer turtle's word on a man that couldn't tell the truth if you paid him to. Come on, dude.
And being so blatantly offended that someone mentioned the size of your nose when you've been accusing innocent people of murder for the last 14 months.
Right.
Like, that's perfectly fine, but if someone who doesn't know you're Jewish with all the physical insults flying around about everybody.
That's right. That's right. Like,
I mean, his ethnicity and his religion have nothing to do with it, but he has no problem leading the charge, insulting the crucifixes that are very sacred to the Alberts.
okay, I'm getting some weird information now, guys. I'm getting weird information that the dismissed juror rumor was the juror was at a bar Monday night telling people she's a juror and a turtle rider. And that she's voting for an acquittal, and a cop overheard it and turned her in. Thank God she ratted on herself.
If that's true, she needed to be removed. But they said
Yeah,
the same thing about the last one too. So will we ever know?
Maybe
She
not.
hid from Jess Mikado yesterday.
Yeah,
because
well,
Jess Mikado found her Facebook and doxed her, and she made her Facebook private. So she obviously wants nothing to do with those people right now.
I wouldn't. What the fuck? Like, leave her alone, dude. The case isn't even over yet. So they're also instructed, whether they're dismissed or not, to not talk about the case until a verdict has been reached. So we're just kind of like, oh, they can talk her now because she was dismissed. That's not the way it works, Jess. And you can't just dox jurors without their permission, you fucking idiot. The list is not public till after it is over for a reason. Like, yeah, I mean, that's why I won't even go. I mean, that's why I laugh at the polls people do. It's
that
ridiculous.
she even knew that juror's name to find her Facebook.
Yeah.
Is beyond alarming. None of the reporters should know the jurors' names at this point. None.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Nope. So, no, there's only one different verdict. There's only one verdict form. There's no different, like, that's, again, these rumors that people are flying around with, like, the verdict form's always been the same. It's always been that way. There's nothing different about hers than anybody else's in that county, in that court. And EDB did reach out to Mary back then because Mary lives in Mansfield. And they thought, oh, well, Karen lives in Mansfield. Maybe I can get some information from Mary. And Mary was like, listen, I live in Mansfield, but Karen Reed's not from Mansfield. She has a house in Mansfield. She's not from Mansfield. She's from Taunton. Let's make something very clear. She did reach out to Mary. Jess Mikado does need jail. But I mean, again, maybe, just maybe, if the Titanic had seen her, they wouldn't have hit an iceberg. Okay? Like, also, she's just a vile turtle douche who's trying to gain favor with the turtle. Okay? It's disgusting. She's not a, quote, journalist. She doesn't follow any journalistic ethics. She has written literally the most ridiculous lies about Lindsay and has not checked them. She's getting information again from a sewer turtle once again, and people who will lie on his behalf. Never reached out to her. And then like 3 months later says to someone else in like an obscure like comment buried in a tweet somewhere, like, oh, tell her to reach out. You doxed her phone number and address. You could have reached out to her before you doxed her phone number and her address, you effing psychopath. She has 4 children. Do you have no shame? What the hell is wrong with you? Like,
and I think that it's possible that she did use facial recognition software, but the issue with that is that means that she has photographs,
which is a
which
problem,
she's also not supposed to have.
Not allowed to have any pictures of the jury, which I have no doubt that they have. No, not en masse. It's supposed to be public unless the judge thinks there's a reason to impound the jury list. And I think in this case, she should. No. Mary's my mod and friend. EDB reached out to Mary.
I mean, you could go to a bar as a juror, but you're not allowed to talk about the case. You're not allowed to go in and be like, oh, I'm a juror on the Karen Reed case and I'm a turtle writer, so I'm going to vote for an acquittal, so Karen's going to be fine. Like, are you an idiot? Are you an idiot? Are you an effing idiot?
There's no way
Like-
Lolly doesn't know. If all of that is happening, because Jess isn't in the
think
courtroom this morning.
already, but someone, no, I don't think Lally does know about Jess stuff yet. Somebody should email him. I'm not sure if they have, but someone should.
But she
I
is
haven't
not
had
there today.
that. No, she is. She's there. I saw.
Oh,
her.
did
was
she get
outside
there
this
late?
morning.
Okay.
She was outside this
'Cause-
morning, so.
Everybody was all freaking out front because she wasn't there yet.
No, she was there. She was there. I got a picture of her. She was there. No, probably. It's possible. I wouldn't doubt it at all. I mean, there's a reason she's got to keep saying the same shit, the same talking points as Stuart Turtle. Let's get real here, you know?
I don't think it was the Turtle Boy camp. I think it was the LA District Attorney's Office. I think she and he have the same contacts.
Yeah, either way, same thing. I mean, yeah, he also doxed the juror in the Michael Chesney trial and said that he would do it again because he thinks that juror is a piece of shit and he should be outed. So we all know that he has intentions of doxing all the jury. We all know that. That's not a secret, for sure. Like, so, unfortunately, hold on a second. Yeah,
I think
I feel really, what's the word I'm looking for here? I feel really sad for LawTube because for someone who would have loved to finish school and take the bar and all that and be an attorney, like I probably would have been a part of LawTube if I was an attorney, and I'm disgusted with what I see. I'm absolutely disgusted. Like,
I agree. LawTube has fallen from the lofty heights of a year ago, and this is where
Mhm.
they are now. They are literally swimming in the sewer. They're
right.
welcome to it.
Yeah, I did see Karen. She has given a lot of the jurors evil eyes and laughing face. Like if I'm the jury, dude, I'm sorry, but I'm convicting her. I don't give a shit. Like all the evidence is there. Not only that, she's clearly a psychopath. Like someone does need to email the court. I do not have the time to do it right now while I'm with you guys, but someone does need to. I agree. And at least let them know that this is, I'm sure that they know, but
Looking back on stuff and talking about Brian Koberger earlier and stuff like that, and I stuck with Peter. I stuck with him through a week and a half ago, which was when I declared myself done. But
yeah.
With the Brian Koberger stuff, I'm like, okay, this is what attorneys do, and he's arguing on behalf of forcing the lab to release their proprietary secrets, which would destroy their business.
Right.
Now we've got a balancing point with the Brian Koberger thing, which is we have the familial DNA labs, which are not law enforcement, which do have proprietary secrets, and then we have the standard DNA testing that is done by law enforcement. Now, back in the 80s, all DNA labs were private. So what we need is for that technology to open up and for police forces to embrace familial DNA. That's the only way this is going to stop. But I don't understand how they can force these labs to reveal their work product when work product is never required for a trial. Only the conclusion, not the work product.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that Maureen, the judge didn't sequester the jury here. I think she should have, and I think she knows she should have, but no jury wants to be sequestered. Unfortunately, no jury wants to be frickin' sequestered, but she didn't sequester them. So they're deliberating. They deliberate in a room in the courthouse, but I think they should have been sequestered from the beginning, in my opinion.
Okay, so the lab does have to turn it all over, which is, I mean, what are they going to see? A bunch of proprietary secrets that is going to destroy that lab's income stream. So congratulations. He still did it. And the DNA itself was still matched to him afterwards. All they're going to manage to keep out is that it also matched his dad.
Yeah, well, they knew it was familial. That's why they staked out the father's house and got like the trash. Yeah, a gag order would have been smart too, but very rarely do they issue those here in Mass. I see it a lot in other states, but Mass doesn't tend to do gag orders much. What's the question? Oh, so a laboratory has to meet standards that are set forth in scientific. So there's not necessarily proprietary secret. Well, I mean, there's no proprietary secret on how DNA is tested, but it has to meet the standards of DNA testing, like you said. And the labs are accredited. So by the scientific community and the medical community, which they all have been. So, I mean, any lab that especially the state is going to use is usually a crime lab. And then when they send it out to other places, it's usually very high end places that are world renowned. And they usually know what the fuck they're doing, like,
particular
mean-
lab that was engaged for Brian Koberger has been solving cold cases and giving Jane and John Doe's their names back for years.
which is so awesome.
I do want to see that technology in the hands
I wish
of
they
law
would use
enforcement.
that.
I do.
I wish they would use that. Oh, I don't know about that. Law enforcement has a
But then
tendency
there's
to
the
misuse things
issue,
like that.
yeah, how do you exclude them? CODIS is
Yeah.
only for people that have been, tested
Right.
as part of criminal proceedings before.
Exactly.
And how do you opt in and stuff like that?
Right.
Yeah.
Because they have a tendency to use things the way they're not supposed to. But nonetheless, yeah, well, here's the thing. Where are all his friends now? Where are all his LawTube friends now? Just asking for a friend. Where are all Nick's LawTube friends now?
Well, his very, very best friend,
Larry.
Andrew, his actual best friend, is one of the ones that he is now relentlessly attacking.
Oh, that's nice.
A man who never did anything but love him and stand by him and support him until he was like, no, Nick, you're too far gone. You got to do something. And immediately it was like their 3-year friendship didn't matter in the slightest.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. If the sheath doesn't get in, it's a very good chance he does walk because it's all circumstantial. And that's the problem with the Koberger cases. If that sheath is not allowed in, I'm not sure that they'll get a guilty verdict with the evidence that they have.
Which means they let a mass murderer walk. So congratulations again.
Right. I don't know why she wants the DNA thrown out completely because it was done improperly. Yeah, well, I mean, I would too. If I was the attorney, let's get real. If I was the attorney and it was done improperly, I'd want it thrown out too. So, I don't know.
They followed evidence to get to Pennsylvania in the first place. First, they got to his apartment. Then they got to Pennsylvania where they knew he was going. So they had followed evidence that led them to that point. And the fact that none of that evidence counts without what they found after the fact infuriates me.
Yeah, me too. Because again, without that sheath, I don't think they can get a guilty on that. I don't think there's a chance in hell. Everything is circumstantial, and the problem is they didn't find any blood or hair or anything like that in his car or in his apartment. So that's a problem. Like, if they had found some stuff like that, like, it wouldn't be as big of a deal. But because they didn't, that it was done improperly. The argument is that it was done improperly to have the DNA thrown out from the sheath. So.
But it's not that his dad's DNA led to him. He led to his dad's DNA, which verified him.
Right. Familial DNA. So that's, I think they need to find more evidence. I mean, get some more shit, bro. Like, I mean, start fucking buckling down on that investigation and find something. Because if there's a chance that sheath can be thrown out on the DNA, not being done properly, then I'm not sure they have a case,
So what do? Grid search all of Utah, half of Washington State, and half of
Find
Wyoming?
the fucking murder weapon. Yeah. Yep. Jackson was complaining because of it's not about the charges. He's complaining about the verdict sheet, the paper that's given to the jury. Literally, he's complaining that, and then jury instruction is on it. It tells them, like, if you find not guilty, you don't check it off. If you find guilty, you check it off. And Jackson wanted them to add a check here for guilty, check here for not guilty. That's what he wanted. But in this courthouse in Norfolk Superior, it has always been that way. That there's nothing different to the form that has ever been for other people. It's been the same, where it's you check for guilty, you don't check anything for not guilty. And he wanted the not guilty added so that it was like a check here for guilty, check here for not guilty. And the judge said no, because this is the same sheet that's always used. And he's like, so the absence of checking something off means not guilty. This is an appealable. It's not appealable, by the way. He's a liar. Also, he needs to go back to California. Well, let's hope that's not the case. I believe that the jury will do their job. If they don't, it's justice for everyone. Yeah.
I trust him.
I mean, turtle writers aren't the smartest people on planet Earth, as we can see. So I'm glad she outed herself. I am glad. But also, you remember, if the jury goes into that room and another one of those jury members outs themselves in some way, they use an alternate. They throw that juror out and they use an alternate. So if that juror says something like, well, I'm just going to vote to acquit her anyway because I think she's innocent, and I'm just glad that nobody ever found out that I watched Turtle Boy, that would immediately get her ejected from that jury. The foreperson would have to turn her in, or someone else in the jury. They would remove him or her, and then they would use an alternate.
I do understand what you're saying, Kodo, and it doesn't look good if they only focus on one suspect. But just like here,
Agreed.
If they only focus on one suspect because they know who did it, I mean, 24 hours later, they were telling the public of Moscow that there was no reason for them to fear. I think they knew who did it then.
No,
they knew it was a targeted attack, and I think they knew they at least knew it was somebody from WashU, whether it was specifically him or not. I think they knew something.
No, what happened was they got surveillance video of the white car, and then they got the plate from one of those videos, and that is how they figured out who he was. But still, nonetheless, how do you know that you know what I'm saying? Like, if you're doing an investigation, that's very shaky evidence to go on. But they took a chance and they went and did the familial DNA, which matched the sheath, which obviously they were on the right track, clearly. But if that's thrown out, then what? Then what?
And I don't think it's true in that case that they didn't investigate anyone. They came out and said Jack was cleared. Yeah. Yep. So for them to say Jack was cleared, that means Jack was investigated.
Yeah, he was.
And we know for a fact that Rebecca, the professor at the University of Idaho, we know for a fact that she was investigated and was found to have nothing to do with it, because the Moscow police released a press release supporting her in her lawsuit against the TikTok psychic crazy lady. So they did investigate other people and cleared them.
That they did a lawsuit against the TikTok lady.
Oh yeah, and she won. Rebecca Schofield won bigger than crap. Rebecca Schofield did. The professor did. The professor won the defamation suit against the TikTok psychic crazy lady.
Yeah. Well, I would think so. I was like, wait a second.
But that didn't resolve. I think Atozi covered it like Tuesday of last week. So that went on for a year.
Right. I think that's exactly why Jackson had a tantrum this morning, because I think he knows that they're going to come back on at least a manslaughter charge on a guilty. He just wants a lesser charge at this point. And he's having a fit about it. And I think Karen's coming unhinged. Clearly, if you're going to start laughing at the judge, which is not funny in the least bit. Yeah, well, a hashtag Reed Whacker. Shouldn't have named herself Weed Whacker. I name her Reed Whacker. So apparently likes whacking people. So yeah, see, if I could watch her, I really wanted to like EDV. I'm telling you, it's just sad. I can't. It's sad. Yeah, it does, Kodo. It does. It is important, Jerry will take one more for lunch. Yeah, let's hope so.
And-
I want it
and-
before lunch, but let's hope.
Ann Taylor is a good lawyer, and she is a
She is,
defense
yeah.
attorney who, as much as I want that DNA evidence to come in, and I as much as I want it to come in, because that's his conviction, I think everyone's right on that. Ann Taylor is a zealous advocate for her clients, but she's not up there giving, lectures to the judge about how law should be in Utah, because she's been practicing in Utah her entire career. She knows the law in Utah. She's not going to make a specious argument like that.
Right.
She's not in for the dramatics. She's in for the seriousness and the zealousness of her case, but she's not trying to, get a freaking Emmy.
Yeah, they pulled him over twice. They did, yes, twice. Like, I guess that was some sort of fuck up too. That wasn't supposed to happen, but they did. They pulled him over twice. Once was to like check his like knuckles and all that shit. Look at his hands, and they pulled him over twice. She does. Ann Taylor is very smart. Wait. Jackson said no comment yesterday. Did he really? When does he fucking say no comment, bro? Yeah, exactly. When has Jackson not talked and put a spin on the entire case today, Jackson? Yeah, usually he puts he gives some ridiculous comment. Like he said no comment yesterday. Wow.
I did see Lolly yesterday say no comment. I didn't hear Jackson
he doesn't
say no
usually give a ton
comment.
of comments anyway.
But he had all those microphones in his face when the 500 people or whatever were mobbing her. So you couldn't really hear what anybody was saying to anybody.
Right.
I couldn't anyway.
Yeah, I didn't see. Obviously, I don't usually watch anything after I'm not live anymore. But that's fucking weird. If he said no comment, like, I'm sorry, but usually he's got a lot of spin to put on whatever he wants to make everything look like sunshine and rainbows. Like, so he wants the world to think he pisses glitter. So I don't know. That's weird. Yeah, I did see the picture of the weird prayer huddle. Like, oh, did she laugh in that as well? Did she like think that was one? Did she laugh during the prayer huddle? Maybe. Like, come on. So
The way she was clinging to her dad yesterday, you could have blown her over with a straw.
Right.
I mean, she looked like she was ready to just completely shatter. And this morning she was worse. It did look to me like she had tear streaks in her makeup.
It's possible. I mean, if I was going to court thinking maybe this would be my last day of freedom, I'd probably be freaking out, just saying. I would definitely freak out. 100%. The judge told them. Yeah, but you can't. Unless there's a gag order, you can't tell them they can't talk. They have every right to answer questions from the media. And there's no gag order in effect. So they're allowed to give comment if they want.
And I did get your tag, Kodo, and I'm going to go watch that and comment and like and share and all of that lovely stuff as soon as we are done here.
I saw the tag too. Let's play it. That's what I forgot. I knew I was forgetting something. Hold on. Let me find it.
I do think they're anticipating a guilty verdict, and I think they're doing everything they can to keep the mob on their side despite that.
Yeah, to basically let them know that we will appeal everything and anything. La, 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 la. Like, stop it. Come on, computer. Okay.
Oh, if it's us talking, don't play it. I hate hearing my own voice.
Oh, I want to play it. Okay, here we go. Let me get this tab over here.
Of the superior charge.
Hold on, we gotta back it up here.
Of the superior charge, and that is the starting point of whether or not she is guilty or not guilty of any subordinate charge, often called a lesser included. Once they decide that she's not guilty of the superior charge, now there's two additional charges that they've been instructed they must decide whether she's guilty or not guilty of. How do they decide that she's not guilty of the first subordinate charge, involuntary manslaughter?
Okay. Anything else you want to say, Mr. Jackson?
I'd like an answer from the court. How do they decide that she's not guilty of involuntary manslaughter on that verdict?
That's their decision to make.
And how do they make it if they don't have an option to check a box that says not guilty?
They don't check the box that says guilty, do they? And then when they go to the next block, they don't check the block that says guilty. And on the top, you're left with not guilty. Okay?
So it's the absence of the check mark that the court determines is the not guilty finding by the jury.
Yes, that's what the verdict slip reads. It reads not guilty. If they don't check block 2, 3, or 4, the verdict slip reads not guilty. Okay? That's how it is, Mr. Jackson.
Well, and apparently that's how it's going to be because of the court's order. That is not how it should be, and it's over our strong objection. They need to see that there is a not guilty option for the subordinate charges. If they come back guilty on, for instance, involuntary manslaughter, that's immediately appealable. They didn't have an option on the verdict form to find her not guilty. It's almost like the court is directing a verdict of the subordinate charges.
Okay. I disagree with you. Ms. Giannetti, you've seen verdict slips exactly like this. Okay?
I actually haven't run.
Have you had no lesser includeds?
No, we've always had lesser included, but I have not seen a verdict slip there where not guilty is not an option.
Okay. I disagree with you. All right.
I don't see
Excuse me. This is funny, Ms. Reed. All right. We're done.
All rise for the court, please.
And she's still laughing. Still right there, she's laughing. Like, I'm sorry, what?
Let's just
Like-
pretend that the jury doesn't come out and in person announce their verdict verbally. And treat them like a bunch of 5-year-olds who are too stupid to figure out if they think she's guilty or not.
Right. Like, I'm sorry, but the judge has probably been waiting all trial to call her out on that shit. I would have, you know? No, he's got another date, pre-trial, I think, to schedule the trial date in July.
The 11th. And I only remember that because his next hearing and Trump's sentencing are the same day.
I think you're right. I think it is the 11th. My leg.
Because when Judge Ingeron announced the sentencing date, I laughed because we already had the Turtle Boy hearing, and I'm like, "Oh, really? We're going to do both of those that day? Okay, then."
Right. Yeah, that's not very smart to definitely, laugh at the judge that can sentence you. It's probably not a very fucking smart idea. Probably not at all. But, apparently Karen Reed thinks lots of things are great ideas that are not. So, I don't think they will do that. Maureen, that doesn't usually happen here. I think that the judge can impound the records of the names of the jurors if there's a circumstance she thinks that needs to happen, and I think that should happen in this case, but I'm not convinced that she will do that. She didn't sequester the jury, and I thought she should have sequestered them. I don't think they did anything for appeal. The judge made sure this was pretty unappealable. She made them go up there and testify numerous times that they would not be able to appeal certain things. So
I think this is the only thing. This is the only thing that they have specifically pointed to as.
Yep.
And he didn't even say we're putting this on record for appeal. He said this is immediately appealable. That's two different things.
It's not, though. Yeah, it's not.
He's still not putting it on the record for appeal.
He's just grandstanding, of course, for the cameras. Let's get real. you know. She is his ex, who he has tortured since she was brave enough to come out and say what happened to her with him when he tried to intimidate her into not testifying against him when she got a subpoena. Went over to her house and forced her to give him her phone to go through it and look through everyone she's ever talked to and who she said what to, and threatened her and her children and all that fun stuff he does to other people behind closed doors. He's not the first person who's threatened into silence, except this time it didn't work. So now he said all these horrible, awful, terrible, literally bunch of lies about her, and has all of his other people do the same thing, when in turn going real life and calling her children schools and calling her apartment complex and doing all these crazy fucking things like per usual. I think you're right, Aurora. I think it's the first time she's probably ever been scolded in her life. Yep, there is a fundraiser for Lindsay for her attorney fees. She needs that before the 11th, because they're asking for more things in her phone that he can disseminate and give to the world, like he already has with her minor children's names, that he literally thinks is fun. So if you have a chance, it's posted to my Twitter. I'd really appreciate it if you guys shared it, and if you can donate to it, because the attorney won't start working until the money's paid. So until the goal is met, nothing happens. And that's, unfortunately, victims don't get an attorney. You have to provide your own, no matter whether you're poor or not. So she's a single mother of 4, so she needs help. So I'd appreciate if anybody can share it. At the very least, if you can't donate, share it to other people that might be able to help. Yeah, he does. He is a bully. I hate fucking bullies.
Twitter is now saying that the most likely outcome is a hung jury because of 1 or 2 holdouts for guilty. Guys, it's been 5 hours. Calm down.
Yeah, I know. Jesus. I don't know. Who knows? He probably is live. Yeah, sometimes it is a reaction to being nervous, but as she's shown over and over, for her, it's not. Okay, thank you, Kodo. No, I think Yannetti is just like taking orders from Jackson at this point. Yeah. It's acting. Hold on, let me go over to my Discord real quick. I really need to get this on my freaking phone. Oh yeah, delete. I definitely didn't get anything from you on YouTube, so it probably was blocked from YouTube. I hate that YouTube does that because I only have a few words that are blocked out of my chat, and they're ones that none of you guys would say. They're ones that come from the mob. Jackson is being a baby. Hold on. I'm going to get it so you guys can see it. Just give me a second. Which is it? Is it in general? Oh, here we go. Okay. Can I make this bigger? I can. Okay, hold on. All right, this is your verdict slip, y'all. Can you see it? It's really small. I'm sorry. This is the best I can do for you guys to see it. It's this. Yes, baby. Okay, so this is what it says. Ready? It says at the top, Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, and it says verdict slip. It says offense. It says this is the docket number, CR117, and at the end 2282 CR117. Offense 002, manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence. In the above entitled case, we the jury say the defendant is 1, not guilty, 2, guilty as offensive charged. Manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence. Check one or both of the following: manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of alcohol, and or manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.8 or greater. 3, guilty of lesser included offense involuntary manslaughter. 4, guilty of lesser included charge of motor vehicle homicide, felony, OUI, liquor, and negligence. Check one or both of the following: motor vehicle homicide by operating a motor vehicle under the influence of alcohol, and or motor vehicle homicide by operating a motor vehicle with blood alcohol level of 0.8 or greater. And this is the unanimous decision of all 12 members. Date, foreperson, blah, blah, blah. So it would be, you just check not guilty if it's not guilty of all of them. Okay. It's, you check guilty if it's guilty of any of these. If you're not guilty, if you're guilty on one, but not guilty on the others, you would only check the ones you're guilty. The other ones that you don't check would be not guilty. And that's what he's having a cow about, is he thinks that every one of these, see how it says 2, guilty of offense as charged right here? He wants it to also say 2, not guilty of offense as charged. And then we put a not guilty here, a not guilty here, so that it would be guilty or not guilty, guilty or not guilty, guilty or not. That's what he wanted. That's what he's having a cow about, guys. Well, that's what he's having a cow about, y'all. That's what he wants, is them all to have a not guilty next to it. And they're not going to change the entire verdict procedure just because he's having a cow about it. That's not the way it works here in Mass. You can go back to California and complain about that.
Yeah, and if that's grounds for appeal, then every murderer convicted in Massachusetts for the last 275 years is going to immediately appeal. That's just asinine.
Well, his problem is if you check not guilty on the first one, if you check not guilty on the first one, he wants a not guilty on the second, the third, and the fourth, because he's saying if they check not guilty on the first, how do they put not guilty for the second, third, and fourth? Well, you just don't check anything. That's how it works. You just don't check anything, and they would know it's all not guilty. You would just check the not guilty and leave everything else blank. He wanted a guilty or not guilty next to all the lesser included charges. He's basically saying that the court is instructing them to like give a guilty on the lesser included, and there's no option for not guilty. Of course there is. You just don't check guilty. It's not rocket science. And obviously they have jury instruction for a reason. They're told how the sheet works.
Twitter is saying question incoming, but doesn't say if they're just going to send a note or if they're going to call them all back into session.
Well, I guess we'll find out if they're going to. Usually they call them into session to have the question read. So, I mean, I guess we'll find out. We're looking, I mean, if anything changed, the camera will pan down from Fanny the fan and the jury question will be read. So cross your fingers, y'all. Hopefully it's a good question of, see, here's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the jury to ask a question about the lesser included charges, indicating that that's what they're looking at. So fingers crossed it's something like that. So we'll find out in the next minute or so, usually 2 minutes or so. Why? See, this is the shit they do. Why? Why are they doing that? Weird. This is an effing joke while laughing. Oh, she probably was saying that. I don't doubt it. That's why the judge asked her. She thought it was funny.
They have to stay in the courthouse or they had to stay in the courthouse until 10. And then they could go and then come back at like 3:30 to release the jury. But they have to stay within 5 minutes of the courthouse. So my guess is they're either over
It would take
at
at
the,
least 5 minutes. Yeah.
yeah, they're either across the street over at the deeds place hanging out with the loonies in the bathroom, or they're just hanging out in the courthouse.
Ah, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Something's happening. Hold on. There's a question for the jury. Hold on.
Goes back to session, you may be seated.
Judge, we have a question for the jury. It's been marked QQQ for
Okay.
identification.
So, question, can we request the cert report detailing the search performed? So they can request it, but they can't get it. So I'm just going to say you have all the evidence in this case. We'll figure that out. I'll get some language from you. But Mr. Jackson, after our hearing this morning, I considered what you said. I went back and I read the jury instructions I gave yesterday. So I do appreciate the concern about the confusion this might cause the jury. I think it's easily clarified with the supplemental instruction. I don't think it's the verdict slip. I think it's how they're to follow the verdict slip. So what I've written up, this is a very rough draft. I'll read it to you. I'll take a break and let you consider it if you want. And this works out. I received this, I don't know, 15 minutes ago, and I've been, the letter, the question from the jury. So it seems a good time. So I was working on this. It seems a good time to bring them in for an answer to that question. And I would say, as long as I have you here, I want to clarify my instructions regarding your verdict as to count 2 of the indictment. As I instructed you yesterday, there are 2 lesser offenses of that crime, which are involuntary manslaughter and motor vehicle homicide, felony, OUI, liquor, and negligence. Therefore, count 2 encompasses 3 separate charges, the most serious of which is manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. In considering count 2, you should first focus on the crime of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. And if the Commonwealth has failed to prove that crime beyond a reasonable doubt, then you are to consider the remaining lesser included offenses in descending order. The lead charge is manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. If you find that the Commonwealth has proved all 5 elements, or proven all 5 elements of this charge beyond a reasonable doubt, then your verdict shall be guilty of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. If, however, you find that the Commonwealth has not proven all 5 elements of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, then you are to consider whether the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the 3 elements of the lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter. If the Commonwealth has proven the 3 elements of involuntary manslaughter, then your verdict shall be guilty on the lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter. If, however, you find the Commonwealth has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt the crime of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor and the lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter, then you are to consider whether the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the 5 elements of motor vehicle homicide, felony, OUI, liquor, and negligence. If the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the 5 elements of motor vehicle homicide, then your verdict shall be guilty of the lesser included offense of motor vehicle homicide, OUI, liquor, and negligence. If, however, the Commonwealth has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt all elements of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, and has failed to prove all of the elements of the lesser included offenses of involuntary manslaughter or motor vehicle homicide, felony, OUI, liquor, and negligence, then your verdict must be not guilty to count 2.
May I have just a moment?
Yes.
She's not caving. She's not rewriting the form. She's offering them an option.
Yep.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I be heard?
Yes.
I deeply appreciate the court's additional clarifying language.
But
I would simply ask for one very simple amendment, and that is at the top of the verdict slip
No.
that says the two words, not guilty. We would ask that the verdict slip read, not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense. That's it. And I think that and the court's clarifying instruction would satisfy the defense.
No.
Oh, I think, I know it will. That's all we ask.
No.
All right.
I can repeat that if the.
Don't
court
change it.
wishes.
Don't change it.
No. Give the instruction.
So there are
That's
some
it.
like minor changes we have to make to the verdict slip anyway. Just, you know, it has to
No.
be consistent. So the manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence, the tab needs to, actually, Tori. So there needs to be some physical changes on the verdict slip. Anyway, it needs to be indented. There needs to be a colon after guilty of offense charged. It's not complete. It doesn't have under the influence of liquor. It just says under the influence. So there are some minor changes that need to be made to the verdict slip. Does the Commonwealth oppose the suggestion made by Mr. Jackson, which seems like a reasonable one?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so
Because it wasn't
it will be
entered into
not
evidence,
guilty.
so she can't.
So tell me again how you want it.
Sure.
Now she's caving.
You want-
Not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense.
And every convict in the state of Massachusetts is throwing a party
Yep.
because their form didn't read that way. So now they think they have grounds for
I
it.
think the
Appealable offense, yep.
clarifying language that I proposed
Is enough.
is important.
I do too, and I appreciate that. I think with that amendment to the slip and the clarifying language, I think coupling those up is exactly what the defense was asking for.
Yeah, that should have been done before the
So
jury
I need
deliberates, not during.
to clean, I'd like to send in a written copy of what I just read there. I have a couple of things bolded. I need to fix this up a little bit. I mean, it was just done quickly. The jury's been waiting. Why don't we bring them in? And I will tell them that a new verdict slip will come into them. How's that? I do, though, have to make a finding that the verdict slip as is was proper. All right, so we'll just leave it at that. I'll make the amendment that you
On the
want, but
basis, here we
that's
go.
my finding.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just from a logistics standpoint, once the new verdict slip is prepared and ready,
We all need to see it.
I was just gonna ask, do we have that emailed to us or something?
Yeah, we all need to see it. I will work with Tori. All right. All right, can we bring the jurors in, please? Oh, I'm sorry. What suggested language on the cert report?
But I'm sorry, Judge.
Any suggested language on their question?
No, I think the court's correct that in terms of the cert report request, the court's answer is right on point, which is you are directed to you're directed to review the evidence that's in front of you, and that's it.
I'm just
They
going
don't
to say
have
you
that.
have all the evidence in this case. We will not give you anything.
Yeah,
Okay.
she can't give them that report because it's not been entered into evidence.
It was not entered into evidence, therefore she cannot give them something that was not entered into evidence in this case.
I mean, she told them in instructions that police reports can be referred to during the trial, but cannot be admitted. She told them that. Well, of course, she's going to appeal. I mean, everyone convicted appeals. It's just a thing.
If she gets
Doesn't mean she'll
convicted of anything,
prevail.
she's going to appeal no matter what. Let's get real here. It doesn't matter. She's going to try to appeal anything and everything, regardless.
All right, so jurors, we're in receipt of your question. Can we request the cert report detailing the search performed? I take this as a request, and the answer is that you folks, you have all the evidence in the case. So what you have is the evidence in the case. You won't be receiving any additional evidence. But as long as I have you here, I want to clarify my instructions regarding your verdict is to count 2 of the indictment. As I instructed you yesterday, there are 2 lesser offenses of that crime, which are involuntary manslaughter and motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI, liquor, and negligence. Therefore, count 2 encompasses 3 separate charges, the most serious of which is manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. In considering count 2, you should first focus on the crime of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, and if the Commonwealth has failed to prove that crime beyond a reasonable doubt, then you are to consider the remaining lesser included offenses in descending order. So, the lead charge is manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. If you find that the Commonwealth has proven all 5 elements of this charge beyond a reasonable doubt, then your verdict shall be guilty of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. If, however, you find that the Commonwealth has not proven all 5 elements of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, then you are to consider whether the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the 3 elements of the lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter. If the Commonwealth has proven the 3 elements of involuntary manslaughter, then your verdict shall be guilty on the lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter. If, however, you find the Commonwealth has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt the crime of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor and the lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter, then you are to consider whether the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the 5 elements of motor vehicle homicide, felony, OUI, liquor, and negligence. If the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the 5 elements of motor vehicle homicide, then your verdict shall be guilty of the lesser included offense of motor vehicle homicide, OUI, liquor, and negligence. If, however, the Commonwealth has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt all the elements of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor and has failed to prove all the elements of the lesser included offenses of involuntary manslaughter or motor vehicle homicide, felony, OUI, liquor, and negligence, then your verdict must be not guilty to count 2. So I'm going to send in a new verdict slip on count 2 that's just a little bit different, and we have to sort of change we have to indent something and change the spacing a little bit to make it a little bit clearer for you. Okay, so we'll get that into you in the next 10 minutes. All right, thank you all very much.
And any juror who understood the instructions and the form clearly enough before now, that changed nothing.
It didn't
Because
change anything.
the understanding didn't change.
Everything's the
I
same,
wish
really.
she hadn't
Just-
caved, though. I really
Yeah,
do. I wish she'd stood her
don't know
ground and
why.
said, no, this
Me
is
too.
Massachusetts law and it's just going to stay.
Yeah, I don't know why she caved. I wouldn't have. But look at Karen. Like, you think that that's going to help you? Whether it's in it, I don't. You're not going to be found not guilty because they made it a checkbox for guilty or not guilty. That doesn't really make a difference. I'm hoping today, but I don't think we're going to get it before lunch like I thought. Maybe, maybe not. So what they asked for was the cert report about the searches, but the cert report isn't in evidence, so they cannot give them something that isn't in evidence. Which means one of the jurors wants to know something about the way they did the searches, which is understandable. I get it, but at the same time, it doesn't really change anything, and they have all of the evidence that is going to be given in this trial. So,
Or they were looking to see if Jackson's claims that they intentionally hid the time is true versus what they wrote down contemporaneously.
Well, that you can take it 2 ways. You can take it as one of the jurors is holding out on maybe they didn't do the search properly thing, but there's no evidence to that. So that it's actually good news because it slaps down the whole, well, there's no evidence to that. Conjecture by an attorney, words by an attorney is not evidence of anything. And because that cert team that report is not in evidence, they cannot consider it, which means that just got slapped down. So it's actually very good. They know what time the cert team arrived. They have that. They wanted the cert report, the search report.
Yeah, they know everything they need to know Michael Proctor did not bury evidence under 18 inches of snow or 12 inches of snow or whatever it was at that time of day.
Well, they were told that, the public was told taillight was on top of the snow, remember?
Yeah, I do. But the jury knows that it was found under the snow. So
No, they have the
whole...
times of when the cert team was at Fairview. They have that. They have all that. What they were asking for is the warrant, the cert warrant, like for the search, like basically the search report.
But kid, the defendant doesn't know the law in Massachusetts better than the judge does. The judge, for some reason, decided to alter the law just for this case, but then also put in the little addition
I think she's
that
just like
it's
not dealing with
just for this
trying
case.
to appeal bullshit. I think she was just like, you know what? You want to argue something stupid? I'm going to make sure that if she's found guilty, you can't appeal or try to even appeal on something so stupid. So she was just like, okay, fine. That's what you want. I'm still ruling it was proper because this is what we always use, but I'll insert your little stupid whatever you're asking for. Sure. No problem, bub.
Yeah, what she did was she said, I was right the first time, but here you go if it'll stop you throwing a tantrum in my courtroom.
Yeah, because they have other reports, Aurora, that tell them the times of the cert team and stuff. It's not the cert report they're looking for, but they have other police reports and stuff that show the times of when it happened and when they were there and when like phone calls happened and between the Michael Proctor and the people he had on scene. So they have other stuff. But the judge has been very careful to make sure that they can't appeal anything here.
Yeah, there's no cert report that they have access to. Even if one was written, it wouldn't be admitted as evidence. She told them that yesterday. Reports can be referred to, but not admitted. But what they do have is the dispatch log. So they know what time they got there. Well, then this one they weren't. So they can't be now.
This one they weren't. So they can't have it because it wasn't admitted into evidence for whatever reason. So I don't, well, he probably didn't think he needed it, but either way, they can't give the jury something that is not admitted into evidence. They have everything that they're going to get when it comes to evidence.
And they do have the dispatch log, so they do know what time the cert team got there.
They have a bunch of other stuff that shows all that. They just don't have the cert report itself. They should have the transcription of the testimonies, but I'm not sure.
Well, I mean, I don't know in Massachusetts. In Illinois, transcripts aren't evidence, so no, they can't have them. They also can't play any audio recording or anything of the testimony. They had to go on what they wrote down, or that's it.
I don't know. They've done transcripts before. I'm not sure whether they got transcripts or not. It's Michael Morrissey, not William Morrissey. Babe.
They don't have any of the police reports. Police reports are prone to human error. And I mean, other than dispatch logs and things that are inarguable, police reports are just one officer's narrative. It's not evidence of anything, really. And everything that would go in that report is in multiple other places, like dispatch logs, evidence logs, things like that. They have all that information. They don't need one officer to write a summary of it.
No, they don't. And they do. They have the timeline. They don't. Yes, the findings they have. They just don't directly have the cert report. For whatever reason, it wasn't in evidence. I don't know. I have no idea why. We weren't told why. It doesn't mean much to me, honestly. They have everything that they're going to get. To me, it really just means that they're able to rule out bullshit theories because there's no evidence of said bullshit theory.
I mean, audio and video evidence is evidence. Again, I think it depends on the
do have the
jurisdiction. Like I
video.
said,
Yeah.
in Illinois, if a jury were to come and say, hey, can we have video of this portion of the testimony? The answer would be no, because the video itself is not evidence. Can we have a transcript of this person's testimony? No, because that transcript is not evidence. Because again, it goes through a human person. Is the transcript reliable? Is the court reporter a reliable individual? Yeah, she's been doing this for a whole lot of years. But just like the police reports would be filtered through the one human point of potential error as the officer writing the narrative, the transcript could have errors in it if she hit the wrong button.
Absolutely.
So in Illinois, they eliminate all possibility of that. You can't have video of testimony and you can't have transcripts. At least not in any criminal trial I've ever seen.
I know they have the videos from the trial as evidence. They have all that, like the videos, Karen's voice, all that shit. They have that.
I still don't think it's going to matter. I mean, you could read that question about the CERT report either way. Are they looking for proof Michael Proctor was involved, or are they looking for proof he wasn't? Who knows? But they're looking for that particular timeline for some particular reason.
Yeah. I mean, it's possible. But I mean, they're discussing the evidence. That's a good sign. You know what I mean? Like, they, oh, I forgot to mute that. Hold on. Sorry, I hate those. Who was there, what, where everything was done. Yeah. But they have that in other papers. They just don't have like one, you know, they got to put it all together. That's kind of the point of evidence. I think they just wanted something to show them that was quick and easy, but unfortunately that's not the way a jury works. So they should know by now, like, you know.
And
Here's the thing. They
Aurora,
also have to take into consideration that the pieces also went to the lab. So when they were rebagged, it's possible that the lab put them, like one piece broke off, or the lab put them in, you know, back in the wrong package or whatever, like after they went to the lab, because they had to be rebagged after they went to the lab.
And I don't think we're in a position of being able to say that, well, it's probably because of this. Because yeah, you could say that, you know, that maybe someone thinks there's an issue, or maybe they all know there is no issue and they're just looking for support of their contention.
Yeah, it's possible.
I mean, it could go either way.
Yeah, of course the jury should know what the CERT report is. No, they get videos and photos. Anything that was shown in the trial that was a video or photo. Why is the camera moving? Something's happening.
Oh, I was shaking, sorry.
No, it's
Yeah.
not you. It's literally the camera over there.
Yeah, what I said was in Illinois, they don't get video or audio of the testimony. They don't get transcripts of the testimony. Any audio or video or report transcripts or interview transcripts that were entered as evidence, those they get. But they don't get to go back and pick over people's breathing or terminology, or did they use a wrong word here, things that would show up. It's like people arguing for allowing the jurors to watch YouTube playback. Oh, hell no.
Yeah, they don't give what I'm reading here is they do not give transcripts of any witness testimony. You have to rely on your notes and your own mind on what you heard. No, they talked about the CERT team and stuff in trial. No, they talked about it numerous times. What time the CERT team got there. They're the ones who found the piece of the tail light in the shoe, all that stuff. Exactly. They don't ask for proof of things they already have. They ask questions about things they don't know or don't have. There's no reason to prove something they already know. They're either trying to rule something out or rule something in. So I have the model for the criminal jury charge right here, and it literally says, jurors, you will be responsible for deciding this case. Please pay close attention to the evidence. You will see in here during this trial. And then this is the beginning of it, but also they have the indictments, read the indictments, outline of the trial. Then it goes down to the end. Where's the end part? Let's see. Trial rules, and then tells you like the role of everyone, counsel, conduct, be fair. This is all the stuff that Bev read already. But let's see, elements of the charges, note taking. At the end of the trial, when you meet in private to deliberate, you'll have all of the exhibits with you. We cannot provide you with transcripts of any witness's testimony. However, so you will have to rely on your memory of what each witness tells you. You may take notes during the trial if you wish. Our court officers will give you a notebook or notepad and a pen or pencil. Some jurors find it helpful to take notes while listening to the evidence. It may help them focus on the testimony and remember what the witness said. Some of you may not want to take any notes, which is fine. Whether you take notes is entirely up to you. Whether you take notes or not, you need to pay close attention to each witness and what they say. In deciding who and what to believe, you should watch and listen to each witness carefully. Think about whether the witness seems believable, whether the witness memory seems reliable, and anything else about how the witness testifies and what the witness says that helps you decide whether and how much to believe the witness. When you deliberate at the end of trial, remember that it is your memory that counts. Your notes may help jog your memory about what a witness said, but they are not a substitute for what you or other jurors remember about the testimony. Do not assume that because you or another juror wrote something down that it is more accurate than you or another juror's memory of what the witness actually said. Your notes are confidential. No one, including me, will read them. Court officers will collect your notebooks and pens at the end of each trial day and keep them safe until they're returned to you the next morning. When the trial is over, the court officers will destroy the notes. So,
Maureen, personally, I think that's what they're looking for with the CERT report. That's my personal
human
opinion.
error.
Is they're looking for how those three pieces became five. And as Alan put it, obviously the little tiny shard fell off of one of the pieces in the bag with it. The other one was marked as being there on the bag itself, which they do have. What they were wanting to do was look and see if it really was written down wrong in the report. That's my opinion on what that question was about.
Right. And
But
again,
that's just me.
I've never seen a case that doesn't have errors in like police reports and stuff. Usually it's times, people's names mixed up, spellings of names mixed up, who said what mixed up. Like Janet said this when really Mary said this. You know what I'm saying? Like I've never seen a case where there hasn't been some mistakes in it, because again, even the police are going on memory when they write the report, which is why it should be standard protocol for them to have to write the report, have to write notes and have to write a report. That's not right now. They don't have to. They should have to, because again, the longer you take to do it, you're not going to remember everything correctly. And they shouldn't have to rely on memory. Also, that's why I think every police officer, no matter where you are, should have a body cam. Period. No ifs, ands, or buts. So that way you can't misconstrue or misremember anything. Unfortunately, that's not the reality of the situation nowadays, but it should be, because everyone should have a body cam.
It's becoming more and more common. I mean, even in this little bitty town, you know, the DUI fund popped for body cameras because in Illinois, all municipalities have to engage body cameras at all times. The second they initiate a stop, that body cam comes on.
Canton doesn't, and only some of the state police do. So that's, you know what I mean? Like Proctor doesn't have to have one because he's an investigator. You know, he does like murders and stuff. I think they should have to, no matter what your position is, and all of them should wear them.
And what RP said is also true. They're not allowed to watch those body cams until after they turn their report in.
Which is, well, there's good reason for that too, I guess, because then they can't, because if they lie on purpose, they're caught. But again, for good cops, that sucks. For good cops that want to tell the truth, you know what I'm saying? Like, and want to be accurate and just can't remember, that sucks. Because then it puts them in a position to, if they can't remember and they think they remember, to make it look like they're lying when they're not. But I get why they do that as well, to catch the ones that are lying. But it puts real good cops in a precarious situation.
And I was still on the city council when the body cam law came down from the GA. And our cops and our state's attorney lost their minds, as did most cops and state's attorneys in little tiny towns all over the state. And it was a budget issue because those things are expensive. Now, we had access to the DUI fund, which does allow them to buy equipment. That's where we were able to fund ours from, and that's where most of the towns around here were able to fund their, with DUI fines go specifically into one fund, and then the police can access that. They also have like big drug bust funds and things like that that they can access. But their whole thing was that they didn't want their interactions recorded. That's what the state's attorney was fighting about. And in the end, he got overruled. And now everybody has their body cams. And life is much more pleasant here now.
What other lady's name? From where? Got to be more specific.
Me? I'm Bree.
Oh, yeah. I was going to say, which lady? Who talking about Bree? I know the names pop up after I do this. See? Yeah, see? Think they want the report in order to confirm the timeline of when the vehicle entered the taillight versus when the first taillight fragment was found by the 13. Maybe it's possible. It's a broken fucking taillight. 1 piece, 2 piece, 3 pieces. Yeah, it came from her SUV. That's the thing. It doesn't really matter how many pieces were there or weren't there. That doesn't prove anything. That's the problem, right? Is no matter how many pieces are there or not there, that doesn't prove a damn thing. There are, microscopic pieces of tail light in John's clothes. That proves something. That proves that her tail light is in his clothes. Like, that's, you know what I'm saying? Like, how many pieces doesn't so much really prove much, That's kind
right.
of
And
like,
and that polycarbonate that was already cracked and fractured, when the evidence was reviewed and the defense was there when it was reviewed and when it was put back in the bag, they knew what went into the bag. They knew what came out. A little tiny shard falling off of a piece that was already fractured is not an unreasonable thing. That's what happens. Like, if it's already fractured, then the odds of it, you set a paper bag down on it too hard or next to it too hard and it could knock it loose. It's really not a big thing.
yeah. And I don't know, Val, if you're still watching, but the one that you sent me, the message that you sent me that you saw, that's a different one than the one that I'm referring to that Karen sent to her attorneys. So, oh, wait, I got a 17-second clip. I need to see this. Hold on. She's in full 17-second clip of her coming back into the courthouse from earlier. Let me just see this real quick. Oh, yeah, she's on a mission, dude. Oh, my God, look at her face. She's afraid. This is when they called them in earlier for the jury instruction or whatever, and she looks like she's ready to effing lose it, guys.
We see Fannie McFan.
No, I'm watching it on my phone. It's in a group chat that I have. I gotta find where this is so I can show you guys on Twitter. Hold on.
And like Kodo said, the stuff not making sense, and this is your big conspiracy that a piece fell off. It no matter how hard they tried on the outside to put the word small in Officer Barros's testimony, it was not there.
Yeah,
he said it was not completely damaged, which, yeah, it was completely damaged. Even if it was just cracked, it was completely damaged. But what he meant was it was not completely broken.
It wasn't,
was
the
not
whole thing
completely
wasn't
gone.
out. There was still pieces of it there. It wasn't completely gone is what he meant. And that's what I would have said too, not knowing that people were going to try to twist my words.
And the fact that Alan Jackson never put the word small in Officer Barros's mouth in court should tell y'all a lot.
Right. Yeah, that's right. They added that. Olivia added that into her stupid thing. Like, no. Why is it not letting me sign? Twitter's being weird on my computer where it's trying to tell me that my screen name isn't my screen name. It is. So please, for the love of God.
That is true. Kodo brings up a good point that, cracked and broken and shattered do mean different things to different people. Terminology is important, but there's also a differentiation between a fractured bone and a broken bone, and most people think a fracture is a break. So,
ready? I'm going to share my X. Hold on. Hold on 1 second before I decide to do that. Oop. Okay. I don't know why all these things are on the side of my, like, I don't usually use it on like line. So it's obnoxious the way they do it here. Hold on a second. Hold on, guys. Hold on. On me from these weird 774 numbers that keep calling me that are like scammers and like they're not even bill collectors. They're like just weird scammers. Like, okay, so I'm going to show you the cesspool of Tweeter. Okay, I'm going to show you my cesspool of Tweeter. All right, so here's a good one from John DePetra from 32 minutes ago. First jury question on cert. Good for Lally. Can we request the cert before detailing the search is the question. So John DePetra says, first jury question on cert. Good for Lally. Oh, Julie's pup. What a cutie. All right. Ted Daniels, 2 hours ago. Court resumed briefly and it got testy. AJ tells judge the verdict slip is incorrect. He says there is a no guilty box to check on the lesser included charges of involuntary manslaughter and motor vehicle homicide. He tells the judge they need to see there is a not guilty option, blah, 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 blah. Why does he think he can change the way things work in Massachusetts? Aunt Aidenism said, he doesn't even have a license to practice here. The sense of entitlement is so apparent. Yes, Aunt Aidenism, it freaking is. Absolutely. Yeah, the ridiculous things these people say, honestly. Like, thank you, Karen, for pointing out the ridiculous things people say. True crime and wine. Oh, and John's dad testifying to support of Karen. Yeah, that was one of the other lies. Thank you for pointing that out, Karen. It wasn't a lie. We never saw the bulkhead, the doorknob, the dug-up basement, what happened to the tow truck driver, the warm body that put John O'Keefe in 34, Fairview, Berkey, Morrissey on the stand. What else are we missing? Lots of things. So this is what these people say. Don't need any of them. Lally dragged it out so much and failed so miserably to even remotely present, let alone prove his case. What? The didn't need tells me everything I need to know. How you know nothing of the legal system. You think someone on trial for a life doesn't need evidence if they have it to prove our innocence? Pretty sure Karen said, we know who did it, which would imply a person yet to be named. Still waiting. The FBI. That's because they're still waiting for the FBI to so stupid. Oh, this person is so smart. The doorknob will come into play in all the federal trials. I think the feds may have some info on that basement. And laughing is correct. Yeah, they do. They have the receipts from the insurance company, you idiot. 3 liters, lots of blood either. Oh, God. Good one. Been asking for weeks for that one. How could I forget? The thing some of these people say is amazing to me on how you get to this like level of out of touch with reality. Okay, literally. Yeah, where's the person who was going to place John in the house? I also got that same thing. Sean said there was going to be 3 people testifying that John was in that house, and I told him no, there was not. I told him that was not a thing. It was not happening. There was no 3 people that saw him in the house. There was no 3 people that ever that saw a fight. That's not a thing. It never happened. And it wasn't Higgins because I had that conversation with him. That was Higgins, apparently, Jules said, when he said something about seeing an unidentified male, which obviously wasn't John because he knows John. It was likely Colin leaving the house, which probably was Colin leaving the house before John got there. I'm guessing. Do they have concerns 23 minutes ago?
That's what I was thinking during that whole thing. Why would Brian Higgins say a tall, dark-haired guy was in the house? He knew John. He would know John. I mean, black hair. He had dark hair, but I wouldn't say black. And plus, he knows John. He would have known it was him. And
okay,
why would they believe that one thing Brian Higgins said and nothing else?
Right. Doesn't make sense, y'all. Also, he's a decorated agent. Like, stop it. Like, ridiculous. So, Antiquated Rogue says that Juror 3, who is a big time free Karen Reed, is crying because she wants to decide the fate of Karen Reed. Apparently, Ellen Jackson is fighting for her to get on the jury and was yelling at the court officer. McDermott left the courtroom. That's nice. This is the most amazing comment I've ever seen so far from free Karen Reed. Boston is the worst state in America. So perfect in every way. Oh, we're not a state, Junior. It's a city. Boston is the worst state in America. Massachusetts is the state there. You absolute genius.
I agree. Boston is a terrible state. Boston is a terrible state. What are you people doing?
I know.
You don't
I
even
don't know
like.
what we're doing.
You don't even have like representation in Congress.
Someone says this is Karen. Oh, John says here's Karen Reed saying this is a fucking joke while laughing. See if I can make it bigger. No, you can't. Fuck. The picture in picture, not bigger. Full screen. Here we go. Okay, ready?
I disagree with you. Excuse me? This is funny, Ms. Reed? All right, we're done.
All rise for the court, please.
So she says this is a fucking joke, I guess.
All right, excuse me? This is funny, Ms. Reed? All right, we're done.
All rise for the court, please.
If she wasn't just laughing but dropped an F-bomb, she's lucky she wasn't found in immediate contempt.
She should have been. Okay. She has no respect for the court. Her defense team has no respect for the court. The defense has ran this courtroom the whole trial, along with Karen making faces, performing for the camera, mouthing things to her parents. It should have been stopped a long time ago. I agree, Michelle. It should have been stopped a very long time ago. And I'm guessing that the judge has been waiting to stop her for some time. Now, where is it? New merch coming. Excuse me, is this funny misread t-shirts? I can make those. Mood is not as high as yesterday. People seem confused and less confident. Well, I would think so.
And I would have to say that if attorney Beverly Cannoni was a defense attorney, she knows exactly what David Yannetti has seen on verdict slips.
Yep. Remember Reed telling state police while being arrested, this is a joke, right? Seems to be her go-to line. Okay, so here it is. Here's the video of her looking like she's freaking out because she knows she I don't think they're like a jury question. I think they're told. So they told they need to get back to the courtroom. Hold on. Let me get this bigger so you guys can see it bigger. Not so small. Is that better? Yeah, because I'm on a different tab than you guys right now.
Yes, that's good.
10. Oh, what did we block? Sorry.
Well, Kodo's comments. Kodo's comment is blocking the bottom, and someone blocked A Jules. I think it was Maureen said she blocked A Jules.
I would hope it wasn't Jules. Jules is on this side. What do you mean? Hold on. Oh, it's broken. It was gross. I'm just reading your comments now. Waiting for you to opine. Hello. Broken infraction. The same meaning. Not to the turbulence. Yeah, probably going to raid the court. Yeah, that's what they seem to think. They're going to raid the court.
Well, what I was saying is when my son was 2.5, he fell and broke his arm, and both bones in his forearm were broken. Clean breaks. They had to be reset. My daughter, when she was 7, fell out of a swing and got a green stick fracture, which does not break all the way through. It leaves part of it, like when you're snapping a green stick off a tree and you get that, that part that sticks. That's the way the doctor described the difference between a fracture and a break to me. A fracture does not go all the way through. A break does.
Well, I've had, I'm not guessing in a lot of things. A lot of things I knew ahead of time that you guys didn't. So it's not that like I'm on point because like I'm just guessing. I was on point because I knew before some of you knew. It's not, you know what I mean? I wish my guessing skills were that good, but I can't give myself that pat on the back. But now I'm opining. At this point, I'm opining because I have no idea what the jury's going to do, obviously. So at this point, I'm opining. I have no clue.
Hey, Lisa.
These are my thoughts. Yes.
She fell out of the swing at school, bitch. I wasn't even there. Try again.
Oh, I can't. Can't wait till Chloe writes her book. Okay. We got a troll, y'all. See yourself on out, Trolly McTrollerson. See, it's like people like that have no life. They have to come in here and run their mouths to people they don't even know. Like kids do this thing called playing, and they do this thing called getting hurt. My kid skinned her knee for the first time ever. The first bleed on her knee. What was it, last weekend, babe? Last weekend outside. And she was fine at first, and then it took her like a couple minutes, and then she started bawling, and it was just like a little scrape, but it was the first time she had ever scraped her knee where it started bleeding. And I let her pick the Band-Aid. We came and cleaned it out with Band-Aids on it, and she's 6.5. So like, what do you mean? Kids, that's what kids do. They play. They play and they hurt themselves. My niece broke her arm on and this was, she's an adult now. She's like 22 now, but back when she was 3 on a trampoline while we were all right there. So, I mean, accidents happen. Yeah, those things happen. But when you want to troll, please at least troll properly. Like, you're just an idiot.
And the really funny thing about that
No, not you.
is that when I picked her up from school, because the school called me immediately, I got there, she had blood running down her face because she had hit her head. I was mad that they hadn't cleaned her up. Took her straight to the ER. They looked at her head. They checked her all out. She didn't have a concussion. They let her use the restroom real quick before we moved, and she couldn't zip up her pants. And I went back into the room and said, you need to x-ray her arm.
Right. And never mind the fact that it happened at school. So yeah, I guarantee the school was out there. She was probably at recess, and it still happened. It's called an accident for a reason. Absolute genius. If you don't have kids, also don't talk about being a parent, because you don't have fucking kids. You don't have a right to. You know, Maureen, we do. But apparently, even with some of these trolls belong in them. I worked at a hospital for the criminally insane. That's actually a prison. It's called Bridgewater State Hospital, but it's actually a prison for the criminally insane. And it's run by the Department of Correction. They're in cells. They were inmate. Everything is by prison standards. They've committed crimes. That's why they're there. Some awaiting trial, some sentenced. But some of those people literally match people like the sewer turtle. That literally they belong in a place like that, because that's how insane some of these people are. You know, I mean, I've blocked so many people on X. I've never had to block people ever in my life until this. Okay.
Chili, who's idiot?
Wait, what?
What does Chili have to do with anything? Look at the last comment. Like, Chili, you're idiot. Who's idiot? What?
Chili
that doesn't even make sense.
I
don't know. Chili sounds good.
I know they should be in one of the many very free Karen Reed chats. They should be. You are our troll. Yeah, Jules is an awesome person. I like Jules. Yeah, dude, kids do all sorts of. Oh, chill. I think you meant chill, you idiot. Not chili, chill.
Oh, okay. Arguing with Kid about, or arguing with Delete about who the actual troll is. I think we all
no. I seen a kid do a backflip off the twist slide. He broke his arm. Yeah, I mean, that's what kids do, dude. My kid's brave. Yeah, they're Messiah. Go to your Messiah, please, for the love of God. Go to your go drink the expired Kool-Aid. No, you know, yeah, I mean, I felt bad for them at first, and now I just don't, because they're just idiots. And it's like, bro, if you can't even use your own brain and you keep drinking expired Kool-Aid, then I really don't have I don't feel bad for you anymore. You're still drinking the expired Kool-Aid. All right, let's take a look at this horrifying face Karen makes on her way back into court when they were asking the question. Ready?
Wait, what? Right here. All right, you got it.
She's horrified. Absolutely horrified. As she should be. I would be if I was her too.
Well, if they didn't tell her it was a question, and you would assume her attorneys have been saying, hey, if it's less than a certain number of hours, that's not a good thing, and we're under that certain number of hours, then yeah, I could understand her being terrified.
I'd be terrified if I was her in general. I'm seeing some movement on the camera, so I'm just watching it for a second to see. Sometimes when they start moving the camera a little, it's because like something's happening. I don't know. Nothing. I mean, nothing yet. It's moving, but let's see. Yeah, excuse me. This is funny misread. Who are they watching over here? Who is this person? Oh, this is Kevin. Sorry. I'm like, who? Judge Scholes, Karen Reen. All right, let's see what this lady has to say. Not that I trust her with a 10-foot pole. To be clear, there's no cert report from the night 120 in evidence in this case. Yeah, we already knew that. Thank you, Captain Obvious. Okay. Thank you. We knew that. Some of the shiitake these people say is quite amazing to me.
Man, if all you guys have is that my daughter with EDS, which her bones can dislocate standing completely still, if that's the best you got is I need to watch her better, you really need work.
All right. I should watch my kid from a skinned knee. Do you know how ridiculous that sounds? And if you have to make, like, you know, bot accounts to troll people, like, you're a sad person. Get a life. Get a life. That's how kids learn, by the way. It's called cause and effect. Learn how to be a parent, maybe. Are you going to follow your kid? You're going to hold your kid? You're going to hold their shirt while they're playing on the playground? Is that what you're going to do? You fucking
I should have gone. I should have gone to school with her and caught her when she fell out of the swing because her headband fell in her face and she let go of the chains to push it back up in her eye, out of her eyes.
Well, I guess Mama Bree's gonna have to come to Massachusetts and watch me 24/7 now, because now that you're my mom, I need to be watched so I don't hurt myself.
I have 2 autistic children, one that's type 1 diabetic, one that has Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, and another one that has a hernia given to him by the hospital that almost killed him during an appendectomy. I think I'm good on kids to watch. You got this. Elise.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't know. Oh, no.
And they're all adults. The youngest is 22. So
yeah, people seem to think that children are made of rubber or glass, seemingly. No, you know who the people who think that are the same people who think it's okay for the sewer turtle to use pictures of his own children in the bathtub to frame a YouTuber and then laugh about it. That these are the same people that troll. Let's just be clear on the brain cells that these people are rubbing together on a daily basis. Again, that's an expired Kool-Aid they need to stop drinking. I'm getting reports of an active shooter in Florida right now. Oh boy, that's no good.
Where at? Not Clearwater again, I hope.
Because I have a lot of family all over Florida. So if somebody could find out where, I'd be very appreciative. She might need to be detoxed. And yeah, she looks scared to death.
I mean, Clearwater isn't my favorite place in the world, being the central location.
Oh my God, Melbourne, Florida.
It's Scientology, but Clearwater's had enough to deal with the last 6 months.
Alyssa, there is one. It's just not in evidence. It's not in evidence in this case. Melbourne, Florida. Oh God, that's literally right near where the Space Coast Center is in Florida.
It is actually.
Yep, it's literally right near where we were last year for the World Series of softball, right near the Space Coast Center. It's just minutes from there, Melbourne. It's a very quiet area, barricaded in by law enforcement. Yes, we do. We have the ability to think critically. There's 822 of you in here. I would hope that most of you have. I know some of my mods aren't here right now, but I'm all right. I got this. You just ignore them. They're just, you know what I mean? Just ignore them. Usually I'm very quick on the trigger finger anyway. Like, I don't know why. My mods, one of them is sick. One of them's working.
And you are right, Mo. Anyway. You are right, Mo. We do need to ignore them, but people attacking innocent children gets under my skin, whether they're my kids or not.
Abso-fucking-lutely. Yep. They shot the suspect. Yeah, no, screw the trolls. I don't give a shit about what they say, dude. Believe me. I've dealt with worse trolls than that on a daily basis, dude. Like, they're a joke to me. A literal joke. You know what pisses them off more than anything?
When they start.
Let's play this.
When they start. Play JoJo Siwa. I think we got a super chat.
They don't like when I do that. And they also don't like when I do this. If you can like and share and subscribe, if you guys already haven't, there's 822 of you here. So if you haven't done all that already, I'd really appreciate it if you could. I'd really appreciate if you could think about, if you possibly can, donating to the channel. I'm a very small channel. I only run on donations from my amazing community and viewers like you guys. And we have a Cash App, we have a Venmo, and we have a PayPal. I do read them out loud. So if you don't want your name read, that's fine. You just write A or AN or ANON when you donate, and I will read it as anonymous because I love the comments I get from you guys. I like the kind words I get from you guys. And sometimes it's just something funny. Sometimes it's a question. Sometimes it's just words of encouragement. And I appreciate it because if I'm not reading them out loud, that means they're not coming in. And they hate when I do that because apparently it's okay for, Sewer Turtle to make hundreds of thousands of dollars on a defense that he literally created by being a shit human. But it's not okay for anybody else to make a living doing something like this except him. And the difference between him and most other people are he's a shitty human being who hurts people. And I just cover cases and tell truth on what I'm seeing. He, on the other hand, just, does ridiculous nonsense to hurt people and cover up his own dirt. So they really hate when I try to grow my channel. I don't even know what that means, Hot Billy. Next time, maybe English. Maybe.
I think it was supposed to be a compliment.
I didn't see that as a compliment. That
No,
didn't
probably
seem like
not.
a compliment to me.
No.
Also, just so we're very clear here, I am very much taken and in a 10-year relationship. So if that was a compliment, it sure didn't sound like it. And I'm covered with the D. Thanks. Right, babe?
What about the D? Why is anybody?
Throw some D's on that bitch. Just bought a Cadillac.
There's only one person named Billy on the planet who I think is hot, and that's Billy Zabka, and you probably ain't him. So
There isn't OCD. There is no bottom of the barrel. Literally nothing and no one. Not children, not underage children. It doesn't matter. Not disabled children. They don't care. Sorry to hear that, Maureen. Well, I'll fill you guys in on a little secret. One of my sisters has a disease called AP deletion. So she's got the brain of a child. My sister-in-law, my husband's sister, has Down syndrome. So we have disabled people in the family. And my nephew, he's little, but he's autistic. Some of them are like, people don't seem to realize, like, people like that with disabilities like that, like some of those people are like, they are just some of the most innocent and kind people. They don't know hate, right? They know love and innocence, and it's refreshing. My sister-in-law, all she's full of is just love. She wants a hug, and she wants to see you, and like she appreciates you being there. Like you don't see that a lot with everyday normal people. You just don't. Like it's the little things with them that matter so much. There aren't any new instructions. I'm watching the court. I mean, it's just Fanny right now. I have it on the other screen, so there's nothing happening there. Let's see. We'll go back and see what else is on the Twitter sphere of ratchetness. Jennifer Coffindaffer. There's some of the pictures, this is her team here with their shovels trying to, look for evidence. Alan Jackson, I think I'm being kind when I say Trooper Paul's analysis lacks credibility. It's nonsensical and borders on laughable. Nonsensical is the fact that none of your 4 experts had access to the file, and particularly in the inculpatory information, including DNA evidence, hair evidence, microscopic taillight evidence, and evidence concerning Karen Reed's exclamation that she hit him. Agreed, Jennifer Coffindaffer. Agreed. Nick Lanza, how it started versus how it's going. Amazing, isn't it? A George Floyd outcome. Yeah, I don't think so. Troll McTrollerson. Let them wig out and get their asses arrested. I agree, Ginny. I agree. Here's Karen Reed almost sprinting back to our emotional sport bottle of Tito's in the seaport. Tom is on. Hold on, I hear something and I'm not. Okay. Oh, what happened, Brie?
Oh, I need a new headset. But my mic keeps disconnecting at random times, and I hate it.
Yeah.
So
That's okay.
I'm gonna have to. My dog ate my other headphones, so these are the only ones I have, and I think I've just killed them. I think I need to break down and buy a new pair.
Let's see. Love it, Barb. I love it. Wait, court back? Wait, what do you mean? Oh, shit.
Send in a transcript of the supplemental instruction I gave this morning. May we mark that? Madam Court Reporter, please. I have copies for counsel if you'd like.
Oh, she said she was going to issue
Yes.
these. Yeah.
She's just sending in the stuff she already wrote.
Thank you.
All right. So with that, we'll be in recess. And you'll remember that the jurors were instructed that we won't take any questions or verdict during 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock. Okay.
I missed that last one.
The jurors were instructed in the instructions I gave yesterday that we will not take a verdict or a question from 1 to 2. So everybody's free to go for lunch.
All rise for the court, please.
Yeah, that was just to give them the stuff that she already wrote up. That was it. Okay.
And in 8 minutes, they break for lunch.
Well, that's what she just said. They're breaking for lunch, so there will be no verdict between 1 and 2. So, National Coconut Day? Hey.
Sometimes you feel like a nut. Sometimes you don't.
Look at the minions. I love it. The minions. Jules got the minions. So Tom is on YouTube making comments that if the verdict is guilty, people should leave because it's going to get really bad out there. As if to say they're going to start problems. I hope the police are prepared to handle these loons. There's no doubt these people are crazy as hell. Agreed. Like that, just because. Yep. Mm-hmm. Oh, wow. There's the Titanic iceberg, y'all. The lying Jess. I don't even want to hear anything you have to say because you're a liar. So skip right
Karen
past
Reed's brother. In the
you do that. Turtle Boy Exposed, because kind of like how you persuaded that juror to do a not guilty vote, that juror was going to vote not guilty, and you had to market her on social media, and that's exactly why she's not on the jury anymore. You fucked up Karen's case. Get your tissues ready.
If today is National Coconut Day, I'm going to have to text hubby. And I'm going to have to say, okay, you got to bring me a Mounds from work. Because, man, I love Mounds. Hate almonds, but I will eat the heck out of a Mounds.
Oh, man.
And love dark chocolate. And I want a pina colada. And I want a daiquiri. Banana, preferably.
Okay, I'll do both, Anastasia. Give me a second. Okay. Yeah, you go, girl. You go, Barb. All right. Let me explain.
Do not Google. Nope, hang on. Do not Google Hawk Tua. Do not Google Hawk Tua.
I'm going to bring it up because my husband was talking about it this morning, and I said that I was going to ask how many people have heard about this, and obviously some of you have, and some of you have no clue what it is. So
don't Google it.
I'll tell you what happened. It is a TikTok, okay, and they're asking this girl questions outside of what game was it, babe? It was some sort of sporting event, right? And they're asking her. She's clearly drunk. Right. And they're asking her like weird questions or whatever. At one point, she like takes the question as meaning like a blowjob. And
they asked her, what's a move you could do in bed to surprise the guy?
Okay, that's what it was. And her answer was, you gotta hook to it on that thing.
And spit on that thing.
Yeah, it was all about the eternal spit or swallow question. And that's what it has become. And that's, if you Google it, all you get are like actual bukkake kind of stuff. So don't.
Yeah. Yeah, so just to be clear, that's what that is, y'all. Yeah, it's yep, yep. So if you're so that's why it's all over your timeline, Black Rose Rain, because guys think it's funny.
Women think it's funny too.
It's a little funny, but it's also like outplayed at this point.
No way. Kodo just said they are in.
No fucking way. No way. No way the verdict is in, dude. No fucking way. That would mean I was right about before lunch, though. Just saying. Well, I mean, I got it on, so I guess we'll find out. I thought that they went to lunch. False positive? No? No? Message it to you on Discord. Damn it. Well, if they are in, then it would be... I mean, technically it is before lunch. It's 4 minutes before lunch, but I don't know.
Karen Reed Updates on Twitter was apparently the one that broke it, at least as far as I can see. Someone may have said it before that, but that's who I'm seeing on just a search for Karen Reed.
Can anybody else see anything else about it? Oh, hey, Kath.
Hey, sorry, I'm late. As always, I was listening, but, you know, the littles just don't want to quiet down for me ever. And if they don't quit showing damn commercials on
Manifest
TV.
some guilty, y'all. It's manifest guilty.
So they're back or no?
I don't know. We're saying, I'm hearing the verdict is in. I don't know.
Karen Reed Updates on Twitter is saying the verdict is in. I've seen other people repeating, saying the same, but then there are other people saying, no, you're misunderstanding. She sent them the new verdict form. So who knows?
New verdict slip. Yeah, that's not the same thing. Yeah, I think maybe they're just maybe they're confused. So fun fact, Maureen, my oldest daughter is actually legally blind. She lost sight from her disease, which caused uveitis in the back of her eyes from the inflammation that she receives, and so now she is legally blind. She's been blind in one eye since she was like 10, but the other one just went in the last couple of years. But so believe you me when I say we have a lot of yeah, we wouldn't see anything until after 2 right now because they already let them go for lunch. It was just a slip, I think. I think they got it wrong, but either way, I mean, I was hoping it would be before lunch, but I guess not.
Wait, why are we damning Ninny? Where's Ninny? I don't see Ninny. Kodo said, "Damn it, Ninny," and I'm like,
it was her,
Ninny
her
ain't even
friend
here.
who told her. Her friend who told her. Her friend who.
Oh, we blame Ninny for nothing. Ninny is a saint, and she is forever the youngest daughter from the Minions. That she just is. That's Ninny. That's her whole face. That's who she is. I love
we got
Ninny.
it here in case it's back, but I don't think we're gonna see anything until after lunch. Sue O'Connell has the audacity to say anything. My 3 favorite types of accounts on X: the anonymous account, the accounts that at me but restricts who can reply. They do that because of the mob, you idiot. 3, all of the above. Okay, my 3 favorite accounts on X: people who pretend to be journalists, who are just there for the clicks and the views, the money. The people who continue to ignore straight out evidence. You know, that kind of shit. Just saying. That kind of nonsense. Like, oh, wow. Yeah, I'm not the only person doing a verdict watch right now. Brandy Churchwell is doing one.
Well, isn't DeClaire there in person? Is DeClaire there in person?
No,
not that I
don't
know
think
of.
so. Lana is, again. I heard her on Tom's stream this morning. I wasn't like watching, but I heard her voice.
What the heck is Tom CPU going to do for content now?
Nothing. Talk to
Hang
herself,
out with
I
Lana.
guess. Talk about Karen Reed and appeals.
Oh,
I guess.
Jesus. Appeals could take years, dude. No one's going to watch you
I
that
guarantee
long.
you, they'll hop directly over to Sandra Birchmore's case. That's what they will do. Although some of us have already covered it multiple times and thought it was important from the get-go. Let's just magically hop over there to people who have never covered it before. Wendy Murphy says, Karen Reed defense was right. There was a government conspiracy. It involved the U.S. Attorney Levy conspiring with the defense to hire, quote, experts and ask them for an opinion about what happened to John O'Keefe without giving them any of the evidence that implicated Reed. You bet it was a conspiracy. And I agree with Wendy on that because I'm sorry, but any government entity doing any sort of thorough investigation would have to get evidence from both sides. And since they did not ask the Commonwealth for a single piece of evidence, that's a problem.
Yep.
Up. Court and Sim says Alan Jackson is setting up his talking points in case of a guilty verdict, putting on a show for the public. I agree with that wholeheartedly.
Yeah, I think he is too. He's setting it up to blame the jury.
Julie Grant from Core TV is my spirit animal, and I love her. Shout out to Julie Grant from Core TV.
I sure hope it's not a hung jury.
Let's hope not. Karen just made her bed, laughing in the judge's face like she's above the law. She's fucked when sentencing happens. The free Karen Reed delusions are becoming dangerous.
This
The other
judge
posts that
is-
I have seen in the last few days, similar to this one, is unnerving. These people are not well, and I'm actually afraid for Judge Beverly Cannoni. Some of these people say, I hope that cunt dies. Oh, that's nice.
Oh, wow.
Thank you. I'm sick of the sense.
I just worry about the sentencing because this judge has been so lenient with them. Is she going to go to the lenient side of the sentencing, or is she going to give her what she deserves?
I don't like the way Beverly just spoke to AJ, David Yannetti, and Karen. Oh, you don't? Well, maybe Karen shouldn't have laughed at the judge like it was an effing joke.
Yeah, exactly.
Just saying. When does the verdict come in so I can stop watching OnlyFans? And it's a picture of Fanny, the fan that we watch.
Oh my God.
You know, here's the funny thing. Someone could set up a 24/7 fan cam of the fan on TikTok and make
Somebody
a
would
whole
watch
bunch
it.
of money.
I'm serious. Yes, I thought about it. You know, I keep showing these damn commercials on TV. These kids think these commercials, because they're so little, they think these ads are great. They think all I got to do is call McDonald's and they'll bring them a Happy Meal.
Dude, look, you guys seeing this? Look at this. This
That's
is
insane.
Sewer Turtle's new Miss Sewer Turtle holding a sign that says not pregnant at a select board meeting.
I can't. We're stupid.
You can't fix stupid.
No.
Aiden's new girlfriend showed up to the select board meeting to harass them.
That's his new girlfriend compared to the other things he was shacking up with? Dude, put her back. Get a new one.
Remember, by the way, she's one of the Canton Nine charged with intimidating Chris Albert. Okay.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. So let's remember that. Okay. She's charged with intimidating. She has a sign that said, I am not pregnant, even though she does look very pregnant. Time to grow the fuck up, people. You're an absolute embarrassment and a fucking mental case. Couldn't agree more. Just when you think these people can't get any more insane, attending a select board meeting in a town where you don't even live, holding up a sign declaring the status of your uterus to a bunch of strangers who have no idea who the hell you are, while looking around. She's looking around to see if anybody's looking at her, looking around at you, while looking around the room, flipping your hair and trying to assure that everyone is looking at you. Cringe for days. My secondhand embarrassment is at peak levels right now.
Does she not realize that's not a compliment? Or saying congratulations on the baby? What they're saying is you're fat.
Not even that. What they're saying is like we found an account, okay, that may be tied to her that said they just tested positive for being pregnant like the day before. When
my Lord,
dug deeper, someone else found it and sent it to me. But when there's a way to search anyone's account and see what comes up to tied to that account or to that email, and that was what was found. So it was just interesting.
Poor kid. Turtle Boy's the dad's already got a strike against it.
Snark Detector 14 hours ago said, what in the actual heck is going on here? Jess Machado posted a picture from the dismissed juror's Facebook page. Who was her and TMV's favorite juror number 4, who by all their reporting was pro Karen Reed? How did you find out the juror's name? Something stinks here. Yeah, you think?
And today
you
they're
know
crying
they're
over
gonna
juror
harass.
12, who was crying because she's so pro Karen Reed and she was made an alternate. So that's been added to it
Well,
too.
she would have been dismissed anyway. If she was so Karen Reed, she would have been dismissed. She couldn't be a juror.
I think
If
that
you're
jury's gonna get a lot of harassment once this is over. Regardless of what the verdict is, they're gonna get a lot of
Well, I think
harassment.
she needs to seal. I think the judge needs to seal the people that the list of the jurors' names.
Oh,
She
I
needs.
agree. A turtle boy will still put it out there.
Oh, he will. I have no doubt he took pictures of them while in there, and that's why I don't think phones should have been allowed in there, especially if you're aiming it directly where the jury is. That should have been seized from him immediately and checked.
Mm-hmm.
I have no doubt that he took those pictures. He had no problem wiretapping every person he's ever talked to on the phone. So yeah.
Yeah, the judge
why
was
he
way
has
too lenient.
He has one
Heck,
phone so he can wiretap with the other one.
I was just going as a witness, and I didn't even have to testify because it never got that far. But that judge wouldn't let you have your phone in the courtroom, and it was just something civil.
Right.
I mean, it wasn't nothing. They
Some
were.
courts don't allow you to even bring them into the courthouse. Some of them you have to lock it in your car. Or if you don't drive, you have to go pay a store next door that'll give you a slip to take it. It's crazy. They do it in Brockton and stuff. Like you're
It's because it's the same reason that Voldemorticia gets away with it, Kathy. It's we are the new media. We are the citizen reporters, and our phones are our cameras. And as soon as they put up a First Amendment argument in front of the judge, unless it's clearly specious, they have to do it.
They have to let them. Because you can be a
Well, then I'm sorry, but I'm one for thinking that things need to be changed because things need to be stopped. We've got fools out here stalking and harassing families of missing children, literally stalking these people. And then they're the ones calling the police claiming they're stalked and harassed when it's clearly them doing it. And they think that's because they printed up a badge off online, which any Joe Blow can do, that they're real legit media and they have a cell phone. No, things got to be changed.
Right.
Things got to be changed.
Tell us what happened with the juror. Nothing. It was a juror that, I mean, this is just a story that we heard. We have no idea if this is true or not, but what we heard was there was an alternate that was crying about being an alternate because she wanted to be able to deliberate and acquit. But again, you would be dismissed as a juror if that was actually the case and you actually said that out loud. You would be dismissed as even a alternate. So, no idea. Well, we won't hear anything till after 2 now because they're on lunch and the jury is instructed not to give anything during 1 or 2. No, early is actually a good sign for the prosecution. I know, right? QVC style. Ellie said she had some info on the juror and the incident Anastasia about something else.
Oh, Maureen, you're fine. You can just call me Bree. You don't need to spell out the whole thing. I very rarely do.
Yep.
I mean, come on. With anybody with common sense, does anybody really look at a grown-ass man that calls himself a turtle boy as the media? Does anybody really look at him and take him serious as the media? Come on, Judge.
Apparently. I don't know. The moment the trial's over, I fully expect photos of the jury in the court to miraculously pop up online from burner accounts taken by particular angles with a phone. I 100% agree with that, and I do not doubt it. Nope, I'm like 99.9% sure that'll happen.
Yeah, that'll definitely happen.
Yeah, laughing at the judge never helps the defendant. I know British Sign Language and for the blind. My daughter's learning a little bit of Braille. She is legally blind, but if she holds her phone at a very certain angle, up close to her face, she can see a little bit. But she can't see further than that, which is why she's legally blind, and only in one eye she can see that. So in the delete laws world, he had a mark called Christy Rowan dubbed clown car uterus. Of course he did. Yeah, the toilet of March. Yeah, exactly, Brockton. Exactly. I mean, the shit you see on Twitter is amazing, but Turtle Boy Exposed says Karen Reed is now laughing and mocking the judge in court. We'll be sentencing her. The judge later called Karen out for laughing in court. Is something funny, Ms. Reed? True colors are showing. Daddy told me I'm never wrong. So this is her when she's younger. Much younger. Much younger, obviously. Hold on. Get rid of this real quick. Okay. I mean, good question is like, why does she wear her hair down over her ears? Does she have like elf ears or something? Like she never wears her hair up. It's always down and covers her ears. Even in this picture when she's much younger, where's like what's happening? She doesn't look happy. Don't worry, princess. He does look like Mr. Burns. I'm not gonna lie. Father Time, Mr. Burns. This is 15 hours ago, but by the way, Adam Lally and I were both going up the stairs at court before the judge's instructions. I conveyed to him I thought he did great, and he graciously thanked me for my support. Karen Reed was glaring at the top of the stairs. I don't think people realize how difficult this has been on him. As a one-man show, he's done it all, and how he was able to speak off the top of his head in the closing was really impressive. The FBI investigated the investigation concerning the murder of John O'Keefe and produced thousands of pages of investigative materials to the defense, the Commonwealth, and the judge, pursuant to TUI. You know, Alan Jackson would have exploited any proof of a frame job. Of course he would have.
I'm not a fan of Jennifer Coffin Doofus. I'm not a fan of Jennifer Coffin Doofus, but broken clocks and all that.
But she's right. So whether you're a fan of her or not, she's absolutely right on this one. He would have completely exploited any proof of a frame job or corruption discovered by the FBI during trial, but he didn't. Why? Because the FBI didn't uncover any. What they did uncover were deplorable texts from Proctor to his high school buddies. Those were put on full display. That was the only bullet uncovered. Pretty sad state of affairs. The jury will continue to deliberate in accused murdering of John O'Keefe today. Yes, they will. And that's the thing. That's literally all they found. That's literally all they found. In 3,500 pages, that is all they fucking found. Like, and people are like, how do you know that? Because I fucking do. Just, if you don't believe me, that's fine. You don't have to. But anybody who's known me long enough knows that I'm not just going to say it just to fucking say it, because I know. Yeah, you're exactly. Wolf is right. No, and he's won many cases before. Many cases before. He's won many cases before. This is not his first or a last case. Turtle Boy, yet again, verbally abuses the grieving family of John. Okay, so I'm just gonna, and I hate listening to these because it's deplorable and disgusting on every level. But I am going to play it because I want people to understand the person that they are listening to and the hate this person has in their heart. Okay? This is the disgusting human that people choose to throw money at and people choose to believe over normal people when he lies about others. And this is what he thinks of every one of you, because behind closed doors, all of you that donate to him, he laughs at you. I just want you to know. He calls you names. He calls you ugly. He calls you fat. He asks people if they've seen his audience. They're terrible. They're not very smart. They believe anything he says. And he's right. He's not wrong. You do believe anything he says. You're wrong on everything else, but right on at least that. But this is the person you guys back. Ready? I'm sorry that you can't unhear this. So this is a trigger warning.
Because Peggy and Paul O'Keefe wanted to make a statement. They wanted to make a statement to that jury to say, we don't believe a single goddamn thing the defense said. We don't believe it. All that evidence you just heard showing that he was in the house and that he was not hit by a car.
Sorry, I was cleaning off the mouse. My bad. Hold on.
One ear out the other. I don't give a fuck about any of that shit. I don't care about any of that shit. Because I don't like Karen Reed and I don't like Turtle Boy. So I am going to disrespect. I'm going to take a steaming shit on my brother and my son's grave. And I'm going to bring his murderers to court with them. Fuck them. Fuck them. If I see any more sympathy for these pieces of shit, I'm going to lose my mind. They suck. And
awesome.
That should be your default.
They're rock stars
now too. Their behavior. She laughed during the trial.
Yeah, you.
Fuck.
So did Karen.
Her.
She just laughed at the judge.
She came to my arraignment.
Yeah, because you're a piece
of shit. Nothing to do with her.
Yeah, it did.
I mean, nothing. I made sure when they came in, we didn't boo them. Nothing like that.
Bullshit.
Fuck them. Peggy O'Keefe is trash. And tomorrow, Karen
Sure.
Reed is going to be
Wow.
completely free. And Peggy O'Keefe is going to be a miserable, shrew trash bag. That's it. That's it. Fucking clip it. Send it to Julie Grant. I don't give a fuck. Y'all know it's true. Y'all know it's true.
No
There's
one
your
knows that
justice
to be
for
true but you.
John O'Keefe.
That's
your
the man.
justice.
Yep, that's the man you choose to believe, y'all.
Wow.
That's the
What a
man that
piece
you
of
choose to
shit.
believe.
Wow.
Those are the people you choose to believe every day. I just want to point out what a vicious piece of shit that man is.
You
Okay.
know, I hope I could pull it off when he goes to trial, because I'd like to be right in that front seat with my phone out, claiming I'm the media, just like he
I
does,
will.
and snapping away.
I'll be there in person. Front row and
I
center.
may come join you. I
Y'all
want to
all
watch him go down.
It's absolutely absurd. It's fucking gross. And I hate to give it any airtime because that's just disgusting words coming from a disgusting, hateful human being. But what I want people to understand is this is the person that you think is so fucking great. This is the person you drink your expired Kool-Aid on. Okay? This is the person you take your information from. The same man who told you there was taillight on top of the snow. The same man that told you that the basement was ripped up and the house was sold for a loss. Both lies. There was a portion of the basement that was fixed, and there are receipts for that. And that wasn't after John died. But there was no taillight on top of the snow. He also told you that all of the people who were interviewed in the house weren't separated. Yes, they were. He also told you about 100 other fucking lies that aren't true, and then 100 more, and then 100 more, and then 100 more. And you all believed him. And then even when he was caught in those lies, even when, okay, you still continue to just put it to the side and make excuses for that vile piece of shit that breathes the same air as the O'Keefes. He doesn't deserve to breathe the same air as the O'Keefes. He doesn't deserve to breathe the same air as Lindsay. He doesn't deserve to breathe the same air as Leah. He doesn't deserve to breathe the same air as all of the people he has harmed and victimized and slandered and defamed for the last 10 plus years of his fucking miserable piece of shit life. He belongs behind bars for the 120 to the 160 years he's looking at. And I hope he gets every single second of it.
Well, the Glare will have no problem stepping up and taking his spot once he goes to jail.
He can go too then.
Yes, he can.
As far as I'm concerned, anybody that backs that vile piece of shit belongs on an island stuck with him for the rest of your miserable fucking life.
Well, I mean, you know that, Will has 18 years left to kill before his bestie gets out of prison for murder.
Yeah? Well, he can join him. I'm just disgusted. I'm so disgusted right now. And that's not the only clip I want to say from the other night. He had many other ones that were worse about the O'Keefes. Okay? His own mother is sick. You'd think you wouldn't say some shit like that about someone who's lost 2 children. 2 children. But he doesn't care because he doesn't care about talking shit about his own daughter. Why would he care about talking shit about someone else? His children who have passed away. You think you're for John O'Keefe? No, you're for money. You care about clicks and views and money. You don't care about a fucking other damn single thing but your goddamn self. You never have. You never will. And he will throw shade at anyone he thinks is going to cost him a penny. If they're donating to you, he thinks it's taken out of his pocket. If they're watching you and they say it to him, oh, I really like that person, he takes offense to it. If somebody comes to me and goes, hey, I'm watching this other channel, I really like it, you should check it out. You know what I do? I check it out. And if I like it, I'm like, hey, you guys should check out this channel too. Why? Because I believe that we should stick together. Small, big, medium size, doesn't matter to me, dude. I don't care if you have a huge channel. I don't care if you have a small channel. I invite everybody on. I like conversations with people. I don't care what size channel you have. That doesn't matter to me. Right? You're a person. And smaller creators, in my opinion, need the biggest boost because we don't catch the algorithm. We're too small. We need the biggest help, right?
Yep.
But I don't care whether you're big or small. To me, it doesn't matter. If you have a unique, cool channel and you're a cool person, like, you're a cool person in my book. Like, I don't, he's like, oh, like, I need all these people to come on or let me on because I want their viewers. Like, that's all he cares about. I could give a shit if you have 2 viewers and you want to come on. Let's do this. Like, I'll give you some of mine. I hope we can share. Like, what the hell? We should be
holding each other up and sticking a helping hand out to one another. Not this fucking shit, bro, for clicks and views. I'm sorry, but what you guys don't realize is that in real life is who he is. That is what you get. That vile piece of garbage is what you get. Yeah, some retired agents aren't so good. They did an extraction of his phone. And to be fair, the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office just gave it all to them instead of redacting things that should have been redacted, which was a big no-no. In this unique situation, I believe a quick decision would be pro-defense. Accepting the conspiracy theory is impulsive and emotional. Sitting with the evidence can only talk you out of such lunacy. That's very true. That's a very good point. Listen, it's okay if you've said stuff like that, all right? Like, but you know what? It's correcting it. It's correcting the behavior and realizing where you went wrong and literally saying like, oh, I was wrong and that was wrong, and apologizing to the people that you have wronged like I had to do. That's called being an adult and adulting. That man will never retract a single thing he said that is wrong. He refuses outright to, even when he knows it's a bold-faced lie. He just won't talk about it again unless it's someone he doesn't like. And then he'll just continue to talk about it knowing it's a lie because he doesn't care that it harms them because he doesn't like them. Like, this is why we call him the sewer turtle here, because that's exactly what he is. It's in the sewer, in the gutter, swimming around in shit and filth. It's disgusting. He's disgusting. I think someone is not sure about the evidence. Before convicting someone, they want 100%. Yeah, I mean, I would want to be too. No, I don't, Emily. I absolutely 100% do not. I think he knows she's guilty of sin. We know from the text messages that he questioned it. Nobody's that fucking stupid. And he's pretty stupid, but he ain't that fucking stupid. He knows damn well that she's not innocent. The free Karen Reed is sure about not guilty or involuntary manslaughter, so they think she is in fact guilty. At least she stuck by her words. Aurora, I agree. They're doing the work. If they were buying the conspiracy, they wouldn't take the time with the evidence. He's going to get buried after this trial. Yes, he is. He's also going to get buried with civil suits. And I'm going to enjoy watching every fucking minute of it. I have the popcorn.
That's what I was just asking you when my phone needed me. I was going to ask you, when do you think the civil suits are going to start? Because if those people don't sue this man, and he got the money now.
After this case is over.
You mean Karen's case or his case?
When Karen's case is over. I don't think they'll wait for his case. A lot of us aren't going to wait for his case to start or end. A lot of us will start that now.
Good, because he deserves it, and he's got the money. And from what I understand, he even has insurance on his channel, which you can do when you're a big creator and sucking people dry like he does.
I don't know about that because he doesn't have monetization. YouTube cut it off from him like 2 years ago.
But yeah, but you can still. He makes money. He makes money.
Yeah, he makes like ridiculous. I don't understand it. I have a $5
you don't have to be monetized to have insurance on your channel.
No, I mean, I guess not. I mean, I have 843 people watching right now. You know, obviously there's less people streaming today than I thought, I guess. I don't know. But I have a $5 donation from Anonymous. I remember as a kid that American woman went on the run after killing someone. I genuinely not be surprised in the least if a guilty verdict comes out and for her to try and live couch to couch for a few days while TV sells Run Karen Run shirts. I mean, it's plausible. Yeah. Thank you for the $5 donation. Anonymous, I appreciate you. It's plausible. It's absolutely plausible. I'm sorry, you guys. I have allergies and like I can feel the like tickle in my throat and it's like not going away and it's obnoxious.
My 6-year-old's going through that, driving me. He's up half the night, and he's medicined out. You know, you can only give so much medicine. He even has prescription stuff, and it just.
That's my point. Is like I already took the allergy meds. Like it's just like once in a while it happens where it like literally just gets stuck in the back of your throat, and it's like really obnoxious.
All right, they win. They're getting a Happy Meal. How the hell do you have food delivered from McDonald's? Right? I've never done this. I don't even know. Do you have to pay to have it? I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, hell no. They're expensive as hell. I could walk there and get the damn food. I'd have to pay 3 times as much for a Happy Meal.
Yeah, it's pretty much the only way, unfortunately. But, I mean, hey, listen, I don't blame them. I would love a fucking Happy Meal right now. I'm not going to kid you.
Oh, no, I don't eat the shit, but they do. They just want the toy. They don't give 2 shits about the food.
I want the toy too, but I want the food as well. To be fair,
I'd rather have Chick-fil-A or Popeyes or somewhere, you know.
thank you for the $5 anonymous. Also, if you want to donate to
Hell
the
no,
channel,
I'm not getting it if I got to pay DoorDash.
is at the bottom of the screen, and it scrolls at the bottom of the screen. I pulled up the big one because some people can't see the small one. Please do a like and a subscribe if you already haven't. Share this on your socials. Please think about donating to the channel. I only run on my donations by my viewers. I really would appreciate it. That's how I'm able to keep this going. This is how I've been able to do this for a year with you guys. And you know, some days I make next to nothing. Some days I literally make nothing. And we've been here 4 hours and 18 minutes. Most of the time it's 7 or 8 hours. So I appreciate it if you can. If you can't, that I understand as well. But please at least give you a like and a subscribe if you haven't. Send it out to other people so we can grow this beautiful community of ours, because I enjoy y'all. I enjoy my community of people. You guys keep me going even when I'm sick as a dog like yesterday. I appreciate all of you, because I was so sick, but I was like, I have never been committed to something so much in my life that I was that sick, and I was like, fuck it, I'm doing it anyway. If you guys could have seen what I looked like yesterday and the position I was in, oh my God, you would have been like, Elise, what are you doing and why are you even live? Go to bed. Like, it was bad. It was so bad. So freaking bad. I don't even know how I made it through the day, but I did. I'm glad I did, because it was only a little bug and it's over now. Thank God. Although I really haven't eaten much still since yesterday, just noodles still, because I don't think I can handle anything big or heavy. I don't even like to show it because it's vile. He's vile. It's vile. I don't like showing it because I don't want to give it airtime. But I do think it's important once in a while to show people what the F is going on. Who that person really is that you keep drinking that expired Kool-Aid to believe. Okay? That is what he has in his heart 24/7. That. Okay? He's not a good person. He's never done a good thing for a single person day in his life. When he dies, he can't say, I did this, 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 and this, and I hope that I put good in this world, and I hope that I showed my children what they could do to put good in this world, and they continue it on. He can't do that. Okay? All he did in his life was self-serving and hurt other people. Lots and lots of other people. Lots of innocent other people. That's my problem. Also, when you're trashing a family that lost their loved one, there's something seriously wrong in your mental stability. And you need more meds. You need to seek help immediately. This comment's great. I love this OCD. He gave us a devil spawn. Remember, it's sewer turtle over here. Okay. I don't even refer to him as his little moniker because it's a joke. He is a sewer turtle in the gutter. Even Stevie Wonder and Ray Charles can clearly see that. You know, it's funny because somebody said the other day, like, there's no evidence. I don't see any evidence. And I had to point out to them that my legally blind adult daughter can see the fucking evidence. So if you can't, there's a fucking problem here. I don't actually believe any of them are innocent at this point, but it's sunk cost fallacy at this point. No one wants to admit they were fooled from the get-go. No, listen, I can tell you it's hard. It's hard to admit somebody as intelligent as me might have been fooled. I'm a pretty intelligent person. So yeah, I was pretty upset. I'm not going to lie. It's pretty embarrassing to say that someone as intelligent as me could be fooled. But I wasn't the only intelligent person who was fooled. The difference is we were able to figure it out when we got more evidence that clearly showed that couldn't have been right. Right? Like, other people chose to look at that evidence and push it to the side and say, well, I'm going to cherry pick what I like and what I don't like and explain away the rest, because if I say that I wasn't right, I'm going to lose money and I'm going to lose viewers. I'm going to be attacked by the mob. Okay, yeah, I had that exact same thing happen. But what's more important? Your integrity, the truth, or hurting innocent people? Because I'm surely not going to be a part of hurting innocent people. I've been an unpaid volunteer advocate for fucking 18 years. I don't hurt people. I help people. My thing is helping, not hurting. Okay? I don't like to do that. If I'm hurting someone, I want no part of it. No part of it at all. The way he talks about dear Peggy, what an utter pig. Yeah, he is a pig. Let's make no mistake about it. Oh yeah, what do you mean? He says $1. You can't donate $1 to him. It has to be $5 or more for him to read it because it's not enough. Who the fuck says that? How about thank you? I appreciate you. I appreciate my followers that
Yeah.
give me thousands of dollars per fucking 3-hour live stream. How about I appreciate you helping me put food on the table? No, instead it's don't donate me $1. You have to donate 5 or more for me to read it. $1's not
Oh,
enough.
you're kidding me. He said that?
Yeah. He apparently said it more recently, like 2 weeks ago. Again. He sure did.
Wow.
Sure did.
I'm thankful if they just hit the like button. I get floored when people,
Right? Right?
you know, tip me or something. I'm still getting not, it's still a weird feeling for me, but I'm just, people have brought me to tears. I mean, it's
Me too.
wow.
Listen,
People
I
are
got
decent enough
like
to give
100.
you their hard-earned money.
Yep, I
And
got
that's how
one
you're going to treat
donation
them?
of like $200 one time. One donation that was $200 one time, and I bawled. I had to like mute for a second. Like I absolutely bawled. Like, because in that moment I needed food in my house. I needed toilet paper. Like I needed things that I didn't think I was going to be able to cover. And that was like a godsend. Like the appreciation is an important fucking thing, dude. Okay. And if you can't appreciate the people who are helping you pay your fucking bills, you are a scumbag. I don't care if it's 50 cents. They're showing their love to you.
That's it.
Whether it's 50 cents, $1, a like, a share, they're showing their appreciation in one way they can. Okay. And if you can't appreciate that, you don't belong receiving anything at all. It's just disgusting. One is good in telling the truth and one is bad in lying. Well, there's plenty of the bad in lying right now, and it's just utterly gross at this point. I don't know how he still has a YouTube channel. They let him stream. They don't let him monetize. But again, they also allow his mob to come to other channels like mine and then mob it and report it to the point where I have to pop my monetizations pause for 3 months. That's bullshit. That's absolute bullshit. My super chats and super stickers I can't do right now. So I can only get Venmo, Cash App, or PayPal. They shouldn't be allowing people like that to do things like that. And YouTube needs to get better with doing shit with actual humans and not bots.
Yeah.
You know? No, he had nothing to do with Justice for John, ever. Oh, they will be. There'll be lots of civil suits from lots of people. Now that he says he's a journalist, there are journalistic standards. And yeah, he's the one who started screaming it from the rooftop. Maybe you should have stated that you're still an opinionist, you fucking idiot. Criminal court may civil suits against him while his criminal case is underway. Of course, that's common due to the differences in burdens of evidence and not wanting civil evidence popping up in criminal. Yep. Maybe, possibly, never know. In my opinion, will never stop. No, he won't. He hasn't stopped in 10 years. He won't stop till he's in jail and has no access to even allow people to go on to his thing. And I think if any jury does anything, the court needs to order that website to be shut down and him not to be allowed to do anything like it. It's happened before to people. Needs to happen here as well.
Oh, I'd make that part of the,
Yep.
That would have to be that if I was one of his victims, one of the things I would be demanding is that
in a civil suit, I'm demanding it.
Channel,
so there's that.
yeah, his channels are gone.
Yep. I want them all down. I don't give a fuck. And that he's not allowed to be a part of any of them ever again.
Nope.
Anything like it. It's happened to other people before. And you can argue First Amendment all you want, but First Amendment doesn't apply when you're defaming and slandering people 24/7. You don't have that right under the First Amendment. Sorry. That does not apply.
And the First Amendment may protect you when it comes to claiming that you are a better speaker for John O'Keefe than the people who actually knew him and actually loved him, but you just look like an ass. So
yep. Lally should order a Happy Meal. If I had the money, I'd order him a fucking Happy Meal. Are we talking
Don't
about?
tell my kids that. They think everything's free.
Yeah,
you know he's sick.
We can't send him a gift. They're not allowed to accept gifts. I wish. Same thing as Proctor. They're not allowed to accept gifts, but you can drop off food to the DA's office. You can do that. They allow you to do that, just like they allow you to do that at police stations and EMS and all that stuff. The pollen count is ridiculous here. Yeah, he is also losing it over the prison time he's probably going to see. Yeah, he should be very afraid. Absolutely.
I don't think his ego will let him be afraid. I don't think His ego is so bad. He lives in such a distorted reality that he really thinks he did nothing wrong and he's going to be fine.
You know, I agree that there are some innocent turtle people. But if you're engaging in this bad behavior, you're not innocent anymore. You know, my PayPal
That's
information
true.
is scrolling at the bottom. It's right here, EWYNNE86@gmail.com. You can't put links on
That's where the
YouTube,
D comes
so you can only put the email for it. It'll show up as my business PayPal. So it'll say like the name of my
I know people
old
that
business that I don't even have
put
anymore.
their pay links in their chats all the time, the whole time they're live.
Yeah, I got to find it. You got to do it a different way. You can't just pop it in. It's like there's like a way you can do it. I got to figure that all out. But
All they say is if you want to donate or you want to tip, and then they list all the pay links. Or if you want to
yeah, you're
help.
not supposed to.
Mhm.
You can get in
There's
trouble
a-
for it, so I don't do it.
There's a
I don't
lot
need any
that
more
do it.
fucking problems with YouTube over fucking people like,
I'm
you know,
telling you. It's
reporting
like
it.
certain people can do whatever they want and others can't.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I thought it was possible as well. I'll pop it up on the screen for you, Maureen. Hold on, give me a second. It's bigger right here. Yes, that is it right there. That is it, Maureen. That it's my old business that COVID crushed. So, yeah. Thank you, COVID, for that. Appreciate it. But that's the one that I have left because the people who had donated to me before, when I thought she was innocent, decided they were going to try to do a chargeback when they didn't like my opinion when it changed because they're pieces of shit. So that screwed up my regular PayPal. Until I get that sorted out, I have to use that one. So it takes, which pisses me off because, of course, it takes like $1 of the money, which is like, thanks. And then another like 50 cents when you transfer it to your account, which is really obnoxious. Like, do you want any more PayPal? Like, would you like to take anything else?
Just get the PayPal debit card, then you don't have to transfer it.
I've applied for the thing fucking 100 times. It never comes, dude. Like, I swear to God, I'm like, what the? And then exactly, because then I wouldn't have to transfer it. But like, it never fucking comes. And I'm like, they have the right address. We've had this conversation 100 times, so I don't know why. I don't know why the judge changed, just so that he couldn't even play with the whole appeal thing, pretty much. Like, just so she was like, you know what? You want to friggin' whine about it? Then fine, whine about it. Like, I can't with her. I'm sorry. At first, I thought she might be an intelligent person, but when she kept ignoring evidence, also, I'd like to point out her and Olivia are the ones who added the word small to the trooper's thing. Small to the trooper's description of what was missing from the taillight. Well, it said anonymous, so I read it as anonymous. Okay, I see yours, Maureen. Oh, wait. No, there's another 5-1 from you. There you are. Thank you. $5 from you. Yes, thank you. I appreciate you. And then here's one from Maureen. It's because $12.16. Bless your coverage. Thank you, Maureen. I appreciate you. Let me make sure I don't have anything on Venmo or Cash App because sometimes they don't pop up right away for whatever reason. I've updated these apps, so I don't know why they do it. Don't ask me. I have no freaking clue. And mostly people use Venmo, not Cash App. Don't ask me why. I'll look in a second. Okay, yeah, nothing there, nothing there. All right, just making sure I'm not missing it. I don't want to miss anything from anyone. All right. I appreciate you guys. I appreciate you guys a lot. Thank you. Thank you. Helps me cover the costs, and then I can make something after I cover the costs. So, all right, let's see. I'm gonna check on
Freaking ants because of this weather are so bad this year.
I can't even read this stuff with some of these people because it like really disgusts me to have to do it. But let's look at the nonsense. Ugh.
I literally can't. Oh, what happened? Is it not under this account anymore?
Isn't it EU
Yeah.
instead of UE?
Here it is right here. My brain. Okay, is this what we're looking at here? Well, would you look at that? Think this is the real Jennifer McCabe? There's been many comments throughout the trial, always on law and crime stream. Okay, everyone's her, apparently. I received multiple calls from relatives and friends of the jurors informing me that juries reach a guilty verdict now having lunch with. Obviously not. Like, obviously it's not, you absolute idiot. It's a troll. Like, get a life. Do you know how many times somebody is like some of these people who just came on have accused me of being a McElbert or a cop? Someone said I was a cop the other day. I started laughing. I go, listen, none of you people should ever be detectives if you literally don't know who I am, because I don't hide behind a fake moniker. Okay. My Twisted Tragedies account is me. Like, it's so you guys are literally making me laugh. Like, oh yes, I'm a McElbert, or I'm a cop, or I'm part of the defense, whatever. Like, are you guys serious? Like, stop it. That is the most ridiculous nonsense I've ever heard in my entire freaking life. Like, that is just stupid. Like, that is the stupidest thing I've ever seen. Like, yeah, they are easily convinced. I saw it. I read it. This is the one, right, from you? $12.16 or 13 cents. The one that I read. I appreciate you, Maureen. I mean, yeah, they are easily convinced of dumb shit. That's my problem with it, right? That's literally my problem, is that you can say their pee is purple. Like, and if the sewer turtle told them that, then they would believe it, right? Like, literally, they would believe it. They'd be like, yeah, my pee's purple. You're right. Yeah, see, that's why I try periodically, Maureen, to like pop it up bigger, because some people can't see it. Some people tell me it's too small. So that's why I periodically mention it and put it up on the screen so that people can see it. It's also a reminder that I'm a small channel and I'm here for a long time every day for the trial, and I appreciate it.
Twisted, I'm going to go get the kids some lunch. I'll come back. Because
yes,
now they're hungry. I wanted to feed them an hour ago and they weren't hungry, but now, of course, they're hungry.
Tell them to feed me. I'm hungry too. Damn.
He's only 6. He can't. I can't even have him get his own water. You know, it's like, come on, grow up a little bit.
Come on. I make my 6-year-old get her own water. She can get it.
Oh, I do. But you know, he sometimes makes a mess of the kitchen. There's water everywhere.
That, right?
Yeah,
I love it.
He's like, well, I couldn't see. The light wasn't on. I couldn't see. It was full. It's overflowed all over the floor.
Yep.
No, they do.
Buy water bottles. Water bottles. Oh man, kids. Amazing.
Well, he's into the ice machine, so I gotta watch him with the ice machine.
Well, at least if you do come up, we got 2 6-year-olds that can play together. So there's that.
Yeah, see, there we go.
Mm-hmm.
He's got so much energy, and I'm old.
Or when I'm able to travel the world, like in my dream, where I buy like a Class A, and I'm able to travel the world, I'll be able to stop in everyone's states and visit. That would be so freaking awesome.
I'm going to do that one of these days. I'm going to just jump in one and just go. Just keep going.
Absolutely.
But now I got to wait. I got kids in school again, so now I got to wait till by the time they're 18, I'll be in my late 70s. I don't think I'll be touring the country.
Well, you never know. You never know, Kath. You never know.
I hope so.
You never freaking know. Listen, if you don't by then, I'm going to pick you up in my magical Class A, and we're going to go on a bucket list campaign.
Yeah.
We're doing it.
All right. All right. I'll be back as soon as I get them fed.
Okay, go. Bye.
Right. Bye.
Yeah, I don't know why. Why isn't Venmo overseas is the question. Or Cash App. You guys don't have Cash App either. Or Zelle. Isn't Zelle like an overseas thing? Didn't that start overseas? What do you guys have? Do you guys have something equivalent to it? Like, I always wondered that. Like,
Because I know you guys don't have Venmo or Cash App overseas, but I wonder if you guys have something that's like equivalent to what we have here, and why Venmo or Cash App hasn't thought to like branch out like PayPal, even with like, you know, the fees or whatever, or the exchange rate, I guess you could call it, you know, because depending on what country you are is depending on how much it sends me in, you know, US dollars, obviously. So it's the exchange rate. But I wonder if people overseas have something similar to what we have via Cash App and whatever. Hey, B Tim.
Hey, what's up? What's up? Very interesting day.
Right.
We'll
Verse. Is that what it's called? Verse?
Yeah, yeah. I'm a little, you know, I would be lying if I wasn't nervous. You know what I mean? Like there were certain parts of Proctor, Trooper Paul, and the medical examiner from the state kind of, you know, it makes me a little bit nervous about the situation, but we'll see. I saw Mr. Alan Jackson with his, I don't know why he got mad about how the verdict, I thought he would settle that and fix that like while they were doing the beginning. But why?
Right.
Yeah, that to me was a little bit odd.
It is odd.
I was like, bro, and like, you know, Yannetti lied. I mean,
yeah, he fucking did. Yeah, he did. He's been in that exact same courthouse with those exact same slips before.
Yeah, man. I think he's, it's very interesting they did that. Also, like, she's smiling to the judge. And to me, it's like, do you really want to smile? Because if you do get convicted, she has the right to sentence you. And that might not be the smartest move.
Yeah.
She probably got a talking to by Alan Jackson or Yannetti, be like, listen, don't smile at the judge, please. Just stop.
Right. Like,
the verdict being this quick, it was sooner than, because they said they were going to be done by 4, right? Because they have someone else has a plans or something.
Yes,
like that?
Yeah. One of the jurors has like something planned, and that was planned ahead of time, so they need to be out by 4. I mean,
I don't know if that's a good. I don't know if that's a good or bad thing, to be honest with you. You know,
it's kind of stupid because, in my opinion, most courts go from 9 to 5. They never start till after fucking 9 here. They stop before 5. It's just not a full day, and it's kind of obnoxious.
Yeah, man, it's just a very crazy case, and we'll have to see if the verdict actually comes in.
Agreed.
I mean, I think I'm hoping that there's a conviction. I'm hoping that, you know, because we see 2 different strategies. One is pushing towards distrust of the police, of conspiracies, and basically bad, you know, basically sleazy lawyering. And the other is an upright guy who kept to all the rules of the court, who did not go with the conspiracy and tried to just build trust with the jury. One completely lied to the jury in every single ability, lied to his own experts, lied to everyone. The other told the truth to every single person. And that was Mr. Lally, who told the truth to everyone. And I'm wondering, I mean, this is going to be a very interesting case because in my mind, if she's acquitted, it's just like, well, it looks like the tactic of Mr. Jackson has worked. It looks like people believe the conspiracy theory, and he basically got it. He got, you know, it's very 2 different, you know, people hold it against Mr. Allen, like Mr. Lally, because he wants to, you know, he goes through step by step, but he didn't explain to you the exact rotation of his body or exactly what wound did what. But you have the other side that makes no sense. That makes no chronological sense.
No, it doesn't.
That has everything is speculative and conjecture.
Yeah. Well, that's the problem, though, is remember, most of the defense's case was speculative and conjecture, and you can't use that as evidence. So,
and it's very interesting that it's all speculative and conjecture, and unfortunately, we're going to see which wins out. And if Mr. Jackson wins out, you're going to see a victory lap from all the content creators that were right. Of course, they'll smile and laugh. But you know what I'll be thinking about? I'll be thinking about John's mom. Yeah, John's mom, John's brother, John's father, who sat through that court day in and day out, watching this woman smile, watching the crowd of people saying this woman, you know, is being framed when they perfectly know this woman did it. And I'm going to feel bad for them. Actually, I'm going to be very, very saddened for those people. And
100%.
I'm going to be very sad for the, you know, the Alberts and the McCabe's, because Their harassments, I think, who was in the select board yesterday? Which, Albert?
Oh God. Chris Albert's on the select board.
Yeah, Chris Albert. And it wasn't even like,
And of course you got.
it wasn't even Chris. I'm
individual-
not even sure Chris was at the house, right? I'm trying to remember.
He was not. No,
Yeah.
he was not.
So it's like they're harassing they're harassing a relative of the guy who had nothing to do with the house and trying to punish him because he's on the select board. And like I've seen them act like animals, and it's like you got one is the rule of law and trying to maintain order and trying to maintain the rule of law, and the other is the mob rule. And I don't know which side the jury's going to pick.
Chris
You
is
never
also
know.
Colin's dad too, so
Yes.
he's defending his
Yep.
son.
Correct. Yep.
Thank
It
you.
is Collins. Chris is Collins' dad.
Sorry, I forgot that.
But you remember that the defense dropped Colin out of the conspiracy altogether.
Yeah, and it just shows you that poor kid was put through the ringer on that
For
stand.
nothing. For
He was
nothing.
embarrassed. He was embarrassed. He was harassed for nothing. And this, and if I was on the jury, and this is just me, I mean, I would listen to Mr. Alan Jackson's whole thing, and I would say to myself, this man has lied to us throughout this entire trial, and his explanation of how the events of that night don't make sense. People say reasonable doubt, but you're asking me to accept your theory of the case, Alan Jackson.
Correct.
It's not like you're poking holes in the defense and you're saying there's not enough evidence to prove that she did it. You are pushing a theory that there is this whole grand conspiracy and you're being framed. And to me, that is a big problem. Because now, if I was on a jury, you're asking me to pick between she hit him with the back of her car while drunk, to a grand police and whatever cover up. And
cover up, right? A giant cover up, a very giant cover up. Emily, thank you for the $5 on Venmo, and Nicole, thank you for the 20 on PayPal. I appreciate you guys. See, like I don't care if it's 50 cents or $5. Sewer Turtle's like, no, can't be $1. Has to be more than $1. Like, what? Just say thank you, bro, and appreciate it, you fucking utter piece
he's
of
going to
garbage.
need that dollar when he goes to jail and he has to buy honey buns.
he's gonna need it for commissary.
Yeah, commissary. He's gonna need every single cent, guys. That's another thing I'm like iffy about. Did like a turtle rider get on that jury? Did someone watching, like reading the articles? You know what I mean? Like that to me, but you know what? I don't know if that's even, I think that's less likely because it would probably be a longer deliberation if that was the case.
Yeah.
I would think that would be the case because Yellow College Tales stated it that you only go with this tactic if you want a hung jury, basically.
Agreed. I think they think that's their only chance is a hung jury.
And I don't know. It could be that they find that the state just doesn't have enough to prove it's this woman. Personally, I think they have enough. I disagree with a lot of content creators on this. I think if I was put on that jury and they told me there was microscopic taillight pieces which can't be planted, a hair follicle on the back of the person's car, taillight pieces found in the scene, can't be planted by Proctor, her statements, her admissions of guilt, basically, which they are, even if she said it with a question mark, are admissions of guilt, her erratic behavior that night, her behavior on the phone calls, the key cycles of going back that much in 24 miles an hour and dropping to 23 would all probably paint it, because the problem is the defense has not painted a picture of what else could that have been. Like, you remember that the defense didn't even mention her backing up. They're just simply saying, well, that data is wrong. Well, it happened somewhere, and you haven't given the jury an explanation when she backed up 24 miles an hour to do that. You know what I mean?
Correct.
And you have it from their own defense expert that stated that that's an erratic speed to go over 15. You have experts that have been lied to by the defense, given only like small amount of information to come to
That would
their...
be a problem for me if I was a juror. The fact that they all weren't given the same couple materials, that would be a huge problem for me as a juror. I'd be like, wait a second, why weren't they given these materials?
Yeah. So, I mean, we're going to see the two. Another sad thing I thought about is, like, I saw Alan Jackson, Yannetti, and Karen Reed with a crowd of cameras and a crowd of celebrating people.
So gross.
And all these celebrating people, right? And they're celebrating her even before the verdict comes out. And then I watched Lolly. I saw that mass media harassing him, but I saw him just going by himself, walking in. And it's such a, like, if you think about it, it's such a what would it be the proper word? But
hypocrite.
No. A comparison. Like, one is being celebrated by the mass media, loved and adored.
Right.
And the other is just doing his job for no glorification, not caring about any of the money or the super chat, just coming into a thankless job to do his job and going home by himself.
And he gets paid shit. I think it's like $60,000 a year or something. It's not even, you know what I mean? Like, and he's won many cases for the county. So it's like, this isn't his first case. It won't be his last case, but he better get it. He better get a raise after this one. Like, he absolutely better. Like, it's so ridiculous. Like,
yeah, juxtaposition is a good word. Thank you. That's the proper word. I had to Google it. It is a juxtaposition. You have the prosecutor who has told the truth, who has has followed the rule of law, have followed all the procedures, didn't play dirty at all, told the truth to the best of ability, even when the truth kind of hurt him, and who's not being celebrated in the media, who's been attacked for years and been degraded and made fun of, and no one celebrates him. No one wants to really no NBC or anything wants to do an interview with him, and he's by himself walking down a concrete road, a concrete sidewalk, my bad. And then you have Karen Reed and her lawyers, who are being celebrated as heroes, who have lied not only to their own fan base for years, but lied to the jury, lied to the court, and lied to their own experts. And it's a very interesting comparison. Either way.
What Barb said here, I don't care what the verdict is, she will still be guilty. In my eyes, she is as well. And RP, if there was a compromise here, I bet they would have been kicked off by now. And if they weren't, if they find out about that later on, that's a very big problem. They can be in a lot of fucking trouble. And no, nobody does want to be a cop anymore for the justice because of all this, not just this, but other things. They can't do their job anymore. Like,
yeah, I mean, it's very interesting to see that there's, you got these people who are Karen Reed supporters who are like, back the blue, but they don't seem like they want to back the blue. They don't seem, because what they're pushing is conspiracy theories and distrust the police, distrust your EMT worker, distrust all these people because a YouTuber told us. In a way, I kind of applaud. And then let me finish my point, and then you can cut me out with this part because it's kind of important. I kind of applaud the fact that Turtle Boy kind of was able to manipulate these people. It kind of reminds me of what dictators do, where you convince good people to do terrible things based upon lies and misinformation. And it should be kind of interesting because to me, I say to myself, like, you don't really see that too much. You see people you don't really see good people manipulated to that degree. And I don't think all of them are bad people. I think a lot of them are good people, but he's convinced an audience of good people to do terrible things, to accuse and harass innocent people, to act like fools on cameras, to throw their money at known criminals. And it's very interesting. It's a good study on psychology. I mean, honestly, the manipulation of masses. I mean, it's just like how people studied like Hitler and how he convinced the German people to do like what he did. You could probably look at Turtle Boy and look at what he's done to a massive group of followers. It's very interesting, that thought process. You can manipulate good people to do terrible things.
100%.
Yeah, propaganda, rhetorical propaganda is like a whole field of study. It's fascinating what you can do to people's mind.
I mean, it's amazing. And like, I look at this case more of like a study at times, because you have good people being told to do terrible things they know are not good based upon their belief that they're doing the right thing and for the mob's approval and for the approval of strangers, which is quite amazing if you think about it. And it's a good study. I think this case is going to be a very interesting study in the future. I think every lawyer, even win or lose, Karen Reed goes to jail or not, this is a good study for any true crime channel, any sort of person who's interested in true crime, any person interested in the judicial system. This case is going to be very interesting to study in the background. And I look at it that way.
I honestly think that his brain needs to be studied one day to see what the fuck went so fucking wrong, RP, I will say that the facilities that he would be held in, I have many, many friends that work there. Also, because I come from a city, I have few friends that are actually incarcerated in those very same facilities. And not very many people like him. No matter what he says, not very many people like him. So I don't think he'll have a lot of fun.
Yeah, and you know what? I think he is going to be the one. If she gets off, he's definitely going to be so fucked because this Massachusetts is going to be like, we're going to need a fall guy for this. We're going to need someone that's going to have to go down for all this bullshit. And it's not going to be Josh Levy. Josh Levy's fine. You know, he did his part. He fucked over this case with his bullshit. It's 4,500 pages, and the only thing they picked out in those 4,500 pages was text messages that Proctor sent to a group chat about how much he disliked Yannetti and Karen Reed. You know?
And it's not going to be Maura Healey either.
Nope. It's going to be Turtle Boy, and it's going to be those people that follow him. That's who's going to be the fall guy.
No, absolutely. Like, absolutely. I mean, I've definitely addressed that aspect a lot. Like, a lot. Riots and all sorts of crazy things where these people demonize every law enforcement person. And I've had this conversation where I'm not a huge law enforcement person. I've seen a lot of corruption in the 18 years that I've been a volunteer advocate, and I've dealt with it myself personally. So no, I mean, I've been sober 16 years on opiates. I literally dealt with corruption myself. And so I'm not a huge fan of law enforcement, but I respect them. And when they're in the line in front of me at the coffee store, I tend to buy their coffee, whether it's a cop or first responder, a firefighter, like, because I respect their job, and not every one of them is bad. Okay. Yes, there are some bad apples that need to be weeded the fuck out. And the blue line itself, something needs to happen, because the way policing is now is not the way it's supposed to be. They don't even get out of their cars anymore. And yes, partly they claim safety issues, but it's not knowing your community, which is part of the problem. Not knowing the people who live in the places that you are in every day.
Well,
usually a cop is assigned to a certain part of a city. We used to know every officer that was assigned to our city. They knew the people knew them, like, and that's become a big problem, because now they just don't give a fuck who they screw with, whether it's right or wrong. If they're having a bad day, sometimes their ego is bigger than what the law is, and that's a problem.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of that. It's also, I think, that unfortunately people are so easily manipulated. A lot of easily manipulated people to attack the other. Like the whole case, when you look at this case analytically, they turn the McCabe's and the Alberts into the other. I remember I heard Turtle Boy once state that they want to turn this entire town into only Alberts and McCabe's.
The most ridiculous comment on planet Earth. Yeah.
Yeah. Like they wanted to replace the people of Canton. And a lot of these people, they turned these people into the others. And then when they turn them to the others and turn them inhuman to two-dimensional characters, then they can leap on any sort of allegation or any sort of thought process to these people, negative thing to these people. And unfortunately, content creators jumped on that bandwagon because they saw an opportunity to make money. They saw an opportunity like The Glare. They saw an opportunity like Turtle Boy, obviously. They saw an opportunity like all these other content creators to do that. And I don't know, it's going to be interesting. Will facts and information win out? Will facts win out over propaganda and conjecture and lies? We will see.
Don't judge my hairdo, everyone. I was sick yesterday, all right? Give me a break. And also, it's really, really hot in here. Even though I have the fans on, because I didn't put the AC on yet.
Oh, you have a fan on?
Earlier. I have the fan on, but not that fan, not Fanny the fan. But either way, yes, that female doctor, very smart. Also, I just want to point out, I'm covered in tattoos. Most of them are hideable, but I'm covered in tattoos. I have 14 tattoos all over my body, and I would never cover them just because somebody thinks that I should. My intelligence is not shown by how many tattoos I have. These people are so stupid. Yes, there are very crappy people in law enforcement. There are some that aren't. You know what I mean? People were manipulated during the pandemic. That's a fact. Chips, baby.
Yep, go ahead. They absolutely were. Two things can be true at once, but I live here, Dorothy, and I promise you there's not some giant cover up. And again, I'm not a huge fan of law enforcement or the police, but what I can promise you, and there isn't some giant cover up, all the cops aren't magically corrupt. That's just not true.
Well, I mean, I'm going to say this, Dorothy. I think that the situation with the whole cover up, you have to point out how the cover up came about. Like, for instance, Proctor. I think the defense failed to show how Proctor manipulated evidence, like the taillight pieces being at the scene, because the initial taillight pieces were found at the scene and they matched with her car, and Proctor had no ability to be there. As much as he wanted to say that Proctor had the car for an hour, he was behind the car while it was being towed, and it didn't show up. What time did it show up at the Sally Port, particularly? Like,
he was
5?
Also with Yuri. He wasn't alone. He was never alone.
Let's go with that. But let's just say they were at the Sally Port. What time? It was like 5 or something like that.
5 something, yeah.
5:42 or something.
No, I'm saying like he was behind the car. When did the car arrive at the Sally Port?
It was 5 something. 5 something, I think.
Yeah. So he's behind the car. He goes on. He's at the Sally Port. He's on video the entire time because that's it is, and he's on video until 5:41. The pieces are found at 5:45. There is no opportunity for him to plant those pieces. Now you can make an argument that, well, maybe by driving by he was just putting pieces there left and right, but that's
under the snow.
Under the snow, but like
with a search team though.
Yeah. Arrived at 5:31. So there's like, even if like he arrives at 5:31, it pulls in, he's there for 10 more minutes. It's impossible. Garage door closed at 5:38. Yeah. So it's impossible for him to go from that location to plant the taillights into the snow. Just not possible. So they match. The microscopic pieces match. The hair. People are surprised that a magic hair stuck on. Well, sir, I think if you've ever been in winter, things stick onto things. And there could have been more hair on the back of there, but it could have just flown off maybe. And how do you know, like, the snow didn't just stop it from falling off? You know, kind of compacted it and kept it on the car.
So
it was frozen, by the way. It was frozen, by the way.
Yep, it was frozen. On a little secret, Karen Reed does have some exes that did not want to testify or come forward or do any of those things. They didn't want the publicity, but there was one that she chased with a car, so that did happen. And then there was another one that she pulled a knife on, and they did not want to come forward. They did not want to deal with the fucking circus. I don't blame them. But they were paid. They weren't paid by the defense. They were paid by the federal government, and the federal government did not ask for a single piece of evidence from the Commonwealth, not one single piece. And I'm sorry, but no matter what government agency you are, what letter agency you are, you cannot do any sort of thorough investigation without all the evidence from either side, from both sides. You need it from everywhere. You can't just say we're doing a thorough investigation, but we're only taking anything the defense chooses to give us, and that's it. I'm sorry. And also the experts, they told them to find out whether John hit his head on the gate. Nobody ever claimed that. That was a test that they did that nobody had ever claimed.
Dorothy's question just says, just the investigation begs question. The thing is, Dorothy, is the investigation was investigated. It was investigated by the FBI, and they found no one culpable. They found no corruption. And they had a 4,500-page document that stating that those two last experts were hired by the federal government to see if it was plausible. Now, the problem is they didn't get all the information. They didn't get the black box information, those experts. They didn't find out about the DNA. They didn't find about the DNA on the taillight fragment. They didn't find about the cocktail glass at the scene. They didn't find about the straw, the hat, the shoe, which would have all went into a proper like this. Because like a lot of times MEs figure out if someone dies from something from what's around them. You know what I mean? If someone's in the snow, you know, you're most likely to be like, yep, they froze to death. But like, and there's no other visible marks, you know what I mean? That's a thing. And they basically were investigated and they found nothing. And I think most likely what we have here is that the department, I think, dropped the ball a little bit where they didn't really take it too seriously. They thought they had a slam dunk case. because she made those admissions at the scene. Mr. Yannetti was stating that it was a tragic accident, so they probably were thinking that, you know, she was going to admit to it and just basically would be an easy done deal. Eventually, it became a situation where she was denying it, and now it was getting, you know, there needed to be an actual further investigation, and that's why I would say that most likely you see all these like people being checked on later on. Do I think the house should have been checked? The problem is that I would say that if Karen Reed stated John was in that house, they would have had probable cause to search that house. But since she didn't say that, and she just kept on saying, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? And also, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. You know, those are contended, those words. Maybe she said, did I hit him? Then they didn't really have probable cause to do it. And that's how it is. I also think she didn't know until he didn't turn on. It could be that she accidentally hit him with the car. But she still, in my opinion, she hit him with the car. If I go with the theory, I mean, like the defense's theory is that John was in the house for hours after he was incapacitated. So how did he freeze to death? They're trying to say like Lucky didn't see John.
Also, something you guys don't know that I do is, just so we're clear here, the defense was allowed to go into that basement and test for things, and they found absolutely nothing by the new owners of Fairview, just so we're clear here.
Yeah. But I mean, and also the fact is that with the defense's theory is that John was in that house for hours and Lucky passed by like 5 and didn't see anything or something like that, or whatever at the time he was saying 4:30, whatever. So their position is that John was put out there through the cellar door and carried by one man through the yard, dead weight lifted up from the air and put in that location. And then he died of hypothermia. That would not have happened. He would have been perfectly warm at that time. It would take a lot more time, especially he was fully clothed. He wasn't like naked. He had his clothes on. So he wouldn't have died from hypothermia if he was out there for maybe an hour. That wouldn't have happened. Or an hour and a half. I mean, like an hour, I don't think so. I think their position was 5 o'clock that he would have been put out there. So those little details are a little ridiculous to me to really think about. I think Jackson kind of, it sounded more like a conspiracy theory that I would hear from Reddit. Like I agree with Yellow Cottage Tales with that, or Reddit or something like that, because there is no basis of proof of anything he stated. There's more basis of proof. And I don't know why he went with that. I think he should have just went with shooting down the plausibility that his client, saying the GPS was not accurate or whatnot, but accusing all those people, I think hurt his case than help. But I could be wrong, and I have been wrong in the past, obviously. Not a multimillionaire. I did not pick out perfect stocks and become a multimillionaire, so it is what it is. It is what it is. But I think this verdict's probably going to come around 3.
I don't, maybe not premeditated, but in like hours before, but premeditated in seconds before she did it, because she could see him.
I think it's manslaughter. I think leaving the scene of an accident manslaughter, to be honest with you. But I don't know if it's second degree. I don't know if they built their case enough for it. They could, but explaining to the jury about the cover up and everything, I don't think there was enough time spent to explain about the cover up.
No, because there's no, all they have is what the lawyers are claiming, which is not evidence.
Yeah. But I'm going to be very disappointed. I'm not going to lie to you guys. I'm going to be very disappointed if there's a not guilty verdict. I'll be, I'll be very disappointed, actually.
Yeah.
But you know what? It'll be a good lesson to everyone, I guess. You know what I mean? What wins out, truth or conspiracy theories? And I guarantee a lot of defense attorneys are going to be studying this case and seeing if this works, this tactic, because I can imagine this tactic being used in other cases.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it will. It will be. It absolutely will be. And that's the problem. You know what I mean? It's just BS, really. Also, I just want to give a little shout out real quick to Ikmel, because he's been brave enough to say the truth here. I sent him a message the other day just sort of thanking him for
being willing to tell the truth when there's a lot of blowback for doing that. And I got a really nice message back from him, and I just wanted to just give him a quick shout out because I think he's very brave to go against the popular opinion and tell what's truth in this whole thing, because there's not many of us doing it because people are too worried about being harassed by the mob, losing the clicks, the views, the money, like all that. And instead they just keep going with this conspiracy that they know couldn't be possible. And I think I give him a lot of credit for that. And I think he's great. I think he's awesome for that. So, I mean, if you guys don't know who he is, you should check him out. You know?
Yeah, I mean, I've talked to Camille. He's a very nice guy. He understands the mob mentality of people being harassed. He's been harassed. He's actually currently in a litigation suing Ryan Upchurch for the exact same thing that happened to the people in this case, the Jed McCabe. He was accused of being part of a sex trafficking ring. And
the worst thing you could be fucking accused of, like just out of nowhere too.
Yeah,
like,
and people from Ryan Upchurch's community, not like went after him and his daughter and left a lot of fucked up things. And I think he's suing him for $20 million.
Good for him. Good for him.
So,
good for you, Iqmel.
And he has the same, I believe he has the same attorney that successfully sued Critical K and won.
Really?
Yes.
Interesting. What was she sued for?
She was sued for the same thing, defamation. A YouTuber defamed, a family was defamed by a YouTuber. And basically he successfully won that lawsuit. She didn't even try to fight it, but she tried to lie and, derail things. And he eventually won. And I think it was like $500,000 or more. I think it was something to that.
You're never going to get that if somebody doesn't have $500,000. You know what I mean?
Well, the point is not to just get the $500,000. It's the point is to basically try to get
from doing it to other people, right?
Yeah, and try to get some sort of justice.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, it's really like, and it's surprising that Turtle Boy doesn't know that. I know that, and I know that. He's probably he set himself up to be sued to oblivion. And I think he's the fall guy.
Oh, yeah.
He is absolutely the fall guy. Win or lose, Karen Reed walks free. She might not even if I was Turtle Boy, I would see if I can get a deal to turn on her. Because honestly, honestly, she's going to be charged, but I don't know. We'll see. But I'm very nervous about this verdict. I'm not going to lie. I'm very, very nervous.
I think we all are because we want justice. Right? Like, I think anyone on either side who claims that they're not a little nervous, just a little, wouldn't be telling the truth. I think we're all nervous. We all don't know what a jury is going to come to the conclusion of. Whether we're confident she's guilty or not doesn't mean that the jury is. You don't know,
Yeah, I mean, you don't know what key elements the jury took away from it. You don't know if a person that is more prone to conspiracies might be like, yeah, it's clearly a conspiracy. You don't know if the people on that jury is basically saying, well, the cops kind of bungled here and here. So is there enough proof that she's guilty? Nope. Okay. We're just going to have to not let her be guilty. You know what I mean?
Right.
But
I did, Maureen. I did thank him for us. I thanked him for me, my viewers. And again, I hope you guys go and check him out. He's someone who was willing to say the truth.
Kodo says, Alez, she claimed a mother of a kid. This is about Critical K. A mother of a kid murdered her son and one of her patients. The son seemed to have unalived himself, but K told her audience the mom did it and then refused to show up to court.
Oh.
Yeah. So, and the Glare actually was celebrating that. He was celebrating that she got sued and that she lost. And the Glare used to be a mod for Critical K. And then they had a fight over, I think, the Michael Long case or something like that. I'm not sure exactly the case. And then he was celebrating her being sued and losing. So it's very interesting that he sat there and celebrated a YouTuber who defames, families of getting sued successfully, and then hangs out with Turtle Boy. If the Glare just simply said Karen Reed was innocent and just pushed it like that, I probably would not give a fuck. I would be like, whatever, Glare, you do you. But he's so aligned himself with Turtle Boy, and he's okayed all his actions. And to me, that's like, okay, well, you condone those actions, and I can't respect that. There's plenty of people I don't like their, opinion on this case about Karen Reed, but you don't hear me speaking about them. Nope. because you're welcome to your opinions. That's how it is.
Well,
I'm
you
not
can
the-
welcome to your opinions, but what you're not welcome to do is harm innocent people who haven't been charged with any fucking crimes by just saying that they're just bad when they're not. I mean, a truth is a truth. And the truth is that Turtle Boy has been charged with 19 felonies. Why? Because he's a bad fucking shitty human, and I know that from experience. That's my opinion. That doesn't have to be everybody else's opinion, but it's my fucking opinion.
Well, he's a terrible person because he does, you know, that he demands Karen Reed be respected, that she's still innocent until proven guilty, no one should harass her, but he doesn't afford that to anyone he believes is guilty. And he actually tells his mom to go after those people. And to me,
Except Michael Long.
Except for
who he
Michael
knows
Long.
is guilty.
Yeah. Michael Long. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I mean, no. So the earlier rule, the judge said 5-minute warning. She wants them within 5 minutes of the courthouse. So within a 5-minute time, they can be called back for a verdict. So what? It's not an hour. It's 5. The judge said was very clear when she said 5.
Yeah.
Very clear. I mean, yeah, he doesn't have use for her anymore. That's very true. He doesn't. And eventually he will. He'll go scorched earth on her too when he doesn't get what he wants from her. And he's not getting what he wants from her. You know, like it's common sense. He's not.
Well, he's done that before in his past, Turtle Boy. He's done that before. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, the thing is that what is made everyone kind of band together is the Free Karen Reed movement. And eventually when that ends, you know, all that support will die down.
This one says, I'm going to laugh when all these people outside the courthouse get snubbed by Karen Reed after all the quote support they have given her. Yeah, that's the funny part. She wouldn't piss on any of these people if they were on fire.
Yeah, we'll see. We will see. Personally, I don't think any of these people she will care about any of these people. I think she'll be focused more on the celebrity part, like people being like, hey, you know, Karen Reed's a celebrity. Let's see about hanging out with her. And that's pretty much it.
Hawaii. I wish I could go on vacation to Hawaii. That'd be great.
Yeah. Don't we all? Don't we all?
I don't, because that involves planes and going over water. So I'm good with staying here.
Yeah, hubby doesn't like the plane either. That's why we've driven to Florida so many times. You guys got this for a second. I gotta brush the minions' hair. If you
No
guys
problem.
wanna
No problem.
Pick up the talking for a minute.
No problem. Reed arrives of court daily as if a movie star on the red carpet, and her adoring fans can't wait to. You know, I kind of hope that too, that she gets a little bit of a reality check, but we'll see. I mean, you never know. I mean, you just don't know, and we'll see. Oh my God, Critical Kit actually has the only not pro. Yeah, she does have the not only pro Free Karen Reed group, and I was kind of shocked with that one.
Kick me out of that group for sharing my link to this.
Yeah.
Apparently, I'm not allowed. Other people are, but I'm not. So I didn't even get to say one word.
Yeah. I heard that, but didn't think she meant the media too. Thanks. Yeah. Reed arrives at court daily as if, yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I think there's a lot of evidence pointing to her, and I think they're going to be done by three.
I just about guarantee you that not a single reporter has left that 1 block radius. They're all still there.
No. They're not leaving until probably until the judge adjourns and tells everyone to leave. Probably 3:30. You know, but that
It's 2:20. We might know at 3:30. Never know at 3:40.
Yeah, I mean, I think that'll be the latest time to come in. But it's, I mean, if I was basically Yannetti and Jackson, I'd be a little bit worried. Because that is pretty quick. I don't know, that seems pretty quick to try to go for a verdict in less than 12 hours. You know what I mean? I mean, less than 10 hours, actually.
Oh yeah, it all the people that are saying, oh, if it's in the first 12 hours, it's because it was so clearly not guilty. No, that's not the way that works.
Yeah, I mean, you could
historically, it's the opposite.
You could clearly see that Mr. Jackson was very nervous, especially when he says, "Oh, well," he was arguing about the sheets of like exactly how the not guilty should be seen or stuff like that, and he's saying this is an appealable issue. You don't worry about appealable issues until you think you're going to lose. But yeah, I hope the verdict comes in today, though. That'd be nice. Either or. We'll see what happens. Get this chapter started and over, and we'll just move on to the next. Yeah. But
I
yeah.
am still here. I'm trying to get my lunch down real quick. So you're not stuck up there by yourself, me, Tim.
Well, you'll be fine. There was no. Yeah, it is interesting to see. I wonder what's going to happen though to this ragtag group of people. That'll be very interesting to follow. Like the people. I mean, I seen them go to that the Canton Select Board meeting, and it just seems to me like I feel like this group is people is unhinged, and they will turn on each other. If Karen Reed gets convicted, I think they'll still unite and try to do like free Karen Reed. You know, try to do an appeal. They'll talk about appeals, and they'll keep the community a little bit live for longer. But if she gets acquitted, I think there's going to be like a big explosion of like, congratulations, great. You'll have like a week of content, maybe 2, of people saying, well, that's great. And then it's just going to start dying down, I think. And then there's going to be tables turning. And people are probably going to start turning on Karen Reed, realizing that it was a mistake because she'll start talking more. And the more she'll talk in interviews and stuff like that, the more people will realize, oh, shit, she might have done it. And that's what's probably going to happen if she gets acquitted. And, either or. I think AJ is already nervous. I would be very nervous either way. Even if I knew my client was going to get acquitted, I'd be so fucking nervous because so much of his reputation is on the line here. I mean, he probably thought this was the theory to go with. And so imagine if you're a California attorney and this is like this big national news case and you lose this case, that would be like, I wouldn't be able to sleep, to be honest with you. Mr. Lawley is a government worker. He'll go to the next one. You know what I mean? Like he's not too, if she doesn't get convicted, it's not going to be like, oh my God, this gigantic backlash for him. He'd be like, oh, well, fuck, I tried. And then he'll try to do it in another case. But like for Jackson, this is all, and Yannetti, this is all or nothing. They put all their chips on that table. Every chip they put on this case. And if it cashes out, national media attention, love from the audience, fucking invited on TV shows, book deals, money galore, right? If it doesn't work out, he's going to be a laughingstock, and it's not going to be good. So yeah, I'd be very nervous if I was Mr. Yannetti and I was Mr. Jackson at this particular point. I'd be very, very nervous because I think they put a little bit too many chips on this board, to be honest with you, that I would be safe with. Yeah.
Agreed, Tim. Agreed. Sorry, I had to do my little one's hair, and she has long hair like me, so she tends to whine when I'm doing it, like all little girls do when mummies are brushing their hair. So
that's fine. Take as much time as you need. It's fine.
Oh,
I would say
she's going to the store with the neighbors. So
as far as Alan Jackson and future clients and stuff like that, he's good for the next 18 months or so because they are going to retry Harvey Weinstein. Mm-hmm. So he's going to have to defend that particular flavor of crap.
That's why I said like a hung jury would be terrible for Karen Reed because she's not unlimited money. And she's not going to get that same defense she had initially. She's going to have Yannetti. And she's going to have to give him another $250,000. And I think Yannetti is terrible, a terrible lawyer, like complete garbage, actually. I think Miss Little was better. And I also think, obviously, Jackson is way better than Yannetti. And I think the main reason why this is not such a slam dunk for the prosecution is because of Alan Jackson, to be completely honest with you. I mean, Alan Jackson didn't even trust Yannetti to do the closing. Because he knew that he did not trust Yannetti because he knew Yannetti would fuck that up. He knew he
I
had to-
honestly think Yannetti would have done a better job than Jackson, because I don't
No.
think Jackson was reading the room on where the fuck he is half the time. You're in Massachusetts, my dude, and we get that you come from California, but some of the things that you said are not going to resonate with people from here because it doesn't make sense in New England. Okay.
What's the cert question?
Think about this. So the jury came back and wanted the cert report from the cert team that searched the area to find like the taillight. They wanted the report, but the report's not part of the evidence.
Oh, that's interesting. So they're probably looking into like if there's ability for planting of evidence.
Right, which they're not going to find because like they said, they have all the evidence, just like the judge said, like, you guys have all the evidence. There isn't anything else that's going to be provided. You have all of that. Like, so it's like, that's not in evidence. You guys have to go on what you have.
Yeah. It says when
they have the information, it's just in different pieces of paper that they're going to have to put together themselves versus.
Yeah. Okay. So, I mean, and one more thing about the cert. It's not, I mean, personally,
different for every case. It's different for every case, Kodo. Sometimes they're remanded immediately, and sometimes the judge gives them time to get their affairs in order, but she's had more than enough time. I don't see why the judge wouldn't.
But I think I'd be a little bit worried about a not guilty plea when they're asking about the cert, because that means they're kind of entertaining the conspiracy theory at that point.
No, we're trying to rule it out. I mean, I actually see it as a good thing for the prosecution, in my opinion, but that's just my opinion.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a good thing or not. I think that's not good. I think that's not good. Because that means they're questioning on the how the evidence got there. And that's not good. If they're thinking,
but he couldn't have, so that's the thing you have to use your brain cells for. That's why she said use common sense. You can't plant pieces of taillight under the snow when a CERT team is there. And that's what he would have had to do. He would have had to get there. The CERT team might not have found it until whatever time, 6 minutes after it got to the Sally Port.
4 minutes.
Or 4, but they were already on scene, which means Proctor would have had to plant it in front of everyone.
Yeah, but still, when they're questioning that, it's a little worrying for me. We'll see. I'm not gonna lie to you. That's a little worrying. Maybe there's one person that needs to convince. It could be one person holding out.
It could be one person, but I think it's trying to prove that Proctor had no access. Just like Kodo said, no, he didn't have any way to plant it. There was no way to plant it. They have all of the information that shows what times and all that in other documents.
Yeah. AJ described a magic show in closing arguments. That dispute.
I think it was insulting as well, like they're fucking idiots or something that magically fucking appeared. Like,
well, that's what he's trying to do. I said AJ is like a magician. He wants to. It's like, basically, pick up. Like how the guy puts a bead under the 3 cups and says pick one, and then he distracts you. It's the same thing. He's trying to distract the jury with all this butt dial stuff and all this other stuff that he randomly picks up from the actual facts of the case. And that's what he's trying to do, a 3-card Monty. That's his plan. And, that's what he's hoping will work. He's hoping that the jury is stuck on the fact of this bullshit that he's put out there, instead of the fact that microscopic taillight fragments were found on his clothes, the fact that taillight pieces were found around John that matches her car, the fact that his own experts said it's impossible to crack or to shatter the taillight hitting the back of the car, because his theory is he's trying to state that 1 mile an hour cracked the taillight, and that gave Jackson the ability to smash the taillight and run to the scene and put it there. And to me, that's just not likely to happen, especially when you...
No, not with a bunch of people standing there also with you to see it, Like, come on.
They said they wanted the unredacted report.
The news vans weren't there till a little bit later on, but even so, there was the CERT team was there. There were other officers there. There were witnesses there. Like, there was people still there. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah. But we'll see. I mean, this stuff is always nerve-wracking to think about, man. Because, like, in the end of the day, it's like you got John O'Keefe's family, who will not get any closure if there's a not guilty verdict, and you will get like these people just being McCabe's
assholes, bigger assholes, yeah.
That's what I'm worried about. In the end of the day, that's what I worry about, because a lot of these content creators, they'll do their victory laps, they'll move on, they'll make a bunch of money, and they'll move on to the next case. But do you know who's going to be left with cleaning up the mess? These families, and that's the problem.
Yeah. And people like me, which is fucking stupid. Like,
I don't think anything will happen to Proctor. I think absolutely nothing will happen to him because he
No.
said some shit in private. It's not, so what? Almost every officer says some shit in private. Let's get real here. They're human just like the rest of us.
Yeah.
They have the right to say whatever they want to their family members and friends of what they feel. And nobody can stifle them from that, even their bosses. Might not be a good look, but mostly officers' personal phones don't get brought into a trial. So.
Yeah, I mean, truthfully, and I hate this. What?
I can't because I have his dumbass blocked. Can you bring it up, B Tim?
What, on Twitter or his
In
community
posts? I'm
Is
guessing
it
on YouTube, maybe.
Oh my god, I hate looking at that guy's fucking channel.
I know, I can't. I have him blocked so for that very reason. I can't fucking do it. I think.
So you want me to expose myself to him?
I'm
Oh my
sorry. I love you. Please.
God. I don't love no one. Okay, he says about Microdocs will be back with more contact when the trial's over. Make sure to give him a sub. And the show,
Yeah, okay.
and it says
Microdocs,
14 months ago, I was shooting footage with Dr. Turtleboy outside his courthouse as he broke the story. No one was here. Today, we are together waiting for the verdict, standing with the largest crowd of Karen Reed supporters we've ever seen. We're almost there. Free Karen Reed, and shows Microdocs hanging out with Turtleboy.
I'm laughing. Okay, because he's literally been following him around since this started as his camera person. He's also paid by the defense, supposedly for something we never saw. So what'd they pay you for? Something they never showed? Confused.
Yeah, man, I think it's really a lot of content creators that are just about money-making opportunities with this one. The one below that? Okay, yeah. You want me to read this guy? Yeah, I can't. I hate you, Kodo. I hate you so much for making me do this.
About the jury question.
Oh my god.
Kodo hates you too, B-Tim.
I hate her so fucking much. Right now. Let me see. Okay, so let me read it. The jury. Okay, so this is from his Twitter. The jury wants the CERT team report. The problem is the state police don't do one, so they left empty-handed. This is promising for 3 reasons. When the juries can't get evidence they need to, it leads to reasonable doubt. It's odd and unprofessional not to have a report and leads the jury to believe that the defense was right to criticize the police. It suggests that they are discussing opportunities to plant taillights. Yeah, and I kind of a little bit agree with the thought process of planting taillights. They might be struggling with that thought.
Maybe, but the rest of that is a whole bunch of garbled nonsense.
I mean, just because I don't like Turtleboy, there's certain things I'd be a little worried about when they start asking for cert reports. If they started asking for what is the manslaughter charge, second degree, then I'd be like, okay, they're thinking about convicting her and they're about to throw the book at her, But when they start asking those, it's a little worrying for me. He agrees with you.
But you guys remember Microdots said that he was being paid to do something in trial for them? Which means he wasn't. He was paid PR to do things online, not in trial, because we never saw anything from him in trial. So it's exactly what he admitted to back in October and then lied about that entire time about being paid by the defense about Microdots. Oh, yeah, he will be. Lally will be in demand for interviews if it's guilty. That's for sure. I do think she easily gives in to them, but I think she's trying to give them a reason to not be able to appeal anything. Not that they would win on an appeal anyway. They wouldn't. Someone has to tell the emperor he has no clothes. Yeah, no, jury, that's not a word. He's an idiot. Once again, an idiot. We're talking about an idiot. No, this is B-Tim. This is our friend B-Tim.
I've changed sides, guys. I'm becoming a turtle rider. I'm joking. That's
dumbass.
No, I mean, I think it's going to be very interesting. We'll see. But either way, it's an interesting case to look into. And
third one is in the house. But he did a lot of shit online, so it's okay. Well,
I do. When is Turtleboy's trial anyway?
He's got another court date the 11th. The trial isn't scheduled yet.
Interesting. We'll see if they actually give him all the evidence because there was their issue with him. They didn't give him all the information they wanted.
No, he wanted what? In Discovery, he wanted more. He wanted something he's not going to get.
Yeah, I think he's particularly fucked. I honestly think he's so fucked because he's not going to have a Nick Rocco that's going to raise money for him because Nick Rocco does not like that man.
Yep. Nope. It's not going to happen.
Karen Reed can't even stand him. Like, let's just get something clear here. Karen Reed cannot stand Turtle Boy and uninvited his girlfriend to attend court the other day because of the stunt that they pulled going to D&E the day before. Like, you pulled that the day before your girlfriend's supposed to sit with the Reed team. You haven't even been invited to sit with the Reed team.
By the way, is she pregnant?
I don't know. That's the rumor, but she held some stupid sign at the thing that said, "I'm not pregnant."
I don't know. She looked kind of pregnant. I'm like, bro.
That's what people say. I can't imagine holding a
Bro.
sign saying I'm not pregnant. I don't care that much what people think whether I'm pregnant or not. I don't care to hold a sign. Thank you, though.
That whole
Imagine
thing is
caring
just
that much that you have
asinine.
to
Like,
hold a
why?
sign but you're holding a sign at a fucking city meeting that you don't even live in. That you don't even
Yeah,
live
I'm like,
in.
what's the point of that sign? That's like showing up for like a freedom march carrying a sign that says, "I'm here for the beer."
Because once again, you think you matter that much. You don't. Nobody gives a fuck. Like, you don't matter that much. That's your mistake, thinking anybody gives an actual fuck. They don't. Nobody cares. You were trolled. It's that simple. You got trolled, dude, and you baited into it like a dumbass. I need a fucking 2-week vacation after this. Not that I'm ever going to get one, ever, not even this year. But I think we all fucking need one.
Yeah, and I can't believe like Karen Reed's like smiling at this judge. That's fucking wild, man.
Because she laughed. The judge was like, "Is there something funny here, Miss Reed?" Like, finally, she got called out for it. I knew it wasn't going to happen during the trial because it would bias the jury. But when the jury's not in the room, the judge is like, "Is there something funny here, Miss Reed?" Like, and then you say it's a fucking joke. You think it's a joke, Karen? Nobody thinks this is a fucking joke.
JLR apparently says Karen Reed's grifters secretly want a hung jury so they can continue the grift through the retrial. Wow. I'm agreeing with JLR.
Wait, what? Wait, say that again?
Well,
What happened?
Jonathan would know.
JLR
He's
says
the pro.
JLR says Karen Reed grifters secretly want a hung jury so they can continue the grift through the retrial. That is true.
Oh, yeah, that's probably true. That's probably very true.
If Karen Reed is found guilty, will she use her the same attorney on appeal? A lot of convicted defendants use ineffective assistance counsel claims appeal. Let me just read through this thing.
She can't use that, and I'll tell you why. She had to testify to the judge that she would not be able to use that earlier in the trial. So she had to go up there and swear that she would not be, would not be an appealable thing of inassistance effective counsel. So she can't even appeal on those grounds.
JLR says an hour ago, if Karen Reed is found guilty, the judge is giving her the max. I agree with that one too. If Karen Reed is found guilty,
I highly agree with that. Yeah.
I think the judge revokes her bond and she gets taken immediately into custody. Karen Reed knows this could be her last day of freedom.
Agreed.
Says a man who's been remanded to custody in federal prison twice and had his parole revoked. He knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, he has experience in this field, more so than any of us. That's for damn sure.
I mean,
he is definitely the expert.
To be fair, I was an addict 16 years ago. I have been arrested before. I have sat in a courtroom, and I also have worked in a prison. So I actually have a very unique perspective on both sides. The judge would probably sentence her fairly quickly. I don't see anything far out happening here.
Well, New York, I understand, generally does sentencing within a week, but they still set Trump's out 5 weeks. So for high-profile
usually
cases,
they do it within a month, but like sometimes it's within a week. Usually it's fairly quickly here, and unless there's some sort of circumstance otherwise.
yeah, and then Alec Murdoch went the other way, where Judge Newman was talking about 3 or 4 days, and the defense is like, "Yeah, we're ready now."
The next day, yeah, it was the next day.
Yeah, Judge Newman was surprised by that one. He was actually like, "Oh, okay, we'll do it tomorrow morning."
Yeah, like, what do you mean, bro? Why would you want to do? Give me 3 days of freedom, dickhead.
So JLR's prediction says conviction on something. So he thinks she's going to get something.
I do. I think she should be convicted at least on the manslaughter.
Well, is DUI on there? I didn't even know.
Yeah, it's a vehicular homicide while DUIing, basically, under the influence of alcohol is what it is.
Yeah, I think that's a good one. That's probably to be hit with.
I think that's a good one. Yeah, you'd have different appeal attorneys.
I'm
but
agreeing.
She can't appeal on the grounds of ineffective counsel because she had to go up, put her hand up, and say that she could not appeal for that later on in this trial for that reason. So she fucked herself on that one. So she cannot do it.
Yeah.
Even though she would have of course you would have different attorneys on appeal, but no, she couldn't. No.
People are asking me, who am I? I'm agreeing with JLR and Turtle Boy in certain opinions. I'm done. I'm done for, guys. That was it. That was a short-lived time. This is my villain arc. I'm agreeing.
I personally disclaimed all the JLR stuff when Tom punched him. I was like, I don't like him. I'll never like him. I think he's a piece of crap. But Tom punched him, and that's an assault charge.
Yeah, I think he should have been taken to jail. But personally, I was hoping that JLR...
I don't think JLR said anything, though. I don't think he did.
No, he didn't.
I'm hoping that JLR... I was hoping that JLR would get into a fist fight with Turtle Boy in the middle of the streets of Canton, and it would be all filmed, and he would beat up Turtle Boy. I was actually hoping that. I was just like, man, that would be so amazing. Imagine that would be like such... Because they both would go to jail, and I'd be like, wow, this is amazing. This is the greatest moment.
I wanted to see the 2 5'2" turtles get into a fist fight in the middle of the street in front of the courthouse.
5'2" man. Yeah. What do you mean? That they have William? They have all the receipts from her vodka sodas that she bought, and that the jury has, and also they showed her downing 9 drinks between CF McCarthy's and the Waterfall. They showed 9, and that's when she was at the bars. Never mind before.
William,
so they definitely and her point, she was over the legal limit at 9 a.m, which means she was way over the legal limit before that.
So William Ellis was murdered. That was like the same day. I think so, but the guy testified for himself, and he says, "What a web we weave, the lies we say," or something like that, while on the stand. I don't think that helped him. I think that made the jury not like him even more. That man, that was when I heard that, I was like, "Is this for real?"
He pulled out the tangled web thing when he was literally the one spinning the web.
I was like, "What? Did you just say that, Murdoch? And you're an attorney?" And I knew at that moment, I was like, "Yep, he's fucked. He is absolutely 100%."
Absolutely, yeah, he was screwed. So it's 2.5 to 5 years on one of them, and then it's 5. 2.5 to 15 on one, and 5 to 20 on the 2 lesser included charges for her. Those are the mandatory minimums.
Yeah.
On those 2, vehicular homicide under the influence of alcohol, involuntary, and then voluntary under the influence of alcohol.
Here's my disclaimer real quick. I do not know how tall either Dolly Vision or Turtle Boy are. I just know that they're both shorter than me. I'm 5'7". They're both shorter than me, and they both call themselves Turtle.
Okay.
So he's 5'2".
I kind of I know people are happy that JLR is on the side of against Cam Reed, but I kind of would like him. I would have been kind of funny if he was he was thinking Karen Reed was innocent, and then he was basically, and then let me get the full scenario out, and then basically they have a panel where the Glare and JLR sit on the same panel and agree with each other, while and then the Glare would have to explain himself why he's friendly with JLR on the panel. And I think that, and also Lana from Truth and Transparency would be on the same panel with him, and he would just be hanging out with these people. And I think I would just personally take a screenshot of that and laugh my ass off, just for the shits and giggles, to be honest with you. It'd be hilarious.
Wait,
they were saying yesterday's was the all-star panel.
He told him he was 5'9". That can't be real life, dude. First of all, he's shorter than my husband, and my husband's 5'10". He's shorter than me, and I'm 5'4". So he's between 5'2" and 5'3" because he's at least an inch shorter than I am. So no, he's not 5'9". That's absurd.
So, I don't know. I think Lana, I wasn't surprised. Lana from Truth and Transparency, she does a lot of innocent fraud projects. She thinks Koberger is innocent, and he's being framed.
What?
Yeah.
Oh,
I told you that people are out there they're holding these up as the same, and they think that this is proof.
I mean,
that
listen,
Ryan
I'm not going to
Boberger is
say
gonna
that he
get
couldn't
off.
walk. If they throw that DNA evidence, then there's a very real possibility that he walks because all that rest of it is circumstantial, but he's not innocent.
Yeah.
There are people who actually believe the dang deer-headed Odin people in Delphi too. I mean, and that one's just desperate.
To be fair, when that first came out, I kind of believed it for a moment, and then I looked into it, and I was like, "Oh, okay, I was bamboozled."
It was just sticks put over them, is what it made it look. Said people said it was horns. It was just sticks.
I was like, "Whoa, what is the meaning of this?" And I was like looking through it, and I was like, "Okay." So to be fair, I'm for all truth and transparency, like wink, wink. I was fooled by that for that too.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we all are going to be fooled here and there, okay? Nobody's ever going to get it right 100% of the time, but when you're just ignoring, yes, I have seen him many times in real life, Maui, many, many times, unfortunately. I've been right next to him numerous times, unfortunately. Yeah, she should have taken the 16-month plea. And I am glad that JR stood up to him. It's funny because Turtle Boy thinks it's okay to like go to people's houses and stuff and harass them. But he called the cops when JLR was across the street from his house on a public road, nonetheless. How funny are that dude calls the cops so much. Like, dude, you are such a rat and a pussy. I just want to put that out there. You are the biggest pussy on planet Earth, my dude. Like, there is no bigger pussy than you. You sit there and run your mouth about other people and ratchet this and ratchet. There's nothing more ratchet than someone coming to run their mouth and start a problem and then calling the cops like a friggin' little girl.
Yeah. You know what's interesting? Everyone keeps on focusing on the butt dials, and I'm like, it's interesting to think about humans that they focus on these little tiny details, but not focusing on like microscopic taillight fragments on his clothes embedded in his shirt. And it's just so interesting. It's like a master class of propaganda. It's like, honestly, Alan Jackson, if anything, should teach a class of propaganda because I think he is fantastic at it. How he's kind of made the media think about these certain words like butt dials and all this stuff, but forget about the fact of like actual evidence that they found. Like there's no way that they could have planted the taillight fragments because the clothes weren't washed or they weren't you can't put embedded glass. But yet he's got all these people thinking about it. Even Ted Daniels thinks that.
I know.
I was like, whoa, bro.
Like Ted Daniels needs to take several seats. Okay. I lost all respect for that man. All of it. And I think, in my opinion, it would be up to the judge, but I'm pretty sure the judge isn't going to run shit concurrent. I bet it would be consecutive, but it's only one of two. It's not, she doesn't get of all three. It's not the way it works. But if she had been otherwise, it would be consecutive, I think, not concurrent. But yeah, Hobbit height would be right. Hobbit height would be correct. Small arms and Hobbit height. He hates that. So you can just repeat that to him and he hates it. Oh, you expected him to be on the free Karen Reid side. Well, interesting.
And I can't believe, by the way, I think like Sleuthy, you have lost the cheese off of your cracker. She believes like she's actually getting tricked by trolls on the fucking platform. It says, well, would you look at that? Think this is a real Jennifer McCabe? There's been many comments throughout
the show. We showed that earlier. What a fucking idiot.
I'm like, ma'am, do you realize that that's a troll account? Like, that's clearly a troll account. And I don't think Jennifer McCabe is commenting.
Anyone with eyeballs can see that that's a fucking troll account, clearly.
Like, ma'am, your cheese has fallen off your cracker. Calm down. Calm down.
Facts.
Like, I get you believe that Karen Reid's innocent, but please know that you should know about troll accounts. You've been on this platform long enough.
Well, he technically wasn't ran over. He was hit, but he wasn't ran over. But I agree. I want the conviction on the second degree. But I don't know if they will come to that conclusion. But I do think they will get at least the vehicular homicide.
I think what is risky about this is that if the jury believes that she is truly guilty and that she attempted to cover this up, they're going to add to the circumstances of basically blaming innocent people of her crime and attempting to frame them. And they might be like, well, fuck this bitch. She did all this because they saw, I think Allie McCabe was it who cried. on the stand? I'm trying to remember. They saw one of the witnesses cry on the stand and hear about harassment and stuff like that. And they might just say, fuck you, and throw you in jail for longer. They might be like, murder 2, bye. And that's it. That's a very risky tactic to basically do. And that's why I was saying, like, I don't know why they didn't just go with, like, you know, cutting to pieces the defense's evidence and just kind of staying away from the conspiracy theory. To me, I just don't understand it. I think they would have had a better chance of really getting a not conviction with that one. But I could be wrong. And yeah. And I know the turtle writers can say that's because she's telling the truth. Even Alan Jackson and Yannetti know she's fucking lying. There is no grand conspiracy. I mean, like, if you realistically went up to Alan Jackson and I went behind the scenes and he knew I wasn't recording him and he was friendly with me, he'd be like, yeah, that's full of shit. That was full of shit. I made that shit. We made that shit up and we're hoping to just, it was a great propaganda piece and it worked. That's
Facts,
pretty much it. Yeah. I mean, let's be
Maui
real.
says that Lucy Goosey woman is nuts too. And
Yeah, unfortunately, I mean, I've talked to her. I mean, she's a nice lady, but let's just
she's
say
been very misled then.
yeah, she's a nice lady. I just disagree with her opinions on this case.
I
don't
100% disagree with her, but she has gotten nasty to certain people, and I don't really interact with her, so she hasn't blocked. Somebody's like, oh, she hasn't blocked you. And I'm like, no, because I don't really interact with her. But, like, I can't believe you would be that dumb. I'm sorry. I think she's a smart person who got duped, but if you got duped at some point, you have to start admitting that you were duped. I know it's embarrassing.
I think Suthi Gusi kind of focuses on, like, once she makes up her mind on a case, she focuses on those details that best suit her theory on the case. And she doesn't she doesn't change from that. And she just keeps
well,
it to
that's
it.
not the right way to do analysis on a case, unfortunately. It doesn't matter what
Yeah, I
your
would.
feelings are. Your
I
feelings
would.
don't matter.
I would disagree. I mean, I would agree with you. That's not a way to do it. Personally, if it was me, like, for instance, let's say we found dog DNA bite marks on his arm, my theory would be, I would be like, okay, well, she's innocent.
Right.
Yeah, 180. I'd be like, oh shit, she was framed.
Yeah, she was framed. Right, exactly.
You know what I mean? And that would be like, that type of thing happens, but there is no proof of that. Yeah, and that's the problem with her. I think she gets an idea. And she kind of figures that there's, and sometimes true crime channels, they kind of like get into the nitty gritty and they kind of just like make, they get stuck on the details a little bit too much instead of just like, saying to themselves, okay, what's the simplest explanation? A grand conspiracy of 40 people or a lady drunk off her ass backing up into her boyfriend, either intentionally or unintentionally.
Jen, I completely agree with you there. I have actually thought about doing this. I kid you not. Getting a megaphone and just playing his own words on it over and over outside his house to see how much he likes it.
Yeah.
Just saying. I don't know anything about Andrea Burkhart much, but I would, aliens, that's possible. Anything's possible.
Yeah.
Alien. Some people have said that to me, but it's usually the turtle writers are like, you're just condescending. And I'm like, no, I'm a realist. And I don't mind if your opinion is different, but you're not going to come here and call my viewers idiots. You're not going to come here and call the witnesses idiots and names. Like, if you can't refrain from calling people names because you don't agree with them, then you can fuck right off.
I mean, I think that's the problem. With a lot of the turtle writers, it seems like these people, they don't respect people's opinions and then they attack them for it. Like me, I have people that disagree with my opinions all the time in the Discord or something like that. And I don't immediately go after them and just start calling them names and stuff like that. I say, okay, well, it is what it is. I try to explain my opinion, then I move on. It's really that simple. I think when you're trying to force people to think like you, it shows how weak your position is. And then sometimes people are just going to disagree with you. I mean, it's simple as that. There's going to be people that will always think that Karen Reed's innocent in this case, and I'm not going to argue with them till the moon is blue. I'm just going to be like, okay, well, you're welcome to your opinion. I don't need to convince you. It doesn't matter.
Fuck off. Right.
I don't get paid a commission for every person I convince. I just simply tell you what I believe and what I think, and I move the fuck on to the next case. There will be another case after this, and there will be another case after this, and I'm sure it might be bigger or smaller, but either way, the world will continue. If Karen Reed goes to jail or goes free, it will continue. And that's how it is. And I'm sure there will be other cases that people can discuss and talk about and have controversial and stuff like that.
I don't think you'd be able to hear his voice long, Jennifer. And you are right. I do love you, Jersey girl. I do. John was side clipped on the corner of the SUV, hence why her hatchback lights were intact, except for the chips and marks near the rear window. All John's injuries were to his right side. How the fuck was he beaten up? Yeah, he wasn't, obviously. Jackson's closing was unbelievable. The audacity of saying the Commonwealth wants you to look here, not there, which is exactly what the defense has been doing. The audacity. We have to remember these are the same people who follow the sewer turtle that does the same thing. He goes, look over here, look over here. All these people are bad. I'm the victim. I'm the victim. All of these people are bad. Every person that says anything about me or that I fear is a threat in any way, shape, or form behind closed doors, I'm going to attack and I'm going to be the victim every time. Look over there. Don't look at the dirt I'm doing. Don't look at me. Look over there. It's the same shit. It's a three card money trick.
So-
just like Lally said.
By the way, after this case, what case are you going to try to follow next?
I don't know. I got a couple in mind. You got a good one? You thinking?
I don't know. I don't know.
There's a couple. There's a couple good ones, but like there's none that are like right this minute that are like really riveting. And I'm looking for something like, you know.
What about that guy? That guy who, the actor that shot? That was like the
Alec Baldwin.
Alec Baldwin.
Oh
case coming
yeah,
up.
it's a good one. That's a good one.
That one's an interesting one because that's an interesting precedence to put like a guy who basically
That is going to be a different precedent. Like how does
And
that?
Mick
Like, how do
Miller?
you hold him accountable for what the armorer was supposed to check or not check?
Yeah, I think
It's
this.
not. He's not trained in knowing what that's supposed to be. They depend on the armorer to do that work.
Mama's Micah Miller. Oh, Micah Miller. Yeah, maybe.
Micah Miller.
Micah Miller.
I believe that that the armorer actually was requested to testify and said no because they wouldn't give her enough time off her sentence. There was something
I
with
found
her
it.
and testifying a couple weeks ago.
I don't know. It's a good question. I don't know why Nathan Reed's wife. Maybe because she doesn't fucking agree. Occam's razor. Yeah, exactly.
I think probably, you know, my opinion is I think the father wanted to protect his daughter and spread that lie. But I think like even him and his wife kind of like see this as like it's gone pretty far. It's one thing to put out a crazy ass theory about the fact that, you know, you believe all these people are guilty, but then when you watch the TV and all that, I don't think like Karen Reed's father is just like as fucked up in the head as Karen Reed. I think he sees the damage this is all doing. And while Karen Reed's like loving it and she's smiling and she's having fun, you could see like, you know, Mr. Reed is kind of like, I only want to get my daughter not to go to jail, which most fathers would want their daughter not to go to jail. But when you see the damage that's being done and all this crazy stuff, you know, you could tell it's eating him. It looks like it might be eating him up. And he says, Tim Jensen said Reed was framed and Jen McCabe Googled search. Well, that lady's an idiot because the 227 time has been debunked. Completely and utterly debunked.
4 times. 4 fucking times by the guy that literally made it. Okay. I'm sorry, but you don't need anybody after this. I need a fucking holiday.
Delete the Roccos are there too.
Yeah.
Sitting
Yeah, they were
behind.
yesterday.
Sitting behind.
In the second row, yeah.
I honestly think most likely, if I was the guess, I don't think Reed or any of these people thought it would get this big. It's kind of like, you ever see that movie, The Producers, the original one?
Yes.
Yes, with Zero Mostel and Gene Wilder.
Yeah,
Brilliant
and it's
movie.
kind of like, if you don't know the premise of The Producers, it's about these producers that kind of scam where they say we're going to make a play, but they always, and they go up to like each investor and say we'll give you 100% of the profits, but they go to every single one. And how they make money is basically the play fails and they don't have to give them anything, you know? So that was the whole idea. So they eventually go up to this crazy Nazi guy, and this crazy Nazi guy wants to make a musical called Springtime for Hitler in Germany. And they did this purposely because they thought this would be like a complete collapse. They'd be hated by the audience and that they would keep all the money that they collected as investments. And then the joke is that it becomes success and everyone loves it because they think it's a comedy and they go to jail. And it's kind of like that where like, you know, that's what I feel like the Karen Reed kind of thought that it would not be that big of a deal, that it wouldn't be like, you know, worldwide attention, families getting harassed and all this stuff. They thought they would just get this stuff out, leaked out, and that they would get like some media attention and stuff like that. And I think it blew up way bigger than they ever thought this theory would ever blow up. And I truly do believe that. I don't think they initially thought that literally like news agents. And I think like Karen Reed is eating it up because this is probably the only time in her life where she has been like loved and all these people are supporting her and stuff like that. I just think that's the truth.
Yeah. I mean,
I agree.
I'm doing the Walsh case, but also, the problem with the never pointed at anyone ever thing is when you're doing a movie, you have to. So like, it's like, it's a different circumstance. It's not, I just have to point out right now, there's 911 people here and it says 911. So I looked up and I saw that.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
I do agree that Alec is accountable in that he was the executive producer. The buck stops with him. It was his set, so he does have potentially some legal liability there. As far as getting him for murder, no, because that's not the way it's done on movie sets. Normal everyday gun safety, where you always check and you always do this, and you always that doesn't happen. Like even they had Jensen come in and you watch his interrogation and he was like, there wasn't supposed to be anything in there. She told him it was clear. Why would he look?
Right. You wouldn't, I get it. It's his thing. But like when you're shooting a movie, they do often aim the guns towards other people. That's kind of the whole point. But there's blanks. They're not, you know what I mean? It's just to make the smoke come out. It's not an actual, gonna kill anyone.
Can we play a clip while we're waiting?
Yeah.
Okay. This is apparently the glare, which is I was watching this. It's kind of funny. So here is the glare. You got it?
Yep.
I'm not gonna tell you what's gonna be said, but I want to hear your reaction. Listen.
I am not interested in gaining an audience who wants to point fingers at people without any evidence.
Oh.
I refuse to do that. And Caleb has been with my channel for a long time and knows that I have consistently and always.
I remember that about Nancy Grace accusing a woman on air today.
Shut the fuck up, bro. The amount of self-awareness is amazing to me.
Today, let's listen to this again. Oh my God.
Oh my fucking God.
I am not interested in gaining an audience who wants to point fingers at people without any evidence. I refuse to do that. And Caleb knows this. Caleb has been with my channel for a long time and knows that I have consistently and always felt this way. This is not some new thing.
Wait, this is another one.
It's practically fiction now. People have absolutely, in general, forgotten that real people are affected by these cases.
You think?
Whereas,
I'm so sorry, Tiff.
The fact that real people are affected by these cases awards us with an opportunity to help them.
Really?
And yet this takes a backseat to being to the ego's need to fucking solve the crime and be the super sleuth behind a fucking computer and solve the crime when you're not fucking qualified to do that. There are professionals already assigned to that. What you should be doing is simply sharing the
and you're 45 and you work at a gym.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry.
But you share the information. You share the information and you let law enforcement do their job. You let the professionals who are trained and qualified to find these missing people do their job.
We're in Delulu land, guys. We are in Delulu land.
Kindly take several motherfucking seats, Glare. And I don't usually go after him that hard because I think he's just a fucking idiot. But at this point, I am done. Sir, my life has been turned upside down on its fucking head from your ridiculous mob that you back by allowing them to accuse people of shit they didn't do and run around with baseless allegations and fucking bullshit. Who in the actual fuck do you think you are? No.
It says here, Dr. Wolf, one of Karen Reed's defense witnesses, is connected to the Free Karen Reed movement. His wife is a member of the Facebook group. So much for independent and unbiased.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Lid
Wowza.
Van, Free Karen Reed said since, oh my God.
Oh
I
my.
fucking can't. I can't.
That says since
I can't.
25th of July.
June 2024.
Or is it supposed to say June?
And that's his picture. You see this picture? That looks like him right there.
It is him.
It is him.
I'm just.
Oh my God.
I'm fucking disgusted in 6 ways from Sunday right now. Okay. Number one, I'm disgusted that the glare has the fucking audacity to run his mouth that way when you repeated numerous lies about Lindsay because the turtle told you so. You repeated numerous lies about the McCabe's and the Alberts because the sewer turtle told you so. Half of your fucking audience are people who watched him and then repeated numerous lies about me, Leah, Lindsay, Kevin, and a million other fucking people because the sewer turtle told you so. We have lost viewership, money. We have lost fucking sleep, our sanity over people sending us harassing and threatening messages, emails, DMs on a daily fucking basis to this day. Who the fuck do you think you are, sir? Take several fucking seats and maybe you should get several mirrors, sir. Okay? You can fuck right off with a side order of go fuck yourself.
So it turns out, besides that apparently it looks like that's him. And just in case people think I'm just making this shit up, it looks like that's him. And if that's him and his wife's following this, that means he fucking perjured himself.
Pop that picture up of her. Click on. Oh, you can't because it's a screenshot. Right?
She joined. If that date is right, that's yesterday.
Yeah.
Which means that she waited until after he testified to declare her allegiance.
Yep. She was already watching. Clearly.
Yeah.
That's fucking disgusting.
After he was on the stand. So he purposely waited. His wife purposely waited to join the Facebook group until afterwards. And what's the chances this guy...
Right now.
So I guess we were wrong. I mean, like, wow. Someone should send this.
I need to take a 5-second time out and put myself in a corner for a second because...
Okay. Go for it. I do still think that he was pissed to find out that they hid information from him. I do. Because the way his face changed after Lolly brought all that up to me was anger. And that's the same way I look when I have owners lying to me. So my interpretation of that hasn't changed. Now, whether or not he refused to change his position because of his wife, that's something that's very, very relevant to a whole lot of things going on in the world right now.
Wow.
Can you blame a man for his wife's proclivities? But can you really expect that she kept her mouth shut about them?
No, the chances are like he was watching with her and talking to her. There's no doubt about it. So how is he an independent fucking, someone not hired by the defense and not really loving the defense when his wife's a fucking Karen Reed supporter? Because I highly doubt she was like, oh, subscribe. I really like that. I mean, ever since you testified, I just really, really love those people. But like this to me is like, holy fuck. That is crazy to me. If this is true, that man has committed perjury. Everyone talks about like, oh my God.
Send it to the judge.
No, I can't send shit to the judge but it's going to come out. It's going to come out. And this man is supposed to be hired as a contractor for the FBI, supposed to be a neutral person.
Shouldn't be watching anything that has to do with anything. That means that you were going to say that your shit would never be changed no matter what evidence they gave you, because that's what you were going with the narrative watching this whole fucking shit show. That's what that tells me. Wow. And now your reputation's going to take a serious hit, my dude, and you're the fucking idiot.
No, he might go to jail.
And he could have been following the free Karen Reed side of it and still have been unaware that the other evidence existed, because they don't talk about the other evidence.
I don't know if I believe that.
Most people out in the general public don't think about. I don't think he was given the full information. I don't.
This is like a complete innocent. All the defense witnesses, like Lolly's getting, like this guy is wife's a free Karen Reed supporter. I'm pretty sure he is right now. And also,
that's horrible.
And also, apparently, Mr. Lucky is getting money being paid to him by like GoFundMe's and checks being sent directly to Mr. Yannetti. Like, this is crazy. And this is the side people say is not corrupt. This is the side that's going to stop corruption.
Yeah,
This whole
no.
that whole side of the street is corrupt. You got you got illegal raffle tickets where the guy who's running is taking a little bit off the top and only giving a certain amount to Karen Reed. You got fucking witnesses whose wives, supposed to be neutral witnesses, wives following the group Karen Reed, probably way before the 25th. He waited until the day after he testified so he can get away with it. Then you got one guy, a witness, literally being paid off by the defense with cash money from the fan base. You got people who are cashing in left and right with memberships and GoFundMe and all this. And you're telling me this is the side of people who are going to stop the corruption of Canton. Give me a fucking break. Who's Wolf? Wolf's one of the FBI people, like one of the people hired by the FBI to do the accident reconstruction.
Yeah.
By the defense. You know the guy with the cannon? Remember the guy that smiled with the cannon?
The
That's
fucking
Wolf.
potato cannon. Mhm.
The potato cannon? That's Wolf. And his wife joined Free Karen Reed in group the day
after he testified.
The day after he testified.
I'm disgusted. Which means they were watching it the entire time. That's what it means.
Yeah, they were. But what I was saying was that being Free Karen Reed doesn't mean that he was aware the other evidence existed, because the general public doesn't talk about the actual
I'm
evidence.
on it, Aurora. I'm on it. I've got somebody doing it.
Yeah,
But this is screwed up, and this needs to be like thoroughly looked into.
I mean,
when
but the
did she
problem-
fall in?
The problem is he falsely testified, said he was a neutral person, that he had no contact with, he wasn't watching the media about
That's
this.
true.
He wasn't, and he lied. He lied under oath. And now and a lot of people liked his testimony. And now a fucking guilty woman might get off because this guy motherfucking lied and let her off. And this is supposed to be the side that's going to stop that? Yeah.
Yeah. Fucking no.
No, this is a corrupt side. That's corruption over there, the Free Karen Reed movement, because all the people running it are corrupt. The lawyers are corrupt. Karen Reed's family's corrupt. Karen Reed's corrupt. And now apparently their expert witness, two of them are, one witness and one person is corrupt.
I fucking can't.
It is illegal because he stated that he doesn't follow the news. He's supposed to be neutral.
He's stricken. Yep.
He's supposed to be neutral. He said he's supposed to be neutral. Imagine if like a lot of people held it against Proctor because he didn't like Karen Reed and they read his text messages and all that. But this guy is clearly supporting Karen Reed. That's not neutral. That means and he testified on behalf of her. That is not neutral. I'm sorry. You can't claim that you are, you're neutral and you're following Karen Reed. Your wife's following, and you don't give me that his wife's listening to Turtle Boy and Free Karen Reed, and he has no clue about it. And,
yeah, please. I talked to my husband about everything. Let's get fucking real here.
My husband has zero interest in this trial, but knows everything about it.
Yeah,
right. Mine as well.
That's a big space. That might be the plausible deniability, but that's so dirty. That's saying so dirty. Especially when she joins literally the day after her husband finishes testifying. That shows intent that she knew about it.
It does.
It's not like
she waited.
It's not like she was following him like a year ago and like she's just following him like, he just didn't know about it or whatnot. She waited a day after he testified.
Yep.
That tells me a lot. That tells me a lot.
Sorry, but I wouldn't join at all. At all. If I was at all. You're a fucking idiot. Because she thinks that it's a plausible deniability. Well, I didn't join until after he testified. That. So you magically, the day after he testified, thought she was innocent? Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Dirty. Very dirty.
And that level of dirt and slime is why I don't put it past Jackson in the slightest to get in Dr. Rinchler's ear and say, he's going to ask you about these tests. Tell him no.
Yeah.
We're on it, Aurora, right now. We're on it.
Well, it's not going to change anything. Because now
it might not, but at least they know.
Like, it's really sucking. It's really... I didn't
It's
expect
fucking
that.
sad.
I didn't
I
expect
didn't
that.
either.
Like
I didn't. No, I didn't either.
I thought he was just a neutral guy who got the incomplete information, and I'm finding out his wife. Wow, this makes me like have no faith in the system. To be honest with you.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. Absolutely. Like, what the fuck? What in the actual fuck? It just, yeah, optically it does. It just looks fucking awful. Like, come on. I mean, it's possible. We're working on it. It's possible.
I mean, for God's sake, look what they're doing to Chris Albert because he made a decision a year later to run for select board.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm not. Yeah, I mean, my husband watches shit and follows shit that I don't follow, but I know about it because of him. It doesn't matter if I support, but she clearly supports it, and his testimony shows that he wasn't being honest, because any scientific or medical person can't say, if I didn't have a third of the evidence, that it wouldn't have changed a scientific or medical opinion. Of course it would have. Those different things play into science and physics. So you can't say if different things didn't play into it that it wouldn't have changed. And what that shows is that he wasn't being honest. That's what that shows. On purpose.
Yeah, that's not good. That's
Well,
that's
Your
really
Honor, I
disappointing.
was never asked about my wife.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, what do you mean? Jackson has a problem with you not disclosing if you weren't asked, remember? I mean,
Yeah.
she probably did realize it was a bad idea, but I think she thought she was safe after he testified and after they went into deliberation. Yeah, we do. We talk a lot. Facts.
Yeah, of course. I mean, like, that's crazy to me. If Proctor was fought, like they grilled Proctor for his association with one of the Alberts after.
Well,
the
yeah, I just
investigation.
want everybody to know, too, if Kate has this information, I promise you that the authorities have it.
Yeah.
Not that they won't check.
Like,
They're gonna,
you
but-
can't be friends. You can't do that. Like, Proctor got grilled on that stand for this, for even less than this, actually. Like, and that's crazy to me. Like,
For a bunch of anonymous people all over the country. We don't even know where they live, let alone what they do for a living or what they believe about the case. They're just a bunch of phone numbers.
and you think that she's in this Facebook group and she doesn't tell him about her husband, Wolf?
Right.
Really? Because I hear a lot about people's husbands in the Discord, just saying, or in the groups. They tell me a lot. But anywho, I'm pretty sure they knew, especially since she's with her government name there.
Right. Right. Exactly.
You know, whatever, man. I'm very sick of this. I really am.
I'm
sickens me.
disgusted. I'm fucking gross.
I don't
can't.
think they can. I don't think they can voir dire during deliberations. The trial is over. What's the remedy?
But I don't know the remedy. I don't know. The judge can decide a remedy as long as they know. You know.
Yeah, can you imagine if Proctor's wife joined a Justice for John group a day after he testified? Yeah, be all over the fucking internet.
Oh yeah. What do you mean? He'd be the worst person on planet Earth. They'd be corrupt and they'd be demanding something happen. Demand.
Oh, good Lord! All his sister did was show up for work one day.
I know. I know.
Yeah, it's sad, man. I'm just saddened by this stuff, man, because it just shows you like the problem with the system. It's completely
There's a
corrupt.
huge problem like that. I mean, again, this is the reason though that things are sequestered, and why I believe it should have been that way from the beginning, whether it's inconvenient or not. This is something that should have been that way for everybody to be sequestered for this very fucking reason. Like, and I'm sorry, but anyone could have seen this coming. Anyone. I mean, it's possible. It's plausible. It's possible. Other than you missed me, I missed you too. A lot.
One juror being not guilty when all the others are guilty, or vice versa, is a hung jury.
Yeah, but they usually tell them to hang on for it has to be a couple of. It can't be
they
like
can't just do it once and then that's it. They got to keep going until it's absolutely 100%. They cannot change that person.
Yeah,
You know what I'm
it would
saying?
be like days.
Right. So
They said they would call everybody back. They wanted everybody back in the courtroom at 3:30 for dismissal.
Yeah, I have it right here. It's still
Fanny.
Well, anyway, I gotta go. I got things to do. You guys have a good one.
You too. Thanks.
See you later.
See ya.
It's they will be coming back shortly. So
I am appalled. I mean,
I'm disgusted. I'm absolutely disgusted right now.
No, they weren't FBI agents, but they're outside contractors. But you got to trust these people, right?
Oh, absolutely.
We trusted him. I trusted him. I thought he was just someone with a different interpretation because he was only given half the data.
Because he wasn't given all the data. You can't make a decision if you don't have all the data. Absolutely fucking absurd. Absolutely absurd.
So now we know who told him to throw the cocktail glass and the head at the taillight, don't we?
We sure do. Hold on. I don't share. Hold on. What is this? Hold on. See if we can listen to this. Somebody just sent me this about the glare.
Judge him. Everybody
Oh,
wants to like.
this is a good one where he's not self-aware still from today. Ready, everyone? It's not on the computer, so you're gonna have to listen to just the audio. But here we are.
This is what really bothered me. I just don't share the same interest that most people have in these true crime cases because people are just so interested in people's personal shit. They want to judge them. Everybody wants to like have somebody to compare their lives to so they could say that they have a better life than them. They love to have opinions on someone else's shortcomings, and they love to know other people's shortcomings so that they have something to compare their
Your best friend does that, idiot.
They get to feel better.
Your
about
turtle
themselves.
buddy does that.
And if you need that to feel better about yourself, you're a pathetic fuck.
Oh, tell him.
Seriously.
Yep.
This is what really bothers me.
Tell him. Tell him, Claire, he is a pathetic fuck. But he's your bestie now, right? He's your bestie now? That's the turtle.
What is he even talking about? Their target is the Canton Mafia that they think the Alberts are. Why?
Right.
Because they're a well-respected family?
Because the turtle said so. Because the sewer turtle said so. Like, I feel bad for, and I say I'm afraid. I'm afraid. And, I know I'm only 37, but my body feels very old and I have a lot of medical issues. And, like, I can't. Like, I literally can't. I am afraid what I'm leaving my children and eventually when I have grandchildren on this earth with. The intelligence level of people is amazing to me. Like what? Like what? I mean, it seems to be legit.
Who was it yesterday? It wasn't me, but kept asking why Jackson was harping so much on Dr. Wolf's impartiality. He didn't ask anyone else as many questions as he did Dr. Wolf. And we were all wondering why, because he hadn't done that with any of the others.
It's true.
We know he was laying a paper trail for
that
us.
Makes way more sense than what now. But I mean, as far as I know, it looks like it is legit. It looks like it's absolutely legit. It doesn't seem to be a troll account in any way, shape, or form. I don't know.
I mean, we have a screenshot with him on a banner and her on a user icon. I'm not going to Facebook to stalk people because I don't do that.
I'm
But
on it right
would be
now to
nice to
look.
know when that account was created, if it's had any name changes, all of the stuff that you can see in the history.
Looking at it right now. Hold on. Hold on, I gotta change this to all comments, not new comments. Interesting. I'm not understanding. It doesn't seem to be a troll account. So I'm Wow. Hold on. Let me just check something real quick. Let's check this. Let's check this. I mean, hold on. Whoa. Stupid computer. Doing some recon here, people. Give me a second. Certainly aren't new photos. They're all older photos. There's things from years ago that are posted years ago.
Twitter is saying in her defense, she just joined 2 days ago. No, she joined yesterday. Today's the 26th. Pretty sure.
Pictures on here from from 2020. So it's, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not. Yeah, I mean.
And she only replied to comments about her husband. Now, why would she know to go there to answer comments about her husband if she didn't know it existed?
Right. So this account is not new. She's had it. She's posted pictures on it in 2020. Of them in 2020, including him. So it doesn't seem to be a troll account or something someone just made. I'm putting that out there now. It seems to be her account. And again, we're going back to March, January 2020, 2019, October 15, 2018, when they only had 2 kids instead of 3. This is a legit account. It's not a sock account in any way. It doesn't look like the name has been ever changed on it. For all indications show me this is her account. So I would say the answer to that question is, yeah, it is. It's her account. Yeah, no, I get that, but we checked. It is. It's her account.
I do agree that doxing is wrong. That has always been my stance. Always will be.
I didn't dox her shit.
Going to Facebook, stalking someone, digging up information that they don't openly share about themselves, equating usernames to legal names, none of that. She was in there commenting under her legal name in a Facebook group. Anyone who saw her comment can say that. That is not doxing. That is public information at that point.
It's public. And again, I didn't show it to you guys. I checked myself just because of that. I don't really agree with the whole doxing thing, and I'm not going to show pictures of her children, and most of the pictures are her and her children and him. So I'm not going to put that on the screen, and I don't think anybody should. But I don't. Kate didn't dox her. She was in a public Facebook group writing. She publicly did it. Like. Apparently no, you can't. I mean, you can check for yourself. I just went over the entire account, dude. It's not new. It's not a troll. It's actually her. It's really real life her. Apparently not smarter than that, but we're talking about the same kind of people who follow this trial. So, it was, X. It's on X. I mean, yeah, I checked. I literally just sat here and checked while I was with you guys. It's a legit account. Everything that's public goes back to 2018. I stopped there. It could go back further. I stopped there because that shows me that she was changing her profile pictures in 2018 of pictures of when they only had 2 children, then when it went to 3 children. So, and you can see they're younger and then get older. So it's not a sock account. It's not a troll account, because if a troll account made a thing now, you wouldn't be able to see pictures from 2018 or 19 or 20. It would be all stuff from right now. So, yeah, no, we knew that one wasn't Jennifer McCabe. Everybody on planet Earth should have known that. It's kind of common sense. But it is actually her. It's really real life her. So, unfortunately, it's truth. Yeah, it has been. It's not a sock. So, yeah, maybe not. Maybe no verdict today. It's 3:30. So if it is, it'd be very close to 4 o'clock. Yeah, weird. I don't know. I'm a little shocked too, to be honest. Yeah, I just did a thing. I'm not going to tell you guys what it is, but there's a way to check social accounts and cross them with other accounts, emails, other things that are associated with that account in that email, and everything shows me it is her. So Dr. Dustin, the wheelchair guy. You can sequester witnesses. The witnesses were sequestered. They were. They were like, it was a very like, I don't know how to explain it. It wasn't like a full sequester, but they did have to sequester away from other people. They couldn't talk to any family members or anything about testimony or anything like that. They actually had to, and they took it very seriously. I know. I don't think she will either, but as long as she has the information, that's all we really need to care about, At least if she has the information, she can decide then. We're on it. LTL, so verdict is in. I don't know why LTL would say that. How the fuck would he know? Yeah, I don't think they can do voir dire after deliberations have started. I think we started with, oh damn, Bree, how many? We started with 15? Did we start with 15? Or 3 as far as I know, and then we had 2 more, so maybe we started with 18? Or I know 3 have been dismissed, and I think there's 2 alternates left. So that'd be 15, 16, 17. So wait, 5, we would have had 12, and then 3 alternates were dismissed, and then, or 3 jurors were dismissed, and then there was 2 more, so it's 5, so that's 15 total. So 17 total. So we had 5. We started with 5 alternates. We have 2. There are no conditions after they testified, as far as I know. I don't think they have to do anything after the test, except not talk to other people who haven't testified yet. Uh-oh, something's happening. Hold on. Something is happening. Crap.
Have indicated they want to go home, so they're coming over.
Damn it. They want to go home. At 3:30? Thought it was until 4. What the effing F? Damn it. One more day of freedom again. I just started. I know 3 that have been done. So it's all.
Please rise for the jury.
No verdict yet, B. Tim's. Just they want to go home. They should go till 4. What the fuck?
Yeah, well, they're relaxed now because they know they're going home. Karen's got one more free day. That's why. Yeah, they could. I agree. They need
All
to
right,
stay.
jurors, you've been working hard today. I understand you want to go home, so we'll suspend for the day and we'll see you tomorrow morning ready to start right at 9. So please follow those same 3 instructions. Do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it. Put the whole case out of your mind until tomorrow. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.
All rise for the jury. Jury up.
Look at her face. I just can't. Like, you don't think the jury sees that? Ugh. Gross. Paulo keeps a rock star, but somebody block out what's behind him, please. That receding hairline and bald spot is annoying me. He did seem pissed when he realized he didn't have all the evidence, but at the same time, now it seems to me as if he knew he was going to say that nothing would change.
All right, please. We'll be in recess.
Petro's live on X saying defense is giving a press conference today. All right, we'll go there. Hold on. Nope, I don't like your voice, guy. Shush your face. Hold on. Let me get to John's thing. Blah, 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 blah. Where is he live? What's happening? I don't see it. What the hell? Oh, here it is. Hold on.
Been a rough
Yeah,
day
the potato cannon one for Marka.
for the defense.
Why is it buffering, dude? John, your shit's buffering, my dude. Come on. It's not me. It's him. Fuck. John, you gotta move around, bud. Your shit's buffering, my dude. Also, for anybody on X, because there's a lot of you watching, if you click on the live, like if you click on me, you can actually comment. Come on, dude. What is the...
Been a rough day for the defense.
And this is
Keeps
where he
come out
oh, here we go.
momentarily now. Been a rough day for the defense.
This is it. Here's live.
Keeps come out momentarily now.
It can't be just a clip because he's live, so it doesn't make sense.
Been
Seems
a
like
rough
it's a clip
day
that's just
for
playing
the
over and
defense.
over. Hold on. I don't understand what's happening here. I just hit the live button, so I'm confused as to what the actual fuck is happening. Where'd it go? It was showing me he was live, and now it's not. What the fuck, dude? Ah! Some media, maybe? No. I'm not seeing shit now. What the fuck? Said he was live. Maybe it was buffering so much, so he went off. I don't... What the fuck is going on? Does anybody else have a... Let's see. John, I can't see your shit, my dude. If you're live, it's not showing anymore. Fuck. Couldn't find me today on YouTube? I know, right? And really streamer backpack.
He's court. Yeah, she said this is a fucking joke. That's what she said. Yeah, I don't. Oh, sorry, Bree. I didn't see you sitting there. My bad. I didn't see you. My bad.
Sitting where? I haven't gone
You-
anywhere, did I?
You weren't on stage for some reason. It said add to stage. You weren't on the stage.
Really?
Yeah.
I've been talking. Huh.
No, yeah, no, didn't hear you.
I've been
Yep.
assaulting your ears only, huh?
Parent. No, I didn't hear you either. So I don't, it just wasn't on stage. So I don't know what the hell it was doing. Like, all right, well, maybe John isn't live. I don't know. It was saying he was, and then it buffered, and then that was it. So I don't know what's going on here. Let's see if anything else shows if we do this. Trending now, blah, blah, blah. No, I don't know. It's weird. That's weird. Did show that he was live. I don't. It's still saying like
Again, jury still deliberating. Still
earlier.
reporters. It's been a very long day. They thought they were going to have a verdict yesterday. The jury did have one question on the state police CERT team in their report. So that is the situation that remains right now in Dedham.
This was earlier, I'm guessing.
As we're waiting for Karen Reed. Yeah. Karen Reed to exit.
I don't know. Guess we'll find out in a second.
That kind of looks like the old Senator John Chafee.
Huh.
So again, day 2 deliberations. What does it mean? Well, it seems to be going on longer, I can tell you, than the Karen Reed people wanted or thought. She also seemed frazzled today. Today she did not do the big walk to start the day. Been doing a lot of walking back and forth. Instead, she got dropped off today. She hasn't done that in the past. I don't know if we should read anything into it. They had a good crowd today. The supporters, the buffer zone, not as big as the day before, but yep. All right, done for the day. She's going to be coming out. We're going to show it to you. Folks, momentarily, Karen Reed is going to come walking out. You can see the media is waiting for her. We're just going to stay right here so we can get a good shot. This is outside the courthouse. Here's her security team lining up. They're getting ready. Seem to be more of them each time. You're also going to see the O'Keefes come out momentarily now. Been a rough day for the defense. Yep.
That's it. Oh,
That was
all right, another
elucidating.
minute. Hold on. I don't know.
I think the biggest surprise, folks, again, if you're watching on TikTok, make sure you follow the page. If you're watching on X, make sure to follow the page. Here they come. And there is
Yeah, get
Karen
screenshots
Reed.
and send them to me, please.
There is her defense attorney, David Yannetti, Alan Jackson. There they
Told
go.
you the Titanic. The Titanic saw her. It might not have crashed.
There's Ted Daniel.
And I'm not mean to anyone.
No
She's a fucking
verdict.
face liar. So
All right.
that.
That's going to do it. We're
No
going
pressy.
to sign
No
off
press
here
button.
from Dedham. We'll be back tomorrow. More live coverage. More live coverage tomorrow. Thank you, everybody.
Alrighty. Well, that happened. So, yeah. Okay. Well, oh, yeah, the Canton TV guy. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry, but he's Turtle Boy. He's a Turtle Boy follower, so I can't listen to a fucking thing that the guy from Canton TV says. If we have multiple groups, including a Turtle Boy one, let's get those screenshots to me on X or email something, please. I love you guys. Yeah, like she's a movie star. But I can't. Oh, so
Yeah,
Tracer
people
posted
are
it? Interesting.
people are like fan casting Jennifer Aniston as her, and if that's what you want to do, go right ahead. Jennifer Aniston's like 57.
It's in Discord. All right. Because they all just sit outside the courthouse forever and ever and ever and ever. All day, every mother effing day. That's what they do. Dude, what the hell? I just X this out. Why? You know, I click on something just to like make it bigger and like now it won't go away. Stop. Thank you. Trying to see my Discord and it's like making it big and blowing shit up and okay. Oh man. Julie Grant. I love Julie Grant so much. Is this something we can watch? Hold on, let's see. I'm Julie Grant because I love Julie.
You can watch Vinny Politano pretend he has.
Fuck Vinny. Screw fucking Vinny. All right, let's watch this with Julie because Julie at least is not a fucking afraid to tell the goddamn truth. And I, for one, can appreciate the fact that she's not afraid to tell the truth. Because they just sit outside. They sit outside and they have, you know, parties and whatnot. Like, they're supposed to be way down the street of the buffer zone. Some of them like to try to fly up when she's coming out of the courthouse. I don't think she's on YouTube, though. I think it's just X. Julie follows me on X, and I love it. I love Julie. She is bold enough to tell the truth and not be afraid. I love that. Yeah, there's a 200-foot buffer zone, but they oftentimes wander out like wild animals. So hold on, let me get what was on for Julie here so we can see this. I gotta make it bigger for you guys to see too. All right. Let me get it up here. On News Nation with Dan. Well, you know what? He keeps burning bridges with every channel. He's not allowed on Court TV anymore because of his mouth. So he'll burn that one too with News Nation. And they won't have him on either. You know what I mean? He gets on once and then he doesn't like their opinion and, you know, runs his mouth online constantly. And then the producers are like, why the F would we want to ever have you back on our channel with how disrespectful you are? Like, most people can just disagree and be normal. He can't. He has to like call people names and because it makes him feel better about his little self. And I said little. Yeah, I did. I don't know. Apparently not. I don't know. Maybe apparently not. Apparently they don't do anything outside of sit outside of the courthouse. I mean, even when I'm here with you guys, I shut my camera off and I like sweep and I mute myself and I like do laundry and fold shit, you know, that kind of stuff. Especially when there's like witnesses talking and stuff. Like obviously the last 2 days have been a little different, but I have, you know, Bree and B Tim sometimes will pick up the slack a little when I have to mute. All right, let me play this. Allergies.
Smiling. Perhaps we can take the freeze frame of her smiling. And the judge said, and I'm quoting here, "Excuse me, is this funny, Ms. Reed?" And then she said, "We're done." And that part of the record and the session was adjourned. There it was there on the freeze frame. Okay. Dr. Sue, what does this say to you?
This is called the entitlement smirk. And people that do this smirk feel that they are entitled to special treatment.
Yep.
And that is what you saw and what your viewers saw right there. The
smiling. Perhaps we can take the
I
freeze
love it.
frame of her
I wish
smiling.
we
And the
could watch
judge
the
said,
rest of that.
and I'm quoting here, "Excuse
Can
me,
we
is
find
this
this
funny, Ms.
unfortunately?
Reed?" And then she said, we're done.
I wanna
And
see the rest of
that
Does anybody know where to find that? Because I would love to see the rest of what Julie and the doctor had to say there, because that is a great effing clip. I'm just saying. A great clip. Let's see. Let me see if I can find it real quick.
I don't watch News Nation, so
No, it's not.
I don't think.
TV.
Oh, I don't know if either one of them are even on my cable, honestly. News Nation or Court TV, either one.
It's Julie Grant on Court TV. Let's see. Julie Grant, Court TV. Okay. Courtroom coverage, watch live. Opening statement. I think that was what it was this morning, probably. Let's see if
They're
it's on-
allowed on the same block as the courthouse, but they have to keep moving, and they're not allowed to display any of the words or stuff on their shirts.
So they wear pink instead. Let's see if this is it. Hold on. Is this today? I don't know. What's today's date? Yeah, this is
26th.
today. Hold on. Oh, crap. Shut the F up, guy. Anyone of us can be Karen Reed. Yeah, you could if you believed a conspiracy. Sure could. Let's see.
we've got our first live look for you just moments
Nailed
away.
it, was right.
And possible new developments in the case of missing college student Caleb Harris. Human remains were found in the area where he disappeared.
All right, let me see if
Also
I can
this
get
hour,
to the
we're
part
looking
where
at must-see
she does
excerpts
it.
from Sarah Boone's 58-page letter to the judge. And we're previewing MMA star Cain Velasquez.
See if I can skip to it.
Get it? And if the jury isn't insulated from
All right, let's go back because I want to hear Julie's comments. She's usually got pretty good ones.
In the highly contentious, widely publicized case of defendant Karen Reed, the jury is not sequestered. Not for the trial,
Yeah,
and not for
weird.
the deliberations.
Agreed.
Not at all. But why not? Look, I know sequestration is expensive. I know that it's not warranted in every case, but if there ever was a case where arguably it's needed, I'd say it's this one. The outside of the courthouse looks like a circus. Protesters in pink, a sea of videographers with their cameras, members of the media, and other interested citizens filming on their cell phones. All that footage, it's going somewhere. Maybe on television, maybe on YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, you get it. And if the jury isn't insulated from all of that media coverage and internet chatter, how can we be sure that a fair trial is being had? From the looks of it, seeing or hearing about the case seems inevitable. Now, I'm not in Dedham, Massachusetts, but I know I've got plenty of people asking me about this case. So think about what life must be like for these jurors who are actually there living in that community, going about their regular business. And ask yourself, is it truly possible for them not to be exposed in some way to talk about this case? I'm surprised that sequestration wasn't a consideration for this one.
Agreed.
I think it should have been.
Agreed.
Sequestration is really the only true way to protect the sanctity of the jury deliberation process. And these jurors already have a tough enough job, a
Been
very
saying this how
important job.
much?
And so
Yeah,
really,
a lot.
neither side should want their decision compromised by something or someone who's outside of the courtroom. That's my opening statement on this Wednesday morning. Let me know if you like it. Right now, it's time for your daily docket.
Dumb as I actually don't agree with you. Actually, I'm done. Okay. Can you send him home?
Who the hell is
Actually,
that?
done. Okay,
Who's this person? Oh,
Done. Because you're like, you're costing me money. I didn't do since I got to this house because of you.
oh boy.
OnlyFans model and accused killer Courtney Clenny back in court
Oh,
in our
okay.
next hour. She's got a status conference on her case. And this is just one of the big hearings we're following for you today on Court TV. In Utah, we've got
All
the
right,
woman
let
who's
me try to
accused of
skip
killing
here.
both.
It's interesting, but not interesting enough for me to want to listen to that.
On your screen when it's time. It is paused right now, as you can see, because the jury called it a day on Tuesday after deliberating for just under 3 hours' time. Let's look live now together at the outside of the courthouse. As you can see, there's security, and as we know, the protesters have a restricted area. They aren't able to come within a certain number of feet to the courthouse, and there are some of them there right now. Speaking of protesters, Karen Reed is the defendant on this one. The victim is Boston police officer John O'Keefe. Reed is accused of killing him by driving her SUV drunk, throwing it in reverse, and hitting him with her car. Now, both sides reiterated their cases and their theories to the jury on Tuesday in close. Let's watch.
Look the other way. Look the other way. 4 words that sum up the Commonwealth's entire case. 4 words that sum up the hopes of those who have tried to deceive you. Conflicts of interest? Doesn't matter. Just look the other way. Magic hairs, magic glass.
Oh,
Look
it's
the other
magic
way.
now?
Late night calls and Google
Magic.
searches, falsified affidavits, inverted videos, butt
Inverted.
dials
I can't even
galore.
believe you went there. Inverted.
Just look the other way.
Idiot, idiot, idiot.
I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Those are the words of the defendant 4 times. There is no conspiracy. There is no cover-up. There is no evidence of any of that beyond speculation, rampant speculation and conjecture on behalf of the defense. 2 things can be true at the same time. They're mutually exclusive. The text from Trooper Proctor are distasteful, they're disrespectful, they're unprofessional. There's no defense to them. And the defendant killed John O'Keefe.
All right, I have a very special guest I want to bring in now. He's been in the courtroom watching throughout the duration of this trial. He's a nationally known radio host, the host of the John DePietro Show. He's also the creator of the show Road Patrol Live. Mr. John DePietro back with us this morning. Good to see you, John. And I see you're outside of the courthouse already.
It is, Julie. I think it's interesting when Alan Jackson was saying, look the other way, because the jurors couldn't look the other way when you had Jen McCabe and you had Brian Albert and you had Colin Albert, and then you also had Kerry Roberts inside of the closing. You're exactly right. I mean, it's beyond a circus-like atmosphere. It's also, it can be somewhat, as you're walking around and you can tell I'm not in pink and everyone's in pink. And some people have shown me photos where I'm standing there and I'm surrounded by a sea of pink shirts, and then you just see my outfit there. I'm curious to see what's going to happen if, in fact, a guilty verdict comes down. Because I can tell you, Julie, in talking with some of them, they don't listen to the other side. They don't listen to Lally, the prosecutor, the closing. They are so hell-bent on what they think has happened here. And so I also have found, I don't think people are truly focusing on the fact that there's 3 charges that she's facing. Everyone is focused on the murder too, but most of the people that I talk to, I don't think that they fully get that there's other charges that the jury could come back and find a guilty verdict.
They don't get it.
You're right, John. I'm so glad you mentioned that. We've got the verdict form, and we're putting it up on the screen for our viewers now. And it's multiple pages, as you know, John. I know you've studied it, looked at it. And so this would be the top charge, murder in the 2nd degree. But then let's look at page number 2. As John mentioned, so here we not only have the offense of manslaughter while operating motor vehicle under the influence, but look at everything else, all the lesser included that are there. There's a variation in the toxicity. The jury can decide, whether there was a certain amount of a BAC that was proven there. There's also involuntary manslaughter as a lesser included, motor vehicle homicide, that's a lesser included. I mean, so to your point, John, I think a lot of people didn't realize how many options this jury has. It's just not guilty or not guilty. They have got to go through numerous charges and weigh all the evidence. Would you tell me, please, John, as you were watching the closing arguments, and let's start with Adam Lally. What would you say was the biggest thing that stuck out to you with his close?
I think, Adam Lally has been consistent, Julie, but when he talked about, and I always believe it's the little things sometimes that can make a difference. When he highlighted, And this was not covered because they didn't film it. They didn't show it when the niece and nephew testified. But when they talked about how the niece testified, when Karen Reed woke her up that morning, and when Karen Reed said, I left him at the waterfall, and I need Jen McCabe's phone number. And I think it really has resonated that if Jen McCabe had not said, Karen, I saw you outside the house, you just wonder how long that would have gone along, that Karen Reed was going to try to carry out this whole version of her story that she had last seen him at the waterfall. So I think the niece, Kerry Roberts, Jen McCabe, Julie, I can't stress enough the impact of the jury seeing Jen McCabe, Kerry Roberts, Colin Albert, Brian Albert, sitting right there with the O'Keefe family. They've heard about these people, they saw them testify, and boom, they're sitting there. And Julie, I also want to mention what was missing yesterday from Alan Jackson was Colin Albert. I mean, if anything now, it was like yesterday was the big announcement that Brian Higgins, it turns out, got the short straw and he's named as the killer here.
Right.
Colin Albert wasn't even mentioned in closing arguments. The Boston Herald had his
Bingo.
picture and his bruised knuckles on the screen. And
Bingo.
there he is sitting in court, and they grilled him when he was on the stand and not
even mention
mentioned in
What did I
closing
say?
arguments. That is something the defense couldn't get the jury to look away.
Wow. You just picked up on something so huge, and I'm so glad you mentioned it, John, because we know that the defense team all along had this narrative, this third-party culprit defense that they couldn't get to. We know because they have a burden of
Probably just
production,
misspoke,
not
Joey.
proof, burden of production, as you know, my friend.
We
But
all
for
know it
anybody,
wasn't 1242.
who's
Didn't
wondering,
recall the trial
yes, you
itself.
have a burden. It's a different burden that the Commonwealth carries. But if you want to blame people for your client's crimes, allegedly, then you've got to go and put the proof out there. And so they didn't. And I wonder if the judge restricted them, John. I'm wondering if that was why they didn't, why they pivoted, because you're right. They pointed the finger at Higgins suddenly. Why is it just Higgins now?
And at first, that tape we heard when Karen Reed was being taken into custody, and she said, her own words, we know this is all a big joke, right? Colin Albert and Brian Albert were the ones that beat him up. Higgins, we know from those embarrassing text messages. Karen also said to Higgins when she kissed him, don't worry, I know where the cameras are. And on top of that, Julie, what also can't be denied is the power and impact when Karen Reed's voice comes thundering into the courtroom with those voicemails. I thought Lally was very effective in pointing out it was the rage of backing up, hitting him, and then the rage, that message she left him was not of one of concern, not of one of, so what's the story? Am I joining you? Not of, hey, should I come pick you up? What was the first communication from Karen Reed to John O'Keefe, as you know, was one of rage, one that we can't even really fully mention. It was so outrageous. That is so powerful in the courtroom.
I heard it was, John, and I heard the same thing from my colleague Matt Johnson, who said it was almost startlingly loud, and it was a moment. It created a moment for the jury. Let's play a clip of the voicemails now.
Third message, what time is that received?
12:59. John, I'm here with your kids. Nobody knows what the you want.
With regard to the fifth message, what time was that received by Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
1:11 a.m. Yes, 1 in the morning. I'm with his niece and nephew. You you're
Okay, so that was when it came in the trial. John, as you were watching, any noticeable reactions from the jurors with those voicemails when that evidence came in?
It's funny you said that, Julie, because they were looking at Karen Reed and then they were looking at the O'Keefe family. I can't emphasize enough. She was thrown, Karen Reed was thrown seeing Jen McCabe, Brian Albert, Colin Albert, Kerry Roberts, was thrown by seeing them not only in the courtroom, sitting with the O'Keefe family. And remember, Julie, as we've talked about, that is a small courtroom. It's not like they were way in the back. It's not like they were in the galley. They were right there prominent with the O'Keefe family. That was a power move by Jen McCabe, Brian Albert, Colin, and also Kerry Roberts.
Sure was.
John, if you know, have you, I know it's early, but have you seen anyone today? I'm curious if any of them are going to be back today. I've been wondering if we're going to see the McCabes and the Alberts, because we know they're friends of the O'Keefe family.
They are. I'm wondering the same thing, to be honest with you. I'm right across the street. I'm going to be looking for them. Again, they enter with, great security, kind of in and out. We're getting set to go into the courthouse in really just moments. But I'm also curious to see if they are going to be here or if that was just a one-time type thing.
Yeah, I know you'll let us know, my friend. And I've really enjoyed
Absolutely.
following all your tweets, and you are all over this case and have done a tremendous job reporting. John DePietro, we'll speak soon. Thank you so much for making time for us today. Take care.
Good to be with you.
Thank you. And here's what's coming up on opening statements. We've got human remains recovered near where missing college student Caleb Harris.
Like everyone, how did they miss this?
She writes, I am not a criminal or just a protect one with his own dad. And I want to show you a live look at the courthouse in Dedham, Massachusetts right now. We've got lots of Free Karen Read protesters with their pom-poms ready for potentially a verdict today. The jury didn't come back yesterday. They've got a lot of things to consider in this case and a verdict form to go through. We'll let you know when they start back up. This morning, we're shining a spotlight on former
This is an innocent woman. She didn't do it. It's a controversial case that's
hugging a supporter, not sure who she's hugging, but we'll see what happens and if we get a verdict together live next.
That seems like it's the end of that, though. So that's what I'm confused about. Like, so if that's the end of Julie Grant's opening statement, and that doesn't sound like it is, but that's where it ends on that. So, and then it starts back at the beginning. So, weird.
She just repeated the phrase.
So maybe, hold on. Let's go back. That was today, so I don't know what else could be on here. I mean, I don't know. It doesn't, maybe this courtroom coverage. It's the only thing I can, but that's what we were already watching. So it's like, what else is there to see what she said with the doctor? I can't find where it would have been. If anybody else knows, please let me know. I also think they're not supposed to have those signs, and the cops clearly are not enforcing that. Like, those are not supposed to happen. That's in the buffer zone. You're not supposed to have Free Karen Read shirts. You're not supposed to have signs. So I don't really understand why they have them at all.
Because every time they cross the buffer zone with those signs, they are threatening Karen Read's constitutional right to a fair trial, because they're
also not even supposed to be in the buffer zone. They're not supposed to
Right.
be in the buffer zone with the signs. They're not supposed to have Free Karen Read anything, even in the buffer zone. That's why they're wearing pink shirts and not Free Karen Read shirts, because they're not allowed to wear Free Karen Read anything at all. Not even in the buffer zone. That's why they're wearing pink shirts and not ones that say Free Karen Read. So I saw those ones in the front, and I'm like, wait a second, why isn't that being enforced? The pom-poms, yeah. The pom-poms are effing ridiculous. Like, I mean, I'm sorry. Yeah, she didn't drop him off. Like, oh, okay, thank you. Thank you, Tracy. Thank you. I really want to find, let me see. It was on X, right? That we saw it. Where the hell did I find it? Where did I see it? Where did I see it? Where did I see it? Send it to me. Damn it. I just want to find that clip with the doctor, because now I'm like, I really want to know what else the doctor said. You know what I'm saying? Like, I really want to know what else that psychiatrist said. Okay, I see Twitter. Let me just put it, what, and put in Twitter and see what pops up.
Hamburger tonight, steak tonight.
Hamburger. I can't do something heavy, babe. Yeah. I mean, Karen Reed is spoiled, but I'm going to say I'm a little spoiled too. Hubby's going to make me dinner. So, I mean, I guess I'm a little spoiled. Not that kind of spoiled. I wish. You know, my flip-flops cost $2, not $1,300. Yeah, the leader of the minions. Hence the joke this morning when I said, good morning, minions. The entitlement smirk. Yeah, that's why I thought that was so interesting, is because the psychologist called it an entitlement smirk. I thought that was really funny. Like, yeah, I want to find it, you know, I want to find the thing. Well, that's definitely one of the first times she's been scolded. I 100% agree with you. I don't think she liked it very much. She was a little rattled. Agreed. I think it's time for Insta Karma. And Insta Karma does come
She did kind of rear back like, oh my God, how dare you? Yeah. It was like, whoa.
Yep. I don't know. I'm not sure if she has a colostomy bag or not. I don't actually think that that's true, but it's possible. It's possible, but I don't think that's true. I think, yeah, blue. So I'll wear blue. I said we should all wear black, but you never know. So I'll go there and wear black. Hold on. I want to find this. I agree. I'm just looking to see if I can find what we just saw, but like more of it, you know, like I really want to see the rest of what she was talking about. On the record. It's called On the Record. Is that what? Okay, so hold on. What was the one she was talking about this morning? The one that I just saw. Oh. Oh man, let's see. The FBI, blah, blah, blah. Okay, no, she just retweeted that. I'm trying to see where we found it. 8 hours ago. Yeah, the jury should have been sequestered. I've been saying this for days. We didn't get a verdict yet.
No verdict.
It is some bullshit, babe. You're right. Hold on, guys. I'm trying to find what we just saw, but I'm not sure that I am looking in the right place, because it doesn't go back to where I had it, like where I clicked on it from, unfortunately. But that was some interesting shit. On the Record. Okay, hold on. Let me look on Court TV's website for On the Record. Maybe where we find it. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, was this it? On Facebook, maybe? Hold on. Opening statements is On the Record, so I'm confused here. Weird. That doesn't make sense. That's not it. Okay. This is most of what we already saw today, so that can't be it. Let's see. try this. Let's try for TV. Weird. Let's see. Podcasts, blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. Hold on, let's try this. On the record. Not having a good time trying to find this, guys. I don't know, but I really want to see the rest of what this doctor said. Because that was a little... Let's see. What's this? This is the same thing we just watched. No, this is the what we watched already. This is just this thing on YouTube that we watched, the courtroom coverage, so that's not it. Hold on. Maybe if I search, what should I say? Entitlement smirk? Entitlement smirk. It'll pop up. Damn it. Didn't. Well, if anybody figures out where the hell that is, I know it popped up on X when I was looking up, but my X is down now. I agree. You know. Yeah, look the other way. Oh, I know she has anger problems. There is no think. I know. Netflix girl. Yeah. Well, you know, eventually the story is going to be told, and it's not going to be flattering. Psychiatrist on Court TV, and she was outraged by Karen smirks and smiles. It's weird. I've just never seen. I mean, I've seen people smirk and smile, but not as much as this ever. She is right. I think they should have been sequestered, and they should have control of the perimeter. I agree, 100%. She can't control them at this point. It's clearly that she can't control them. That's not. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. She obviously cannot control. And no, nobody can say she wasn't under the influence of liquor. I don't think anybody could say she wasn't under the influence of liquor at all. Not by a fucking long shot in that case. Like,
oh no, she was only drinking water at the bar. You know, that was 10 glasses of water. That's
that was
legitimately
such
a
like
thing.
that
It's
was
not been proven.
Such a good thing. Like, oh, it's just water. How do you know it's not water? Because they have the receipts, you idiots. Like, and exactly, if she can't control her face, what makes anybody think she can control? You heard those emotional voicemails.
And also
Like,
that whole thing, if you're drunk on vodka, people can't smell your breath. That's a lie.
that's
Yes, they can.
ridiculous. Of course you can. Oh my God. Of course you can. That's like the first thing you'll smell. What the hell are you talking about? That is probably the stupidest thing I've ever heard anybody say on planet Earth. People
A lot of
actually say that.
17-year-olds. Yeah, a lot of 17-year-olds think if they drink vodka, their parents won't know they're drinking. Why? I have
Right.
no idea. I've been drinking vodka since that age, and my parents always knew. Pretty sure.
I don't like hard liquor really, but I'm pretty sure that when I did drink it when I was younger, I'm pretty sure everyone could smell it. And also, anytime you can ask my husband, anytime he even drinks like one sip of hard alcohol, I know. Why? Because he's not a drinker, A, and B, I just know. I just know. Like, I always know. You can smell it. Number one, even if you take a sip of it. It's the same as a beer. You're going to smell a beer, dude. Like, they have different smells, obviously. But I thought we would have a verdict today, too. I definitely thought we would get one today. Yeah, we knew she was never going to take the stand. That was never going to happen. Ever. Yeah, so it would have been like a temporary colostomy bag, which they do sometimes. Live at 10:48 Eastern time. I can't find it anywhere. I'm looking into like my Twitter right now just to see. I don't see it, but you never know. I'm trying to find. I would like the whole thing is what I'd like, because that would be great if I could see the whole bit of what Julie had to say with the psychologist, because I think it's really interesting. Let's see. Does anybody remember where I was scrolling when we found it to begin with? Was it John's page, maybe? Law and crime, blah, blah, blah. 4 hours ago. 2 hours ago. 48 minutes ago. Let's see. No. 7 hours. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, I don't see anything yet. I really want to find it. If anybody finds it, like, let me know. I'll make a clip video on it, because I think it's really. Wait, is this it over here? No, it doesn't look like this. Is it? Damn it! I would have loved to see it, but I don't know where the hell it was or where I saw it. It was just on like my timeline, I think, and I clicked on it, and that's what got me to it. But whatever, I'll probably find it later, not on purpose, and then I'll be like, oh shit, there it is for the world, and I should have seen it before. But I think it's interesting if I can find later what. Oh my god, these people are gross. Standing outside of D&E. Someone is standing outside of D&E 2 hours ago with taking what is wrong with you people? Literally. Oh, okay. So this is the person I asked you guys to all hold on. Pray for my friend who got hit by a car. Apparently now, if you get hit by a car, you can now be an expert. So, he's an expert now. So my friend Bill here. See, this is his ex right here. Bill says, as I crossed the street yesterday, I was struck by a car. I was over halfway across the street when the car pulled out and knocked my big ass for a loop. Other than road rash, I have a broken ankle. Surgery is scheduled for July 8th. Oh, and I got the ticket for being in the road. So he should be an expert now, right? In all intents and purposes, he should be an expert, right? Yeah, that should be a thing. I think it should totally be an expert now because he was hit by a car. I mean, that's what it takes now, right? Everybody, I agree with you, Ron. I agree with you. Well, she was also saying how much she was drinking in those text messages. Oh, I'm going to be at this bar. I'm going to go to that bar. So she clearly drank a lot. And without kids, I'm sure she can do that. But, I don't think even without kids, I'd drink that much. She doesn't respond to criticism well at all. You can't tell her anything. Well, that's what you get when you get entitlement, I can't, I mean, to be fair, I can probably drink 9 drinks without falling over, but I think that has more to do with my medication than anything else, that I just don't feel it like that. And I barely drink. I probably drink 10 times in an entire year, maybe less. That was from the doctor's tweets. Maybe. It's possible. I'll have to go back and look later. Yeah, probably not, right? I mean, I have fibro and I don't, because I don't know, everything gives me pain. I can't even do peppers and onions a lot. And I love peppers and onions because they're inflammatory and it gives me pain from my arthritis and my fibro. So I just try to stay away from it mostly. Yeah, the water in the shot glass. It's amazing, isn't it? It's freaking amazing.
That I it may just be me. Maybe it's because I was a vodka drinker, but I can 100% smell vodka, and I can smell the difference between vodka, tequila, and whiskey.
I know the difference too, and I can smell it as well. I don't drink like that. Never have, never will. But I can smell it right away. Don't ask me why. I have no idea, but I can. It's not, you know, you're going to smell alcohol no matter what kind of alcohol it is. So to try to say that like someone wouldn't is just ridiculous. That would
Yeah, I
be
mean it's a
absurd.
really commonly held belief, especially among younger people who don't want their parents to know what they've been out doing, that if they drink vodka that it will not be on their breath. But
Right. Like
been there, done that. Been there, done that, got busted.
So stupid.
Yeah.
Like stupid. It's absolutely freaking stupid. All right. Last thoughts, Bree. You got any good ones?
I trust the jury. I'm still not worried. If we go over the weekend, then I'll start thinking, okay, worst case scenario, for whatever reason, this is going to happen. We might get a not guilty. But at the moment, I'm still very confident. I am utterly appalled at what it looks may have happened with Dr. Wolf, not only because of just what he's done to this trial, but he makes my whole profession look bad if that's true.
Yeah.
So that's where I am. I love you. I will
love you.
be here in the morning. See y'all later, guys. Have a wonderful evening.
Ma'am. Bye. All right, guys. I hope all 929 of you have an amazing day. I'm going to sign off. Please make sure you like and subscribe. And if you haven't already, share the live with people. If you get a chance and you can, donate to the channel. We're a small channel. We only run on donations from you guys. Ticker at the bottom shows, and then this big one shows, but it's always running at the ticker at the bottom. I love you guys, and I will leave you with the outro, and we will be on Jury Watch tomorrow.